Chapter 601 Asking for Help in Advance. General Deng, please feel free to say that the first time we met was at Lirai Haiku. Ruan Fuxi, the temporary regent of the Ruan family, said politely to Deng Qianlong. At that time, your fleet forced me to lead the Ruan family navy division to attack Lirai Haiku. But let us Ruan's naval division lose a lot of people. Deng Qianlong said haha. At that time I didn't know that the leader of the Ruan family navy was the king of Yixing County. At that time, the war was a dispute between your Ruan family and the Zheng family. We can't win over the master, right? I can understand what you did, but I will do it too. And it was the best choice at that time. If we don't go ashore to take the Rili seaport, I'm afraid the Zheng family's army that attacked Cheng base will not retreat. I didn't care about it. And he can't care about it. Is he going to turn his face with the powerful Nanyang fleet? I don't know what the regent did when he came to me, but the soldiers of our Nanyang fleet got into trouble again, Deng Qianlong asked. Because the Nanyang fleet has been stationed at Hoi An port for a long time and has been mixed with the local people for a long time. It is inevitable that there will be some bumps and bumps. But this was not a major event. Deng Qianlong also dealt with the soldiers who committed the crime. Last time your soldiers just grabbed a chicken from the neighborhood to eat, and compensated afterwards, but nothing like this happened again. I invite you to come today. It's really I have something to ask. Ruan Fuxi said. Please speak. Deng Qianlong said. It's like this. General Ruan Yue, who guards Chengdu, discovered that the number of Zheng's troops guarding Cheng base has increased. He suspects that the Zheng family is secretly mobilizing troops and horses to make a comeback again. Nguyen Fuxi took out Ruan Eugene and sent a courier to send it. The incoming letter was placed on the table. Deng Qianlong received Ruan Eugene's emergency report, which roughly described the importance of the Cheng base to the Ruan family, and asked the officials of the Ruan family to quickly mobilize the nation's strength to defend Cheng base and stop the Zheng family's army north of Cheng base. Why did the regent give me such an important letter? Deng Qianlong asked knowingly. General Deng, you should also know that after last year's war, our Ruan family's military strength has been stretched. At the end of last year, the young master's succession was originally the best time for the Zheng family to go south. The reason why they have not moved is because of you. Stand behind us and support us. Nguyen Fuxi made Deng Qianlong more clearly. This makes it difficult for us. As the commander of the South Seas Fleet, I have to listen to the command of the Admiralty, and the Admiralty has to follow the command of the commander. Even if I want to talk, I have to report to the Navy and the commander. And then we will send envoys to have a good talk with you. Fighting is deadly. Soldiers' pensions, ammunition, food, and grass consumption are really hard for us. Deng Qianlong groaned. There is a saying in Chinese, and it will be subject to the orders of foreign monarchs. The war is likely to be on the verge of breaking out. If we send people to and from the Ming Dynasty capital and Fukhan city, we will inevitably delay time. We are afraid that our Ruan family will no longer exist when the envoy arrives. Nguyen Fuxi persuaded. There are some conditions that we can negotiate now so that we can dispatch troops in time. Naughty. You want me to be arbitrary. In case it is inconsistent with what the military wants, I will be the one to blame. My black hat is about to fall in this Nanyang, Deng Qianlong said slightly angrily. But think about it, General Deng. If our Ruan family is destroyed, the Zheng family will not give you such generous privileges. I am afraid that you will still be blamed at that time. It is better to send troops appropriately. Maybe the great lord of the celestial kingdom will reward you instead. For you, I will give you a fief. Ruan Fuxi stood up and pours wine for Deng Qianlong with the status of a Nana Ruan family who is above 10,000 people. Deng Qianlong accepted the wine glass with a cheeky face, and smashed it. What you said is not unreasonable. It's just that we have to agree on conditions before dispatching troops. Otherwise, what should you do if you regret it afterwards? It's easy to say that if the Zheng family aggressively attacked our Ruan family, please also ask the Nanyang fleet to advance by water and land as last year. The land and our reinforcements will go all the way to support the Chengdu base. The waterway will meet with our navy and land on the sea from Lehuaiku. Stabbed the Zheng family in the back. I believe that the top-pronged approach will definitely be able to repel the Zheng family's attack. Ruan Fuxi dipped his finger on the wooden table and gestured. Although the Zheng family has a large number of people, the navy is their shortcoming. They have the nuns. Only with the help of the warships of the Terran people can they reluctantly gain the upper hand in the naval battle with our Ruan family. As long as you join, they will only have to flee north. Then the price of hiring us. Deng Qianlong only paid attention to this. Our Ruan family has a population of only 100,000 households, and the most fertile ones are only the royal capital Fukhan City and Hoyan Port. Other places are to be reclaimed. However, even Fukhan City and Hoyan Port were densely covered with jungles decades ago. It was our Ruan family ancestor who led people to build this place into a prosperous place, so we should not underestimate this jungle and rainforest in the south. Ruan Fuxi said. The regent, please tell me. This time Deng Qianlong really didn't understand what Ruan Fuxi meant. Your Kyushu army has obtained enough privileges in Hoyan Port. Only Fukhan City can still enter your eyes. But Fukhan City is our royal city. We can't let you have the privileges like being in Hoyan Port. So I intend to use the uncultivated land further south in exchange for your help. Nguyen Fuxi said, come here. Get our map. Under the order of Nguyen Phuk, two Nguyen family soldiers spread out a topographical map on the side, which shows the outline of the existing territory of Nguyen family. In the south of the main area controlled by the Ruan family, there is still a large tract of uncultivated rainforest. If the Zheng family really attacked, and your 9-state army saved our Ruan family, then this piece of land is yours. Ruan Fuxi pointed to a large piece of land on the topographic map, about an eighth of the uncultivated land. In his opinion, exchanging such a large piece of land for the asylum of the Kyushu army is already something that the Ruan family can handle to the greatest extent. The price is such a dense forest where birds don't lay eggs. Deng Qianlong dislikes this piece of land. The Kyushu army still has a large amount of land in the central plains that has not been developed. For example, Kayangza Prefecture, Gwingxi and Gwingxi Propaganda Department, Yizu. There are a large number of mountainous and forested areas. There are energy for thousands of miles to develop the backward areas of Annan Kingdom. It's better to convert it into Silver Liang. Our military department is financially tight. Military owners should prefer Silver Liang. Deng Qianlong thought for a while and said, but our Ruan family has been fighting with the Zheng family for a long time. The treasury has long been empty and can't get the silver. Ruan Fuxi said embarrassedly. If you can't take out the silver now, you will pay a little every year. If you lose it for several decades, you should be able to pay it off. Deng Qianlong advocated borrowing several million pils of silver for the Ruan family. What's wrong in chapter 602? Although the spies of the Ruan family placed in Thanglong City were captured by the Zheng family soldiers, the Zheng family's large-scale enlistment of the soldiers' intelligence could not be sent from the spies to Fukhan City. But the keen Ruan Yujin still discovered the precursor of the Zheng family's aggressive attack. So both sides were preparing for a large-scale battle, and young men were arrested into the barracks. Among them, the strong and good fighters issued weapons and conducted brief training, while the thin ones transported grain, grass, cannons and worked hard in the barracks. Zhang Yuan stood on the stupa of Shenglong City, looking at the busy city. According to his 3-month observation, the Zheng family has recruited as many as 100,000 young men from all over the world. With the original soldiers of the Zheng family, the strength of Thanglong City alone is 50,000. Such a huge force, coupled with a larger transportation force, meant that they had to supply more than 300,000 people with food supplies. If this battle is not won, it is estimated that the Zheng family's situation in the beginning of the spring next year will definitely not be better, and it may even fall into a desperate situation of cannibalism. Hey, the Zheng family really has the courage to make a desperate move and want to unify Annan. There are more than 100,000 strong men and tens of thousands of troops. They have only 2 million people in the Zheng family. They have exhausted everything, right? Wai Long also stood on the pagoda, like looking down on ants. Look down on the strong men who are busy transporting grain and grass in Thanglong City. 100 or 200,000 people in our central plains are not small. If they are placed in troubled times, they can still seize one side. The Zheng family is afraid, so they will be desperate. Zhang Yuan sighed. Afraid? They are afraid that the Ruan family will become stronger, and in turn will defeat them in the north. Wai Long asked. No. They are not afraid of the Ruan family, but are Huaxia. Zhang Yuan turned around. Let's go down. The Zheng family's national transport is over. In the beginning of the autumn of the second year of Kyushu, after the Zheng family organized a manpower to grab food, the Zheng family Yulin army, who had made sufficient preparations, once again carried out the third southern expedition under the leadership of Zheng Master Zhengji. Vanguard General Zheng Ying had already encircled Rili Haiku with his troops ahead of time, preventing the Ruan's navy division of Rili Haiku from cutting off Zheng's retreat. Because they secretly reached a secret agreement with Zhang Yuan, they believe that the Kyushu army will not intervene in this war, so they have absolute confidence to destroy the Ruan family with their own strength. More than 10 miles of the long line of defense of the Chint fortress, 10,000 soldiers of the Ruan family prepared for the battle these days, until one day they saw the heavy wooden gate of the Chenyi fortress open, and a team of Zheng family Imperial Forest troops came out across the city gate and declared the Zheng family begin to try to attack Cheng base again. On the wall of Chint fortress, soldiers ran away one by one, and the sound of golden drums continued. General, the Zheng family has finally launched an attack. A personal company rolled down the city wall and said to Ruan Yujin, the defender of the Cheng base, "Why are you so happy that the Zheng family launched an attack? Are you a spy sent by the Zheng family?" Ruan Yujin said, depressed. "How can the young be the spies of the Zheng family? It is true that these days the big guys know that the Zheng family is going to attack the Cheng base. A bloody battle is inevitable, so some of them are overwhelmed by this incident. Now we fought back, but we breathed a sigh of relief," said the soldier. "You are really short-sighted. Follow me up to defend against the enemy." Ruan Yuqiang sword and armor, with his soldiers along the stone steps to board the city wall. Ruan Yujin looked down and saw that the Zheng family dispatched more than 20,000 troops at one time, forming a camp in front of the Cheng base, and behind it was the Chenyi base as support. "It's almost exactly the same as last year. I really don't understand what made them have the courage to attack the strong Cheng base again." Ruan Yujin carefully observed Zhengjia bus formation, as if returning to the bloody battle of defending Cheng base the previous year. Only this time the Ruan family was not as panicked as the previous year, and the regent Nguyen Fuxi had secretly signed a new treaty with the Nanyang fleet of the Kyushu army, and the Ruan family's situation was much better than the previous year. But the more this happened, Ruan Yujin became more anxious, because he couldn't figure out how the Zheng family would call over again. The battlefield is changing rapidly, and any negligence may lead to a loss. "General, what are you thinking?" "The other party is about to start shelling. Please retreat as soon as possible to avoid being injured." Seeing Ruan Yujin suddenly fell into thought, several soldiers couldn't help but worry. At this time, the Zheng family soldiers below were busy arranging artillery, trying to avoid the attack range of the cannon guarding the Cheng base. After the transformation from cold weapons to hot weapons, Annan began to rely on artillery. "No, I will stay on the wall to observe their tactics. I always feel something is wrong." Ruan Yujin insisted on leaving the wall. "But the artillery shells have no eyes. Our Ruan family doesn't have many generals in the first place. If something happens to you, General, who will lead us to defend the Cheng fortress?" the soldiers urged anxiously. "Army orders are like a mountain." Ruan Yujin hides behind the city wall impatiently, constantly looking at the deployment of the Zheng family's army below, trying to find out what makes him feel wrong. "Yes, everyone carefully protect the general." Seeing that Ruan Yujin insisted on observing on the front line, Ruan Yujin's soldiers had to hold a shield around Ruan Yujin's side. They just didn't know that this shield was in front of the Zheng's army's siege artillery. It didn't work anymore. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. The earth shook suddenly, and dozens of artillery pieces brought by the Zheng family roared, falling into the defense line of Chengde base like a meteor shower. Hid all behind the city wall and lean against the city wall. Don't kill anyone who shows his head. A young officer yelled hysterically to the surrounding soldiers when he started shelling on the opposite side. Bang! The solid bullet hit the wall, and a broken stone splashed, killing the hapless little officer on the spot, scaring some recruits around him lying on the ground in horror. However, the Zheng family's artillery did not make Ruan Yujin feel scared. He let some stray bullets hit near the section of the city wall where he was, indifferent. The sound of the artillery at this time is quite loud, but the power is not enough to cause a large number of deaths and injuries. Instead of worrying about being hit, it is better to worry that the city wall will be crushed. It's not the problem of artillery. What's wrong in the end? Ruan Yujin was puzzled. The strength of the Zheng family's artillery is similar to that of the previous year's attack on Chengde base. The difference is that the Zheng family's armed forces are more proficient in using artillery and concentrated artillery. But this is not the source of Ruan Yujin's anxiety. After the shelling, their infantry will try to attack the city wall, and the battalions are ready to repel their offensive. The city defense cannons are prepared, so that they can also taste the taste of being bombarded by artillery. Ruan Yujin really couldn't figure it out. When it gradually became sparse, he had to give up and repel the Zheng family's offensive first. Chapter 603 Siege Cannon. Ready to shoot. Ruan Yujin personally commanded the Ruan family's army on the wall to defend. On the side of the Zheng family's army, the morale of their soldiers was high because Lord Zheng went to Chengde base to personally direct the attack. After the artillery bombardment was over, thousands of soldiers of the Zheng family, led by the generals, tried to slam the Chengde base, to see if they could open a gap in the strong Chengde base. The soldiers of the Ruan family on the city wall nervously stared at the approaching officers of the Zheng family, their flintlock and matchlock guns trembling. Last year, the Kyushu army supported a batch of firearms for the Ruan family, but the Ruan family could not afford more firearms. Quite a few soldiers still used backward matchlock guns. Bang! I don't know which nervous soldier can't help but fire the first shot, and the wall is rushed to start shooting a mess below. White smoke from gunpowder lingers in the city. Fire! The defense cannon on the city wall, also under the command of a gunner, began to bombard the Zheng family soldiers who had hit the Chengde fortress. Instead of rushing towards the strong Chengde base in a noisy manner, the soldiers of the Zheng family were digging trenches with shovel to get close to Chengde base. This shoe trench can greatly reduce the damage to them from the muskets and artillery on the city wall, and is more useful than any solid armor in this era. Ruan Yujin was also helpless to the shooting and shelling caused by soldiers in a panic. Although he emphasized in every way during training, when he really faced the enemy, someone would still go wrong. General, our guns and artillery have limited damage to them. If they are allowed to push the trenches under our walls, they will have many ways to collapse our walls. Ruan Yujin's soldiers braved stray bullets through the walls. Watch the battle below. I saw that a trench was being formed on the periphery of the Zengjia camp, approaching the Chengde base tortuously, and mud was thrown on both sides of the trench from time to time. Although the bombardment of the defense cannons caused considerable obstacles to the Zheng family soldiers digging the trenches were still approaching. Do you think I didn't see it? Ruan Yujin also didn't know how to deal with the Zheng family's improved tactics, because it was their Ruan family who was at a disadvantage. He had little way to prevent the Zheng family from attacking. But this going back to the Zheng's house really learned a lot, and even knew how to dig trenches to approach a line of defense, but it was not helpful for us. I have an idea. I don't know if it is feasible. A soldier made a rare suggestion. We can prepare gunpowder and fire oil. If they dare to approach the wall, we will throw fire oil and gunpowder below to burn the enemy below. Perfect. Your idea is okay, but after a long time I am afraid that our city walls will be burned down. Ruan Yujin said. Look, General, They have a new action again. Suddenly a soldier defending the city cried out. Ruan Yujin followed the direction pointed by the soldiers and found that a dozen giant elephants were pulling several carts in the artillery position opposite the Zheng family, and the carts were loaded with large bronze cannons. The muzzle of these bronze cannons is much larger than that of ordinary wild cannons, and even the defense cannons of Chent Fort are not as good as the cannons of Chent Fort. They have to use huge elephants to haul them. Such a huge artillery. This is a siege artillery cannon. Ruan Yujin finally changed his color now. He had no idea that the Zheng family had the ability to make a heavy siege artillery. Although ordinary wild artillery can also be used to siege the city, the efficiency of breaking the city is far less than that of the specialized siege artillery. But how did the Zheng family make such a few heavy siege artillery? Exclamation mark. It must be the Dutch who supported them. I heard that the Dutch and the Kyushu army have feuds. The two sides fought a war in Yezu. In the end, the Dutch were defeated. They have all been fighting in the last few years. Support the Zheng family. If they hadn't brought these heavy artillery from the west to the Zheng family, how could the Zheng family produce such terrible heavy artillery with their own strength? A military officer next to the city cursed, "Damn the Netherlands people, every time they play tricks behind." Netherlands? It seems it's time to find the Kyushu army to teach them a lesson. Alas, if we had no choice, we wouldn't want to ask the Kyushu army for help. Ruan Yujin said. He still has something to do. I didn't say a word. That is, once they request the Kyushu army to intervene in the war, then according to the latest treaty signed between them and the Kyushu army, the Ruan family will have to pay 5 million tals of silver, a huge debt and interest that will be repaid in 20 years. Which is equivalent. Every resident under Ruan's family borrowed 10 tals of silver from the Kyushu army. This is an incredible figure in Annan, not including the annual interest. Boom! Exclamation mark. After the Zheng family's siege artillery was set up, they began to bombard the city walls fiercely. Although the siege artillery has serious problems such as heavy weight and insufficient killing efficiency, its damage to the city wall is far more than any other firearm. A huge solid bullet hit the city wall fiercely, and every shot caused the solid city wall to let out a whine. The bricks and limestone fell off, and there were spiderweb-like cracks spreading around. This power is the same as thunder. The Ruan family soldier at the head of the city was frightened by the giant siege artillery, and his body was tightly pressed against the wall. When will they be able to use up their gunpowder? A soldier was hiding behind the city wall and was talking to another soldier. The strong city wall he thought he was relying on suddenly burst, and the scattered stones would be scattered around him. Ruan soldiers shot and killed. This is a solid bullet used by a siege cannon that hit the wall. With the cover of dozens of wild artillery and a few giant siege artillery, the soldiers of the Ruan family who were digging trenches and attacking the Chent fortress line steadily failed, and they kept approaching the Chent fortress line. The sound of the siege artillery fell in Ruan Yujin's ears, like a mountain collapsed. As long as the Zheng family has sufficient ammunition, these artillery is enough to open a gap in the defense line of Chent. Ruan Yujin feels like he is a dog. It has only been a year since his old opponent, whether it is tactical awareness or firearms equipment, seems to be up to the next level. Go ask the regent to lead his troops to support our Chent base, and ask the Nanyang fleet to go north along the coast and attack Thanglong city. In fact, it landed at the mouth of the Rili Sea and cut off the enemy's Cheng base. Let them have to choose to retreat in a dilemma. Ruan Yujin said to his confidant and handed him a letter again. Yes, Ruan Yujin's confidant knew that Cheng base was in a critical condition, and he hurriedly threw down the wall after receiving the letter. We are doing our best to buy time to wait for the reinforcements to come. Ruan Yujin gritted his teeth. Chapter 604 Hiring the Nanyang Fleet. In the port of Hoi An, there are teams of young men recruited from all over the country, with thousands of people, making the port of Hoi An, which was originally occupied by the Nanyang Fleet, extremely congested. Many of these young men who were forced to come over are in ragged clothes. At least they are wearing rough linen clothes, and they have no weapons in hand. Most of them are peasants or homeless people, and only such people are easy to fall victim to and be pushed to the front during wars. A general in light armor wore a sword on his waist, frowning and patrolling the street, looking at the noisy recruits. His heart became more and more worried. You are talking about you? How old are you? Ruan Yui, who was on the patrol, found a recruited new noodle like a wooden face, with a stiff stature. He couldn't help but stop and ask. Returning to the general, there are 6 in 50 this year. The soldier who looked obviously old said, 50 to 6. You are so old, why are you still applying for this job? Ruan Yui asked in surprise. The youngest family originally had 2 young men, but the eldest son died of an epidemic at the beginning of the year. The second child broke his leg while going hunting in the forest. But the government said that we had 2 men in the register last year and had to do a military service. I also suspected that the boss had escaped to avoid military service and had to dig up the boss's grave. The deceased is the big one. How dare the old farmer agree, so he can only come to the military service by himself. The old soldier said, it is unreasonable. Although it is said that this is the time of our Ruan family's survival, we cannot force the old man to go to the front line. After the war is over, I will ask them to settle accounts. Old man, today you don't need to get on the ship to go to the front line, just stay here. Wait for us to return in triumph. Ruan Yui said to him. No, I also fought with Lord Ruan when I was young, and now I miss the battlefield very much. I want to do my part for Lord Ruan in the sky and protect his descendants. The old soldier shook his head resolutely. Don't plan to escape. Ruan Eugene was a little touched and helpless. The Ruan family was really exhausted, and even the retired veterans had to return to the battlefield. The Ruan family, with a population of only 600,000, can deploy fewer and fewer troops, and it also lost many males last year. After this battle, next year, I am afraid that even women and children will have to go to the paddy fields to grow crops to support the future survival of the food. After leaving the determined old soldiers, Ruan Yui patrolled the Hoyan port. The vast majority of the soldiers here are just a small number of people and cannon fodder. Only a small number of elite soldiers have undergone brief training during preparations, using cold weapons and matchlocks, and only the elite troops led by Ruan Eugene are equipped with flintlocks from the Kyushu army. We have 725 soldiers, sailors, and handymen on this expedition, of which 60% are recruits. The official in charge of counting the number said to Ruan Yui, how many of the Nanyang fleet are they going to send northward with us? Ruan Yui asked. According to the officers they contacted with us, they will come out all over the place. There are 4 formations and there are several thousand people. The official said. It seems that they have not broken their promises, and are still happy to help us deal with the Zheng family. As long as we enter the inland river along the Rili seaport and cut off their food passage, they will definitely ask us for a truce. Ruan Yui said. General, you said why Lord Zheng knows that the Kyushu army is very likely to help us, and we have the advantage on the water. Why did we take the initiative to go south? The ending this time is nothing more than the same as last year. The official asked again. Lord Zheng is not without his careful thoughts. Our new lord was first established. He wanted to test our depth and made us uncomfortable. Ruan Eugene said as he walked, their national strength is stronger than us, even if it is a futile effort. Being tossed by them like this, our national strength is even weaker, and the cost of hiring the Nanyang fleet is too great. Every time we hire them, we will have to bleed once. Last time we lost the privilege of Hoyan Port, and this time we carried several millions to debts. Next time, we will soon be able to invite the Nanyang fleet at no cost. Next time Master Zheng calls again, what terms shall we use in exchange for the support of the Nanyang fleet? After these days of thinking, Ruan Yui finally came up with a reasonable explanation for why Lord Zheng would go south in a big way at this time. Not only Ruan Yui, but Ruan Fuxi and others also agreed with Ruan Yui's idea. They all believed that Lord Zheng did not intend to win the war this time, but to disgust the Ruan family and drain the power of the Ruan family. Since the Zheng family is to consume us, why do we have to fight so actively? And despite the huge sum of millions of dollars, we still have to ask the Kyushu army to support it? The official asked inexplicably. This is the cunning aspect of Lord Zheng. He has come with all his strength. If we find that we do not have the assistance of the Kyushu army, or if only a small number of Kyushu army are invited, they will definitely turn the action that consumes us into a full-scale offensive, and it will break through, delay, go straight in. Ruan Yui said earnestly, Zheng Zhong is really an old fox. He is unpredictable. Haida serves to be the old fox occupying the north. Fortunately, the general sees it thoroughly. The official admired. Hey, what's the use to see through? This is Zheng Zhai's arrogance. We have to act according to their vision. This is the most uncomfortable place, Ruan Yui said. After patrolling Hoyan Port, Ruan Yui has a certain understanding of the general combat effectiveness of which troops are under his opponent. He and Ruan Yujin are now the double walls of the Ruan family. This time, he and Deng Qianglong led the counter-attack against the Zheng family's Imperial Forest Army from the waterway. Deng Qianglong has already led the naval officers of the battleship Darkin on board the battleship Darkin. The sail battleship Darkin with more than 50 guns is the most advanced and fierce battleship in Southeast Asia. It was built in southern Lining according to the specifications of the Great Britain sail battleship at the end of the 18th century. In addition to the Darkin sailing battleship, there are also 3 sailing battleships similar to the Darkin, Doi, Dazhao, and Dahan, forming 4 formations. Each formation has frigates and supply ships. Such a powerful fleet has almost no rivals in the South China Sea. The only threats that can pose to them are probably the storms and tsunamis above the Pacific Ocean. Commander, all 4 formations are ready, and we have enough supplies to fight for 3 months. The adjutant of the Darkin said to Deng Qianlong. 3 months is more than enough. Deng Qianlong used a telescope to look down at Hoyan Port from the deck of the Darkin. The houses in Hoyan Port appeared to be relatively small. We will be back here soon. Such a good port is very suitable for us. Nanyang's supply base. Chapter 605 Precarious. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Master General, the Nanyang fleet signaled to us that we can go. The deputy reported to Ruan Yui. Ruan Yui looked at the majestic Darkin, and as expected, on its mast, a sign symbolizing departure was raised. Go to sea, Ruan Yui ordered. Hundreds of large and small ships left the harbor from Hoyan Port, making the previously bustling Hoyan Port empty. The ship undulated slightly under the waves, and some soldiers who were seasick squatted on the deck with their faces pale, resisting the nausea of rolling in their stomachs. More soldiers stayed on the ship worriedly, their eyes sluggish. Although they knew that the destination of this voyage was to fight with the Zheng family Yulin army on the extremely dangerous front line, they were full of worries about whether they could survive the cruel battle that followed. Compared with the silence on the side of Ruan's navy, the Nanyang fleet didn't seem to worry about the next battle. What should be done? Ruan Yui couldn't help but envy when he looked at the giant ship behind. There are at least 3 places in the Nanyang fleet that he admires. One of course is the huge battleship itself, such as a sail battleship of the size of the Darkin. Ruan's navy dare not dream of it. The manufacturing craftsmanship required for such a huge battleship is not mentioned. It costs a lot of silver to maintain it every year. The second is the giant cannon equipped on the giant ship. Such powerful firepower makes Ruan Yui as a teammate scared. The third place is of course the well-trained soldiers of the Nanyang fleet. They stationed in Hoyan Port these days are not just simply occupying Hoyan Port. They have training every day. The soldiers of the Nanyang fleet retain their combat effectiveness at all times, and they are not at the same level as the strong men forced by the Ruan family, who is the protagonist of this war. Ruan Yui shook his head. With such a powerful teammate as the Nanyang fleet, he felt that the Ruan family Navy division seemed to have some effect when he could only be cannon fodder. When the Nanyang fleet and Ruan Jiashui headed northward from Hoyan Port, The regent Nguyen Phuc Xi led Ruan's army from Phuc City to support the precarious Chint Fort defense line. Nguyen Phuoc was wearing his previous battle armor. As soon as he approached the defense line of Chint Fort with his troops, he heard the roar of giant artillery. Dark smoke billowed everywhere in the Chint fortress line, and the sound of guns mixed with the shouts and insults of the soldiers on the wall made Nguyen Phuc, who had experienced many wars in the past, secretly startled. Before entering Chint base, he could feel the fierce battle. A group of soldiers came out of Chint base to welcome the more than 10,000 reinforcements brought by Nguyen Phuc River. King Regent, please be careful. The general has orders. You should stay within the safe area behind Chint Fort. Otherwise, if we are injured by a stray bullet, we may be shaken by our army. The officer of the Ruan family who had just stepped down from the city wall was ashamed. His head was soiled, his eyes were red, and he was panting as he spoke. How is the situation of the soldiers? Ruan Phuc felt a bit of a heartache when he saw the messy guards. After half a month, more than half of the soldiers were sacrificed or wounded. What's more terrifying is that their artillery opened 2 or 3 gaps. If it weren't for the generals to bury explosives there, maybe the Zheng family army on the opposite side had already broken through Chint base. The Ruan family officer said, thanks to Ruan Yao's advancement, otherwise our Ruan family will be in danger. Ruan Phuc Xi said, in that case, I can't watch from the rear. I want to go up to boost morale. The regent, the officer of the Ruan family, hesitated. He didn't want Ruan Phuc River to take risks, but the soldiers fighting desperately on it really needed someone to encourage them. Follow me in. Nguyen Phuc led a group of guards into the Chint fortress, and then went up to the city wall from the stone steps inside Chint fortress. Boom! A wall mound was hit by a cannonball and exploded less than 20 meters away from Nguyen Phuc River. Protect the regent. The soldiers near Nguyen Phuc River were so scared that they quickly guarded Nguyen Phuc River in the middle. Fortunately, the cracked bricks did not kill the group of people like Nguyen Phuc. Only a fist-sized stone rolled with stone foam and stopped at the foot of Nguyen Phuc. A group of dozens of people were so frightened that they stayed in place for dozens of seconds, and did not dare to move. Boom boom boom. There are still Zheng's artillery shelling at Chint base. Not only was it a solid bullet that did great damage to the city wall, but the Zheng family still used a flower bullet that killed more soldiers. If the flower bomb exploded nearby, maybe this group of people would fall a lot. The sound of the still roaring cannon awakened them, and they found that they were still in danger. The regent, why are you here? Take them down. Ruan Yujin, who was observing the situation on the city wall, found Ruan Phuc and the others in the upper city. He couldn't help changing his color and sternly shouted to the officer of the Ruan family who brought Ruan Phuc and the others to the city. Ruan Yujin, don't blame him. I ordered him to bring us up. My elder brother passed away and temporarily handed over the inheritance of our ancestors to me. How can I stand by and watch the soldiers do for us? His family business throws his head and blood. Ruan Phuc said, the new lord is young. Now all the soldiers regard you as the regent, as a spiritual pillar. If something happens to you, Ruan Yujin said worriedly, don't say more. Let all the soldiers know that I and the Ruan family are fighting bloody battles with them. If the Zheng family wants to break through the Chint fortress, they must step over my corpse. Ruan Phuc said sharply with the sound of artillery. Seeing that Ruan Phuc was unwilling to go down, Ruan Yujin had no choice but to say, notify the entire army that the regent carries the orders of the new master and is willing to live and die with Chendl. Yes, the regent is here, and the lord is willing to survive and die with the 20,000 soldiers in Chent base. The reinforcements have arrived. The Zheng family has to pass Chent base, and we need to step on my corpse. Wish to coexist and die with Chendlai. The news of the arrival of Nguyen Phuc with more than 10,000 reinforcements spread all over the Chent base, and all the soldiers boiled. Everyone knows that the new master Nguyen Phuc is only 10 years old, and Nguyen Phuc Xi is currently the most powerful person in the Nguyen family. His arrival shows the unwavering determination of the Nguyen family. The boiling Qing fortress line made the attacking Zheng family's army also noticed. Master Zheng Zhengji is observing the entire battlefield. What he holds in his hand is the brass telescope gifted to him by the Kyushu army, allowing him to observe the entire battlefield from a distance. Lord, how come they suddenly boiled, and their resistance is extremely fierce, said the General Zheng, who was also observing the battlefield. Order to retreat. Zhengji said, it seems that the great figure of the Ruan family has boosted morale. If I guess it is correct, it should be the old opponent of Ruan Fuxi. Nguyen Fuxi has fought a lot with us before, and he is also a difficult guy to deal with. Several Zheng family generals around said one after another. HMPH, at this time, we are waiting for the Kyushu army to take action. With a teammate stabbing a knife in the back, Nguyen Phuoc will soon become a prisoner of this king. Chapter 606 Bingfei's Nanguan. In Fuzhou city of the chief secretary of Yunnan, a middle-aged man with scumbags was taken out by a few Miao soldiers in a small stilted building. The middle-aged man's eyes were a little confused, as if he was full of despair about the future. After an autumn rain, the road was a little muddy. The middle-aged man looked around in confusion and found that Fuzhou city is a little different now. There were busy soldiers walking up and down the street, and mules carrying bags of grain to the east. The middle-aged man was taken all the way to the residence of Shin Mingtong, the chieftain of Fuzhou. The chieftain of Fuzhou, Shin Mingtong, wore light armor and looked eager to try. He was surrounded by some Miao soldiers. In addition, there was Chen Yu of Xuanzingshi of Guingnan Prefecture with a team of Han soldiers. Mo Jingkyun, no see for a year, okay? Chen Yu asked. When the middle-aged man was mentioned his name, his eyes were a little bright, and his lips moved slightly. I was under your house arrest in Fuzhou, separated from my subordinates, living a life of eating, drinking and waiting to die. Do you think I am okay? But there are countless people yearning for this kind of life. Without power, you don't have to worry about fighting with other forces. You should enjoy this kind of life with your wife and children, Chen Yu said. That's because you haven't experienced the feeling of holding heavy power. How can you be willing to be an ordinary person, let alone this? Why do you come to me? I am just a useless waste now? Mo Jingkyun felt a little sad when he spoke of himself. He was originally the third largest force in Annan, but after being conquered by Lord Zheng, he could only flee to the powerful Huixi to seek refuge. Who knew this was the only way out of the tiger's den and the wolf's den? He became a prisoner of the Kyushu army, and his subordinates were also dispersed by the Kyushu army and integrated into the local village of the Yunnan chief secretary. We are looking for you naturally with our own considerations. Didn't you walk around goping with thousands of people before? This time we want you to act as a guide and show us the way. Shenya said. Galloping? What do you want to do in our Annan country? Mo Jingkyun was shocked by his own thoughts as soon as he finished saying this. He roughly woke up to what the Kyushu army wanted to do. You don't want to invade our country Annan like the Ming army 200 years ago. Mo Jingkyun exclaimed. Annan kingdom was owned by Nanayu kingdom during the Qin dynasty. It was set as Jozi in the Han dynasty. Since ancient times, it has been the scope of our Chinese civilization. How can it be invaded? Before Chen Yu spoke, Fuzhou chieftain Shin Mingtong stood up and said, under the great country, 100,000 of you will be kings, and 1,000,000 will be emperors. Isn't it a frog at the bottom of the well? Yilang is arrogant. In addition, the frequent wars have caused the people to lose their lives. This time we intend to recover the chief secretary of the Cochin in order to save the people in the water and fire. Hey, your chieftains fought frequently, and often fought each other for water and prey. Are you qualified to talk about us? Mo Jingkyun had a black line on his face, but Shin Mingtong still attacked him from the moral high ground. Annan has many jungles and rainforests, strong folk customs, and far from the central plains. Even if you conquer with force, we will not be convinced. The Ming Dynasty finally gave up the chief secretary of Jozi 200 years ago to prove this. Mo Jingkyun shook his head, not believing that the Central Plains regime can achieve effective governance in the remote southeast peninsula. Now and then, Everything is changing. If Brother Mo still sees things today with the eyes of 200 years ago, I am afraid that the difference is 1,000 miles away. In short, please also ask Brother Mo to accompany us on a trip. Chen Yi arched his hands. During your time as our guide to Goping, I hope Brother Mo will not take any thoughts. After all, Brother Mo's wife and children, courtiers, and clansmen are all in our Yunnan chief secretary, and we don't want military orders at that time. The head fell to the ground. Mo Jinkyuan saw that the Kyushu army threatened the lives of thousands of people. He couldn't help but feel angry, but he was helpless. He originally wanted to point at Chen Yi's finger and slowly lowered it. Everything depends on your arrangement. Where are we going? Go with Gwinxi Chief Secretary, Zenangguan. The majestic Zenin Pass was built on the mountainous terrain to defend southern Xinjiang for the Central Plains regime. For a long time, Zenangguan almost always does not ask for merit but nothing. As long as Annan does not take the initiative to cause trouble, the generals here will be happy. Sometimes conflicts erupt between the two sides, and Zenangguan will send troops to the south. The guy who threatened trouble. After the Kyushu army replaced the Ming Dynasty, the Ming army in Zenangguan was reorganized into the army and dispersed into the newly established independent corps. These Ming army soldiers guarded Nangguan for a long time and were familiar with the nearby terrain and their language. Some bold soldiers still pretended to be merchants and peasants and went deep into Annan. After new training, they came to the independent corps. It is simply the best weapon to fight against Annan. On the city wall of Zenangguan, the yellow dragon banner, which symbolizes the Kyushu army, hunts in the wind. Behind Zenin Pass, there are barracks. The main force of the independent corps trained in Guilin these days has gradually moved south to Zenangguan. Now there are close to 20,000 soldiers here alone, not including transportation troops and handyman. Transportation troops and handyman are mainly led by the chieftains here, who are familiar with the terrain of the jungle and rainforest. In the main military account, Chen Yi, the commander of the Independence Corps, and a group of generals of the Independence Corps were carefully studying a topographic map of Annan Kingdom. This topographic map was drawn by their military intelligence department and the intelligence department after a year of dispatching personnel and questioning the local people. Although it cannot be as accurate as modern maps, the main arterial roads of Annan are at this time so few. The main direction is right. Under the guidance of the local guide, it is really not difficult to get from Zenangguan to Goping in Thanglong City. Our combat goal on this route is to first capture the Goping area, and then move north towards Shanglong City. On the other way, the deputy head of the regiment set off from the Yunnan chief secretary, and descended along the Red River to meet us in Shanglong City. This battle, we have carefully prepared the test for a year, and even the purpose of establishing our huge independent corps is to conquer the Southeast Asian countries. I hope you will not let me, let alone let the military owners, feel disappointed. Do you all understand? Corps Chang righteously look around everyone. Don't worry, Corps Commander, if our 30,000 soldiers are divided into two groups and still can't take Hanano, my head will be cut off and you will sit on a stool. A general patted his chest and said, "Fuck, whoever wants your head, be careful, don't capsize in the gutter." Chang Yi once again sternly reminded everyone. Chapter 607 Iron Cable Henjiang. There are 2,000 or 3,000 Ruan's Navy guards at the Rili seaport. They built a fort here, and the Zheng family regarded it as a serious concern. But before that, the Kyushu army undoubtedly supported the Ruan family, and even though the Zheng family navy wanted to recapture the Rili seaport, he could only watch eagerly. However, this time the Zheng family moved south, and the General Zheng Ying brought 10,000 soldiers close to the Rili seaport from the land, and attacked the water camp of the Ruan family naval division overnight. The artillery roared and hundreds of Ruan family soldiers died in just a few days in the flames of war. If it wasn't for the Ruan family navy division and ships that could cover the Ruan family soldiers on the fortress, Maybe the fighting over the past few days has exhausted all the Ruan family soldiers. An officer of the Ruan family with a dark face and bloodshot eyes got up and watched the steep slope proceeding gradually. He couldn't believe it for the rest of his life. Why did they retreat? This officer couldn't believe it. As long as the soldiers of the Zheng family below continued to attack, the fortress set up by the Ruan family navy division would be lost. General, what do you see there? Our reinforcement seems to have arrived. The Ruan family soldier on the fort screamed and cheered. Officer Ruan's family looked towards the sea. On the azure sea level, sails appeared, and they were driving in towards the Rili seaport. Behind the 100 small boats in front, several giants appeared like stars. Speed up. Ruan Yui saw the black smoke billowing in Rili Haiku on his ship, knowing that the defenders of Rili Haiku were under unprecedented pressure. When Ruan Yui led hundreds of ships into the Rili seaport, Zheng Bing, who saw that the situation was not good, retreated 5 miles away with his soldiers. Even if Ruan's navy has the upper hand, he can't run to the shore like a carriage and reel, right? The boats of the Ruan's navy landed and met with the Ruan's soldiers stationed here. And Deng Qianglong's fleet also docked. You are General Ruan Yui. Fortunately for his subordinates, they have kept here to prevent the Zheng family from succeeding the old thieves. The defender of Rili Haiku was still in a daze when he saw Ruan Yui, and he was shocked to admit it. Come out. General Ruan Po, you are a battle-tested veteran. I am relieved to have you here. Only you are capable of such an important task. Ruan Yui looked with emotion at this 40-year-old man who is still on the front line. General, if it weren't for such a veteran, maybe Li Huaiku would have fallen. It's a pity that we have too few soldiers. Otherwise, how can we make their Zheng family rampant? Lao Tzu has taken people to the city of Thang long ago. Ruan family general, known as Ruan Po, said unwillingly. It was because the population was too small that the Ruan family had only a defensive role in repeated wars, and was unable to take the initiative to attack. So this time the regent and the young master decided to reverse the offense and defense. It is our Ruan family's turn to take the initiative to attack, and the bargaining chip for our victory will fall on General Den from the great kingdom of heaven. Ruan Yui also added extra. He gave Deng Qianglong a little. Where do I dare to be? I am only here to assist the Ruan family. This time we join forces. We must give the Zheng family a surprise. Deng Qianglong said modestly from the side. Although the Zheng family has more troops than us, it is precisely because they are on the offensive side and need to invest more troops than us. Now Master Zheng rushes to Chengdu base with most of his troops and wants to break through. Wei Cheng fortified the defensive line, and the rear was empty, thinking that as long as Zheng Ying took more than 10,000 soldiers from the land, he would be able to hold us down. In fact, if the Kyushu army helped him, he would be wishful thinking. Ruan Po said, Ahem, you are a little too dependent on us. Our Nanyang fleet can still be invincible on the sea, but after all, it is only on the sea. The warship can't go ashore. Deng Qianglong said, I have long heard that the Nanyang fleet sent more than 1,000 people ashore and regained our royal city, Fukhan City, in the hands of the rebels. Although it is a navy, it is comparable to a strong army on land. I believe that with your help, we can definitely beat the Zheng family. Those people are all looking for teeth. You see, as long as you go upstream from the Rili seaport and block the river, you can cut off the connection between the Zheng family's army in the Longyi base and the Zheng family's supply troops in the rear. Without food, Chengyi's base can be cut off. The Zheng family's army will not attack and destroy itself. Ruan Po said, Alas, if you could invite your Nanyang fleet at the beginning of the year, we would have been able to force the Zheng family's army to retreat from the long-serving base, so why wait until today? What you are saying is that we should go up the river and give full play to our advantages on the water, and should not be consumed on land with the Zheng family's army. Deng Qianglong agreed with Ruan Po. Time doesn't wait for me. Let's act as soon as possible. Ruan Yui urged that he couldn't wait to let the Ruan family win in this war. Ruan's fleet and the Nanyang fleet stopped at Rili seaport for a while, and then began to enter the river from Raihuaiku. If the Zheng family wanted to supply Chengyul, they had to cross this river. Perhaps he discovered the intentions of the Ruan family and the Nanyang fleet. Zheng Ying led more than 10,000 soldiers to give up the attack on the Rili seaport. At this time, there was no point. He had to follow the Ruan family fleet on the shore to prevent the Ruan family fleet from landing on the north shore. Our tactics are useful, and the Zheng family is really afraid of us adopting such tactics. Ruan Yui smiled when he saw the Zheng family soldiers on the shore clinging to them on the boat. When the Ruan's fleet and the Nanyang fleet entered about an eighth of the river, the small boats at the forefront of the fleet suddenly stopped, causing the main force of the rear fleet to stop. What happened? Ruan Yui didn't understand why the boat in front of him stopped. After a while, a small boat turned the bow, approached Ruan Yui's warship, and got on the deck to report the situation ahead to Ruan Yui. General, the Zheng family probably thought that we would cut off their supply line from the waterway. A chain line is set up on the river. If we cannot remove the chain line, the boat cannot continue to go west. The soldier on the boat reported to Ruan Yui, the iron cable Henjiang. The Zheng family really has a way. It is a pity that it only delayed our time for a short time. It was in vain. Come, let the ship that prepared kerosene pass and burn the iron cable. In the face of the disaster of the dead, Ruan Yui has long been a countermeasure is prepared. Soon 2 or 3 abandoned wooden boats carrying hay and kerosene took the initiative to pounce on the iron ropes across the river, and the blazing flames turned the river red. The Kyushu Army General's ship sent a semaphore, so that the general will go to the Darkin to discuss the landing. While Ruan Yui waited for the fireboat to burn the iron wire, soldiers who understood the semaphore came to report to him. Chapter 608 Anti-Water. General Deng, why did you come to me in a hurry to discuss the landing? Haven't we already agreed where to land? Ruan Yui took the 2 soldiers to the deck of the Darkin with 2 soldiers in the lowered boat, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. General Ruan Yui, the soldiers in front are still dealing with the iron ropes that prevent us from moving forward. Why don't we take advantage of this free time to have a cup of tea? I have good tea here. Would you like a cup? Deng Qianlong said. Now is a good time to block Zheng's food path. Where can I still drink tea? Ruan Yui, anxious, was a little puzzled. Deng Qianlong hung the emergency banner just to find himself to drink tea. Even if the Kyushu army is confident of its own strength, such an approach is too trivial in Ruan Yui's view. Why is General Ruan so puzzled? I think the Zheng family and Ruan family fought back and forth. After decades of fighting, they still have no distinction of victory or defeat. I haven't seen any losses in their own family. They are still high above the other, but below the bottom. The common people were treated as tools of war, hating each other, and didn't understand who was really causing them pain. Deng Qianlong carried me on his back, turned his back to Ruan Yui, and walked to the edge of the deck, looking towards the verdant river bank. I don't understand what you are talking about. Goodbye. Ruan Yui heard Deng Qianlong's inexplicable words, and a bad premonition emerged from the bottom of his heart that he wanted to leave Darkin as soon as possible. Since I'm here, I really won't let you go today. I have to drink the tea I made. With 2 fingers of Deng Qianlong's right hand, dozens of soldiers armed with rifles attacked Ruan Yui and his 2 soldiers. Surrounded. What are you going to do? Ruan Yui never thought that Deng Qianlong would turn back at this moment. His eyes widened as big as a copper bell, as if he had seen something impossible. As you say, I want to keep you and your entire Ruan family navy. Deng Qianlong turned around, without any muddle, tied him up, pushed it to the bow, and asked the Ruan family navy to surrender. Deng Qianlong, you have to understand what you are doing. We are teammates, and the real enemy is on the shore. Ruan Yui exclaimed, we signed a treaty not long ago to exchange 5 million tals of silver for your support. You must violate the agreement! So where is the 5 million tals of silver? Deng Qianlong asked rhetorically. 5 million, that is a loan for 20 years. Our Ruan family will repay it in the next 20 years. According to the agreement, you must help us defeat the main force of the Zheng family's imperial forest and regain the Qing base before you are eligible to ask us for it. 5 million tals of silver. Ruan Yui wanted to struggle, but the three of them were alone on the Darkin, and there were 500 people on the Darkin, the boatman and the handyman. They are now in the mouth of the sheep, and it is impossible to escape. The eager soldiers swarmed up, pinned Ruan Yui and others on the deck, and then savagely tied them with ropes. This is one of the two new generals of the Ruan family. Don't be so rude to him, Deng Qianlong said from the side. Deng Qianlong, give me a reasonable explanation why you betrayed the friendship between our Ruan family and your nine-state army. Ruan Yui continued to accuse Deng Qianlong entangledly. If Deng Qianlong did not give him a reasonable explanation, he would not be reconciled. Obviously the two sides will join forces to win, but one of them suddenly betrays. This kind of thing is simply letting people die, because there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. Deng Qianlong said coldly, I understand. It seems that the Zheng family has given you more benefits. Hey! Did they promise to give you Angang and even the entire Fukhan city? Also, besides these, what else can be more than 500 Wanliang silver still attracts you? Ruan Yui also mocked coldly. You know how big you are, what hoi important Fukhan city are, in the eyes of your people in Annan. They are the two most prosperous cities in southern Annan, but in our opinion, such cities abound in our central plains. What we want is for the entire Annan kingdom to be incorporated into our territory and achieve an unprecedented great cause. You should be honored to be the stepping stone to this unprecedented great cause. Deng Qianlong suddenly became proud and lived with his leisure in Hoyan port. The commander of the Nanyang fleet was completely changed. 2,000 years ago, Qin Shi Huang was swept away, and the name is 1,000 years old. And we are doing greater things today. We want to have greater deeds than Qin Shi Huang and a broader territory than Genghis Khan. Do you understand this? We think if you want to annex Nanyang and attack the Western Oceans, how dare you imagine? Deng Qianlong walked towards Ruan Yui step by step, and the ambition in it made Ruan Yui chill. In the process of dealing with the Kyushu army for more than a year, Ruan Yui learned about the greed of the Kyushu army, and it takes a corresponding price to hire them to fight for himself. Perhaps the Kyushu army also has its own ambitions and wants to fight with the Dutch. The Spaniard also occupied several ports in Nanyang, but he never thought that the Kyushu army wanted more than just ports. But all of them, mad. You are all crazy. Ruan Yui was frightened by Deng Qianlong, whose temperament changed drastically, and his spine fell to chill. But you have to eat one bite at a time. This may require the efforts of several generations. I am honored to be the first batch of heroes to open up the territory. Deng Qianlong said proudly, in the future, people who dabble in history books will definitely have me Deng Qianlong. Name. You should order your navy soldiers to surrender. Impossible. Ruan Yui resolutely rejected Deng Qianlong's proposal. Our Ruan family still has 10,000 navy divisions, 20,000 foot divisions, and 50,000 young men. They will not surrender even if they die with you. Knowing your sinister intentions, you will definitely join hands with us to deal with you. You want to turn our Annan kingdom into your territory. That is a foolish dream. TSK Tusk, do you have confidence in Lord Zheng? Unfortunately, he was also played by us. I think he now knows that we have forced a landing on your navy, but he still thinks that we are following him. The agreement is acting. Who knows that we are the last fishermen? Deng Qianlong said. Everything is understood. No wonder Lord Zheng has the courage to go south. So you also framed him. Only now has Ruan Yui connected everything, and found that the Bihinthasan's army turned out to be the Kyushu army. It's too late for you to understand. Just open it up and prepare to enter and suppress the Ruan's navy. Deng Qianlong turned his head and gave orders to the various formations. Now the upper reaches of the river are blocked by iron cables, and the downstream Nanyang fleet lined up against the water, and the Ruan's navy was actually surrounded. Chapter 609 Surrender. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. What happened? Why did the ships of the Nanyang fleet block the way downstream? Seeing that the Nanyang fleet suddenly turned its bow and looked like it was about to go to war with them, Ruan's navy was stunned, and the captains hurriedly asked the main ship for instructions. However, Ruan Yue, the supreme commander, was tricked into boarding by Deng Qianglong and caught. When all the ships raised their flags to ask the main ship for instructions, the main ship of the Ruan family navy was also at a loss. The second mates and other senior crew members gathered together, scratching their heads at the sudden change. Look! Their warship raised the flag. Want us to surrender? Some of the Ruan's navy generals then saw the signal sent to them by the Darkin, which was a semaphore asking them to surrender. This time they finally knew the intentions of the Kyushu army, and they actually wanted them to surrender. Obviously the Kyushu army had betrayed them, so why? Apart from being shocked, everyone was thinking about why this happened. That is our general. A soldier from the Ruan's navy pointed to the bow of the Darkin, and saw a faint figure being held by several soldiers of the Kyushu army on the bow. Originally, the two sides couldn't see the other side's face clearly. But as long as you think about it, you know that it is Ruan Yue who has been on the Darkin. The general was held hostage by them. What should we do now? Do you want to take the general back, or just like the Kyushu army said, the steerer let go of his work and cried open his throat? Everyone on the main ship, look at me, and when I look at you, they dare not speak up. And no one dares to make this important decision. If we want to take back the general, how do we defeat those giants? An adjutant looked at the four huge ships of the Nanyang fleet, Darkin, Doi, Dazhao, and Dahan. Not to mention sailing battleships, even the frigates that support them are enough for them to deal with. Everyone was still and there was no way to deal with the Nanyang fleet. Maybe we can break through their fleet with fire attack, and then join the defenders at Lirai Haiku, someone suggested. But then, even if we lose our lives, but the Nanyang fleet betrays us, Zheng's navy will soon be there. Together with the Rili garrison, we can only escape. Fleeing back to Hoiyin port? What else can we do? The Zheng family has the help of the Dutch fleet and the Nanyang fleet. No matter how brave our soldiers are, can they stop the attack of their 3 naval divisions? There was another objection. Look at others' ambitions to destroy our own power and prestige. Our Ruan family is going to be broken into pieces, and will not surrender to the enemy. They think that if the general is held captive, they can force us to surrender. Beat them. How to defeat them? Take the head fight. You are the son of Ruan, but I am not Ruan. My ancestors were originally the natives of the south. So why should I use my life to help the Ruan family resist them? Only on the main ship. The adjutant, the helmsman, and the sailors were divided into 2 factions, the main battle faction and the main surrender faction, and they were exposed to the artillery of the Nanyang fleet. A boat is turning back. I don't know who shouted. In the upper reaches of the Ruangia navy, a small boat raised the white flag, and under the leadership of the captain, it left the Ruangia navy without the consent of the main ship and ran towards the downstream Nanyang fleet. This small boat has only number 30 or 40 people, so a consensus can be reached soon. The captain and the sailors on the ship were very nervous. Their current ship was in the middle of the 2 camps, and it was very likely that they would be shelled by both sides. For Ruan's navy, they were the first traitors. If a captain loyal to Ruan's family ordered shelling, they would be attacked by the Ruan's navy. For the Nanyang fleet, you may not be assured of letting a small boat approach, because this may be the strategy of the Ruan's navy, taking the opportunity to approach the Nanyang fleet and then using the fire attack. My lord, do you say that the Nanyang fleet will accept us? The sailor on the ship asked anxiously. If they think we swindle and attack us with hundreds of artillery, we are likely to sink in this river. A sailor who has spent half his life dying in the river instead of on the vast sea will be laughed at in the future. We do everything to do with our destiny. The captain gripped the bar tightly. The ship that took the lead against the water quickly crossed the center line, but no ships on either side fired at them. Ruan's navy was watching, and the Nanyang fleet didn't seem to worry that just a small ship could cause harm to him. The sail battleship Darkin was even sure to destroy it with naval guns at the moment of short-term engagement. There is another ship against the water. Ruan's navy camp rioted again, only to see the two ships also hung white flags and sailed towards the camp of the Nanyang fleet. One of them is still the main battleship. It's backwater. It's all backwater. What should we do? If we surrender after falling behind, will we be held accountable by the Kyushu army afterwards? The captains of the other Ruan's naval divisions saw their companions lead by example, and the Kyushu army did not seem to be moving. One after another moved their minds. In a short while, Ruan's navy surrendered one after another. Some of the captains of the Ruan's navy who were loyal to the Ruan's navy had to see that the situation was gone, so they had no choice but to recognize the facts. On the bow of the Darkin, Ruan Yui watched his subordinates rebelliously and helplessly, and watched these warships belonging to the Ruan family raise the white flag. If the knife cut a piece of meat on him, not long ago, he was still discussing with Deng Qianlong how to repel the Zheng's navy, and now he was stabbed backhand by Deng Qianlong. This is the general trend. If everyone doesn't do some meaningless resistance, how many lives can be saved? Deng Qianlong came to the side of Ruan Yui, who was tied up by the 5 flowers, and looked at the white flag with Ruan Yui together with Ruan Yui. Up to now, I have nothing to say, but you pride yourself on benevolence, justice and morality, and you can't even do basic honesty. Confucianism is nothing but that. Ruan Yui said, benevolence, justice and morality are here to educate the people. As for these unclean things, we can only deal with them, the so-called soldiers' tricks. Deng Qianlong didn't care, and turned to the navy soldier to order, let the surrender the boats lined up one by one to surrender. If they swarm up, I will treat them as a surrender. Yes, the navy soldier said excitedly. It is certainly better than a fierce battle to subdue the Ruan's navy without moving one soldier and one blade. Even if the Nanyang fleet ships have advanced firearms, they will inevitably suffer casualties. Chapter 610 Control of Hoyan Port. The chaos of Hoyan Port has become a pot of porridge. This port may be the most open port in Annan. In addition to local residents, there are also Chinese merchants, Eastern merchants, and Western merchants who have settled here all the year round. However, all the residents of Hoyan Port exploded at this time. Just a few days ago, the Ruan's navy and the Nanyang fleet had just set off, and in a blink of an eye, the Ruan's navy and the Nanyang fleet returned. Moreover, the Nanyang fleet detained Ruan's navy and disembarked, causing an uproar among those who saw such a sight. I don't know why it was so. Encircle the water transport. As soon as the Dorai sailing battleship landed, a team of more than 100 soldiers quickly descended from the deck of the Dorai sailing battleship, and aimed directly at the water transport Yemen that governed Hoyan Port. The Nanyang fleet has stayed in Hoyan Port for a year, and knows the location of the water transport Yemen as well as the familiar roads here. The residents on the street didn't know what was going on. They just saw that the usually gentle Nanyang fleet soldiers became fierce and squeezed out the crowd to kill the Kaon Yemen. So they quickly closed the doors and windows, some boldly looking through the cracks in the door. Soldiers of the Nanyang fleet. In addition to the soldiers of the Kyushu army who killed the Kaon Yemen, several groups of soldiers descended from the warships of the Nanyang fleet to control the streets separately. At this time, there were only a few dozen people in the Kaon Yemen who were dealing with internal affairs. Ruan Luo was still dozing off, and more than 100 soldiers surrounded the Kaon Yemen. Bang! The two Yemen were beaten into the Yemen by soldiers of the Kyushu army, and they didn't even have time to ask questions. Were you soldiers of the Nanyang fleet? What are you doing here? The little official in the Yemen saw dozens of Kyushu soldiers coming in with muskets, so he stood up nervously and asked. All Yemen officials including Ruan Luo were alarmed and came out of various houses. Hoyan Port is under the jurisdiction of our Kyushu army from now on. You are all prisoners. The Navy lieutenant who led the soldiers looked around the officials inside the Kaon Yemen, with murderous eyes that made the officials in the Yemen tremble with fright. "Why can you remove our official position? Is there a document from the Lord?" Ruan Luo said. Ruan Luo was completely sleepy when he was so scared by the Kyushu army just now. By this, with a wave of the Navy officer, a dozen Dreiser rifles were pointed at Ruan Luo. As long as he gave an order, Ruan Luo would be beaten into a hornet's nest. "My lord," the officials behind Ruan Luo cast their eyes to Ruan Luo. What's more, they gently pressed Ruan Luo's shoulder to signal him to calm down and deal with the current situation. "If it weren't for the fact that we and your water transport Yemen often communicate with each other, I might have to commit a murder today. The people here will confiscated all the weapons and sharp blades in the Yemen to prevent them from thinking about it," the lieutenant said strongly. Under the command of a lieutenant officer, the Navy began to search for weapons in the water transport Yemen. "General, we found something very dangerous." A team of naval soldiers carried a few wooden boxes. Seeing these wooden boxes, almost all the water transportation officials turned pale. "What dangerous thing?" said the lieutenant. "Open it and check it." "No," Ruan Luo exclaimed anxiously. But no matter what his name was, he couldn't stop the Navy soldier from opening a few wooden boxes in front of everyone. At the moment when the wooden box was opened, the golden and silver luster was radiant, making everyone's eyes bright. This simple wooden box turned out to be a variety of precious metals such as gold ingots, silver ingots, and Western silver dollars. It is indeed a very dangerous thing. The historical records has said that the world is booming, all for profit. The world is hustling, all for profit. This silver pair is really harmful. The Navy officer picked up a piece of Spain, the double pillar silver dollar, played with it in his hand, and then threw it in. "Temporarily escort this dangerous thing to our ship, and we will take care of it." Ruan Luo was angrily trying to vomit blood when he heard the Navy's brazen words. "The prince of the Kyushu army, I don't know why you attacked Archeon Yemen with your troops, but these are the treasury silver of Archeon Yemen, which must be handed over to Fukhan City at the end of each year. If you take away these 2 silvers, the Lord blames it, and our heads are about to fall to the ground." An official of the water transportation Yemen hesitated and tried to stand up and stop the treasury that had been collected for a long time by the Kyushu army. "Don't worry, your lord will not blame you, because soon the Ruan family will be over. In the next few days, you will stay in the Yemen, and we will have soldiers guarding you. If you try to resist or want to escape, come out. Don't blame us for seeing the blood." Before leaving, the Navy lieutenant gave a sentence, making the water transportation officer struck by lightning. After a Navy officer escorted Kuyin to leave, an official did not slow down. "What?" He said that the Ruan family is going to die? Didn't the Kyushu army help us deal with the Zheng family? Why did they become our enemies? "Sir, what is going on?" "You ask me, who do I ask? I don't know why the Kyushu army has become our enemy. What about Ruan Yui? What are the people above?" Ruan Luo, who was instantly seized by the Kyushu army and Qian, was also confused. "There is a sense of confusion about who I am, where I am, and what I am doing. There are no more Nguyen soldiers in Hoi port." Now then, Nguyen family's forces are divided into 3 parts. The first main force is at the Chent Fort defense line to fight against the Zheng family's Southern Imperial Army. The second main force is subdued by the Nanyang fleet, and the third main force is surrendered. Defend the capital in Fukhan City. Except for these 3 troops, the rest of the Ruan family's territory is empty, and there is no need to divide the troops to attack and looting. It only needs to eliminate the defensive troops of the royal capital, and the Ruan family has only one lone army left. Next, you are going to attack Fukhan City, right? Oh, I can't believe that our Ruan family will fall to this point. But you only have a few thousand navy divisions. Even if you take Fukhan City, you will not be able to form a rule. The Ruan family still has 20,000 soldiers in Cheng base. If you join forces with the Zheng family and tens of thousands of coalition forces go south, Fukhan City will not be yours. Ruan knew he was taken as a prisoner, and Deng Qianlong took him by his side to witness how the Kyushu army attacked Ruan step by step. Home. Really? Deng Qianlong said lightly. But I am not in a hurry to attack Fukhan City now. And do you really think we only have these thousands of naval masters? We might as well tell you, Guangzhou Mansion an infantryman is above the sea. According to the date, they should almost arrive at Hoyan Port. 611 chapters alert. On the third day, when Hoyan Port was taken over by the Kyushu army, a group of troop carriers and supply ships from the Canton Mansion arrived at Hoyan Port, only 2 days later than the expected date. Even though it was delayed for 2 days, in this era of underdeveloped communications, and separated by a sea of variables, it is too difficult to cooperate. This group of fleets is vast, with about 100 ships, not only the troop carriers produced by the Dalian shipyard, but also merchant ships, fishing vessels and other vessels temporarily requisitioned as troop carriers and supply ships. Compared with the number of ships in the Nanyang fleet, how many times more? Western merchants in the Hoyan port witnessed a group of elite Eastern soldiers getting off the troop carrier, then counting their heads in the port in an orderly manner, and then stationing them in accordance with the camp assigned by Deng Qianlong in advance. These elite infantry and the navy soldiers of the Nanyang fleet pose an even greater threat to the Ruan family, because they are good at siege of cities and land and large-scale battles. A young general in army uniform got off a troop carrier and saw Deng Qianlong personally come to meet him. He hurriedly speeded up and came to Deng Qianlong. Commander Cao Bianjiao of the 6th Corps arrived in accordance with the instructions of the military headquarters. There was a storm in the sea. I'm 2 days late. Ask the commander to punish. When you encounter a storm at sea, there is no other way. I think the military will also be considerate. Don't take it to your heart, Deng Qianlong said, after Cheng Yi, the commander of the 6th Corps, went to lead the independent corps. Your brother-in-law Cao Wenzhou is temporarily acting as the commander of the 6th Corps. I thought he personally led the troops. I didn't expect the military to send you. How old are you this year? My subordinates are 22. Does the commander think I am incapable of completing the tasks assigned to me by the military? Cao Bianjiao said unconvincedly. You are too sensitive. I am not distrusting you. It is just a little bit different from what I originally imagined. 20 years old is a good time for a man to make contributions. The commander of the Beiyang fleet, Zheng Zilong, is already a pirate leader across the world at this time. The Lord has also set up troops in southern Lining. The army has recently recruited a large number of new recruits in order to train batches of outstanding generals for China to maintain a strong military strength. Don't let the army masters expect you. Deng Qianlong encouraged the rising generation Cao Bianjiao. If Cao Bianjiao is just as a hostile character who talks about war on paper, then Deng Qianlong is also worried that he will lose Jingzhou carelessly when the Kyushu army has a great advantage. But Deng Qianlong knows that Cao Bianjiao joined the army when he was more than 10 years old, and followed his uncle Cao Wenzhou to crusade against the peasant army. In fact, he has been able to lead his own army. Of course, Cao Bianjiao did not have the opportunity to bring a large number of troops. To be on his own, he needed more experience. This time the military department simply arranged the Handianan Kingdom battlefield for Cao Bianjiao's experience. The subordinates will certainly not let down the expectations of the army owner. This time I brought the 6th Corps with 6,000 people, as well as some civilians and handymen, and more importantly, ammunition, grain and grass. Cao Bianjiao pointed behind him and berthed in the port. The supple ship said, these ammunition, grain and grass are enough to take down Fukhan City. We wait for the rectification of the troops, and immediately send our troops north to attack Fukhan City. Don't worry, you come all the way, take a rest for 1 night. And tomorrow I will personally lead 2,000 naval officers to attack Fukhan City with you. Deng Qianlong said. As early as after Hoyan Port was occupied by the Kyushu army, the children of the Ruan family from Hoyan Port escaped from Hoyan Port and spread the news of the Kyushu army's betrayal to various places. causing an uproar in all parts of the Ruan family. This sensation was even more shocking than the rebellion of the third prince of the Ruan family, Ruan Fuchang, the previous year. If Nguyen Phuoc's rebellion can still be suppressed by the army, now the Kyushu army's betrayal has completely left the Nguyen family at a loss. The Ruan family is under attack by two forces stronger than himself, and it is impossible to find other foreign aid. Fukhan City received an urgent report, and a group of clan old uncles from the Ruan family jumped out to rectify the city's defenses and expropriate the people. Although the Kyushu army has not yet arrived, Fukhan City is already flying around, worrying that the Kyushu army will come soon. Horses sending letters galloped out from Fukhan City one after another, sending bad news to the Ruan family's army on the Chengde defensive line, and the 20,000 Ruan family's troops on the Chengde defensive line were their last hope. Urgent report. Urgent report. The messenger galloped from Fukhan City to Chengde base without stopping. When the horses rushed under the Chengde base, they were so tired that they collapsed and fell. The messenger was thrown out unexpectedly! Exclamation mark. Help. The defenders of Chengde base hurriedly helped the messenger, who fell to the ground. There was blood on his forehead, but he still kept shouting excitedly, "Urgent report, hurry, take me to see the regent and General Ruan Yujin." Seeing that the defenders of Chengde base were their own people, and there seemed to be extremely important things, they didn't dare to delay too much, so they took this messenger into Chengde base. What? His Kyushu army also deceived too much. I promised to pay them 5 million tals of silver in 20 years, and they still betray us at this time. The regent Nguyen Phuc angrily patted their wooden table, and the teapots and cups on it were there. Was a shock. Ruan Yujin had a black face and didn't know what he was thinking about, but when he heard such bad news, his mood would definitely not get better. Ruan Yujin, why are you saying this? Why did the Kyushu army betray us? Isn't 5 million tals of silver not enough to satisfy them? Ruan Phuc's tone was already full of irritability. This is as uncomfortable as when you imagine that your winning ticket is in hand. The god-teamed mate suddenly stabbed you in the back. Either the Zheng family gave them better conditions than us. This is very possible, because the Zheng family has a larger site and a larger population than us, and the conditions that can be provided are better than us, Ruan Yujin said. The conditions are better than ours? Could it be that Zheng Zhong can give 10 million tals of silver to the Kyushu army? 10 million tals of silver? I don't believe Zheng will take it out with the pain. Ruan Fuxi was still furious. If the Kyushu army was bought by the Zheng family, it's okay. I'm most afraid. Ruan Yujin suddenly flashed, as if thinking of something terrible. His body trembled involuntarily. What are you most afraid of? Ruan Fuxi asked. If the Kyushu army betrayed us not by the Zheng family, but by the Kyushu army's own will, it would be really terrifying. Ruan Yujin said his guess, and even he himself was taken aback by his own thoughts. You mean the Kyushu army isn't? Nguyen Phuc was also taken aback. We have planned our territory a long time ago, just waiting for the opportunity. To be sure, if this is the case, I think we need to find answers from our enemies for decades. The Zheng family. Ruan Yujin said. Chapter 612. Escape. Zheng Ji, the Lord of Zheng, is commanding the Yulin army to attack the defense line of Chengde on the high ground south of Chengde base. Both sides have suffered great losses these days, but Zheng Ji believes that this time he is about to unify Annan Kingdom and complete his grandfather and father's unfinished generations. Career. My lord, our soldiers found the note handed down under the Chengde base, and they are here to serve it. The Zheng family general who was supervising the battle in the front handed the note to Zheng Bing. What the hell is the Ruan family doing? It's not good to fight the war, but instead a note came. Could it be that they wanted to surrender? Zheng Ping took the note as if talking to himself. After reading the content on the note, Zheng Ji said with joy, "Ha ha ha, the Kyushu army really lived up to expectations. It turned out to betray the Ruan family as agreed, and also counterattacked Hoiyin Port, posing a threat to Fukhan City. Look at this. Back to Nguyen Phuc River, do you still have the mind to continue to stop us at Chengde base? Lord, I am sorry for my subordinates. They have also read the contents of these notes. The Ruan family requested a temporary truce with us and jointly dealt with the Kyushu army who landed in Hoyan port. Don't they know that the Kyushu army has been bought by us? Are you still stupid enough to ask us for help? Said the general who sent the note. How did they think that the Kyushu army, which they take seriously, would betray them? And they were still bought by us. It seems that the capture of Fukhan City is just around the corner. As Zhengji said, he seemed to have thought of something. His voice gradually became low, and finally stopped abruptly. Master, what's the matter with you? General Zheng asked, seeing that Zhengji was abnormal. Oops, the note from the Ruan family reminds this king. Zheng Bing's expression turned pale. Go to the shopkeeper Jia, I want to confirm. Treasurer Jia, General Zheng asked inexplicably. It's just a few big businessmen that the Kyushu army contacted us. They are in the barracks, Zheng Ping urged. If they don't come, catch them. Hurry. Yes. Although the General Zheng family couldn't understand why Zhengji suddenly asked for the contact person of the Kyushu army here, but the ruler was dictator, he just led the troops to invite people. In a decent camp in the camp, there were a few Kyushu army liaisons who had brought the firearms to support the Zheng family from Guangzhou, so they were well received in the Zheng family camp. Treatment. After the General Zheng's time and broke into the military tent, he found that the military tent was empty and there was no contact person for the Kyushu army. Where are the people from the Kyushu army? The Zheng family general looked for the captain who came to see the guard's account with a black face. If you go back to the general, they said early in the morning that they were going to the front line for inspection, and they also said it was an order from the Lord. The younger ones didn't dare to stop them, so they asked 2 soldiers to protect them. The team leader didn't know what happened. Serious things, but seeing that the face above is so bad, I can't help but walk on thin ice. Where are the 2 soldiers? They haven't come back yet. Asshole. The Zheng family general slapped the team leader fiercely. The team leader was in pain but dared not speak. Having lost the traces of several liaisons of the Kyushu army, General Zheng did not immediately lead people to Chenghe Base. The camp is located between Chenghe Base and Chengde Base. To the west is the mountains and forests, to the east is the sea, and to the south is the Chengde Base in battle. The people of the Kyushu army have to go through Chenghe Base if they want to escape. When the generals of the Zheng family rushed to Chenghe Base non-stop, they found that several members of the Kyushu army had already used Zhengji's orders to leave Chenghe Base. By the time they passed the level, the 2 soldiers who had protected them had disappeared, and most of them had been killed. Damn it. The General Zheng used his riding whip to slap the wall of the Long Yulai. His anger faded a bit and said to his left and right men, let's go back. At the mouth of the river, there was a fishing boat waiting for Zhang Yuan and the others, who had successfully escaped. When Zhang Yuan and his party got on the boat, they breathed a sigh of relief. The fishing boat loosened the ropes tied to the stakes on the shore and went down the river. While Long sat down on the wooden chair and poured tea into the teacup. I'm so thirsty. This time is really too dangerous. Fortunately, we moved fast enough. I said, Zhang Yuan, can you not take this risk in the future? I have to follow Zhengji to the front line. How can you dispel his worries if you don't enter the tiger's lair and take a hostage in Zhengji's barracks? Zhang Yuan sat down politely, and took a grass fan next to him. This time we carefully arranged and played with the Ruan family and the Zheng family. I don't know how they would respond if they knew the truth. If it were me, I would just jump into the river and drown. While Long said, the worst outcome for us is that they join forces to deal with us. But unfortunately, we also sent 2 troops, so they will only fight for everyone. Zhengji heard that our army's independent corps was sent to Nangguan. Hong will definitely return to the division to rise to Dragon City, and fight to the death with the independent corps. The Ruan family will go south to rescue Fukhan City. Zhang Yuan speculated. I have seen in the Zheng family barracks these days that many soldiers of the Zheng family were killed and wounded in the battle against the Chengde base. Fighting spirit and morale were also consumed almost, and our independent corps trained for a year. and the morale is in full swing, visible and knowable. Although Wai Long is an intelligence chief, you can also imagine the result of the Zheng family's encounter with the independent corps. It's one thing to win, but it's another thing to win, Zhang Yuan said. Hey, this time we have made another contribution. I have to say that this feeling of calculating others is really pleasant. I can't hate it a few times. Wai Long poured a few cups of tea fiercely to quench his thirst. Hey, you are one of the senior officials of the intelligence department. It is really creepy to say such a thing, Zhang Yuan cried. I'm just joking, Wai Long said sly. The fishing boat floated down the river, and no one would have thought that the seemingly ordinary people on these fishing boats had calculated a party overlord. Boom! Muzhai collapsed and shattered under the shelling of artillery. The Zheng family soldiers who originally shot at the Kyushu army on Muzhai fell down with Muzhai before they had time to escape. The Kyushu army is coming in. The Zheng family soldiers trapped inside Muzhai fell into a panic. The Muzhai gate, which was easy to defend and hard to attack, was as vulnerable as the straw without the autumn harvest under the shelling of the Kyushu army's advanced artillery. Surrender and don't kill. The soldiers of the Kyushu army rushed in with muskets. The soldiers surrounded the Zheng family soldiers in Muzhai in several ways, shouting the dialect they had just learned. The commander of the Independence Corps, Chang Yi, came in under the embrace of a soldier, and looked around the Zheng family soldiers and the people living in Muzhai. Hand over your weapons, and you will be under the management of the Chief Secretary of Jozi in the future. Chapter 613 Attack on Gaoping. Some mountain people in Muzhai looked at the intruders of the Kyushu army in horror, their eyes full of panic, and they were extremely afraid that these soldiers would kill their group. Chengyi's army boots stepped in front of them, and every step they stepped on made their hearts tremble. All the soldiers belonging to the Zheng family here are escorted to Langsun. The other mountain people will be released. They are not our enemies, Chang Yi said to the translator beside him. The interpreter nodded, and slapped the mountain people, and the mountain people's expressions eased. Commander of the Corps, we have captured Langsun city, and several major surrounding villages have also been taken by us. Except for more than 1,000 defenders fleeing to the Goping area, only a few scattered local defenders are left. It's time to attack Goping or Shenglong city. Brigadier Huang Degong of the 5th Infantry Brigade said to Cheng Yi. Because the number of the Independent Corps is large, 3 times that of the normal Army Corps, there are more brigades and battalions than the normal corps. There are a total of 8 infantry brigades, and 1 independent artillery brigade is under the direct command of Cheng Yi. Among them, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd infantry brigades were led by the deputy commander Tan Meng from the Yunnan Chief Secretary along the Red River. The remaining 6 infantry brigades went from Zenin Pass to Langshan city, breaking through all the way, until the fall of Liangshan city. Huang Degong was originally a general of the 4 towns in Jiangbai of the short-lived Nanming regime, but after the Kyushu army agreed not to kill the Nanming emperor, Huang Degong chose to surrender to the Kyushu army. Later, the Kyushu army used him and went to the Independence Corps to serve as the brigade commander of the infantry brigade. Since the expansion of the Kyushu army was too fast, the talents were far from keeping up with the expansion of the army, so a large number of Ming Dynasty generals were used in large numbers, which is equivalent to the fact that the Kyushu army inherited the generals of Chongzhen at the end of the Ming Dynasty. They are still the earliest confidants that Liu Sheng brought up with his own hands. Well, although there are local troops of the Zheng family in some mountains and rainforests to maintain order, we don't have the energy to go to those rugged places to clear them out. But before attacking Thanglong city, I have to meet the leaders of the local people here. You send people to visit various villages and invite them to Langsun city to participate in our conference, Chang Yi said. But they think we are outsiders who come to occupy their farmland and forests. I am afraid that we will be swept away by Langsun city. They may not dare to come, Huang Degong said. So the purpose of this conference is to dispel their worries and give them a little peace of mind, knowing that our arrival will not have any adverse effects on them for the time being. The local people we recruited must be sent to avoid miscommunication, and we must assure them that we will never hurt them. If we are willing to surrender to us and come to Langshan City's villages, we will be exempt from tax for 1 year. Shang Yi said. A year's tax should be able to impress them. Huang Degong thought for a while. I will now send people to various large villages to notify them. Zhao Rongyi, come here, Shang Yi said to another brigade general beside him. What is the command of the regiment commander? Said the brigade officer known as Zhao Gairong. He was also a general of the original Ming army, but he was not a general of the Ming army in the Jiangwei area, but a general of the Ming army in the Xiu area. He is currently the brigade commander of the 6th Infantry Brigade of the Independent Corps. According to the intelligence sent back by the spies who infiltrated the Goping area this year, there were about 4,000 defenders in the Goping area. Almost all of them were left behind when Lord Zheng attacked Mo Jingyuan to continue suppressing the Goping area. They were quite combative. In addition to the 4,000 Zheng's army, there are also some tribes with sturdy folk customs. They are scattered in the mountains and forests, and they are also worthy of being careful. You can have the confidence to lead the 6th Brigade to the west to capture Goping City and suppress the entire Goping area. Cheng Yi asked. Confidence. Zhao Gairong straightened his chest, and there was a scar on his right face. It was an old wound left by fighting the peasant army that was running around in the Xiu area. In addition, Zhao Gairong's body with the tiger back and waist appeared to be very fierce and good at fighting. Okay, I will give you Mo Jingyuan. He used to be the leader of the Mo kingdom that occupied the Goping area. He is very popular in the Goping area. Even if 1 year has passed, he should still have a foundation in the local area, as long as he wins over him. Some old units should be able to take the Goping area more easily. In addition, I will give you an artillery battalion of the Independent Artillery Brigade. Cheng Yi said. If Mo Jingyuan is in hand, and there is an additional artillery battalion support, within half a month, the subordinates will be able to put down Goping. Zhao Gairong believes. You must be careful, step by step. This is no better than the Xiu land you used to be in, and the mountain forests when we trained in Guilin. We are too unfamiliar with this place, and the Goping area is rich in mountains and rain forests. Master Zheng also spent several decades. It takes time to defeat the Mo kingdom. Before Zhao Gairong set off, Cheng Yi still reminded Zhao Gairong, I will give you 1 month to capture Goping City, and 3 months for the villages in the Goping area to surrender. Yes, Zhao Gairong hurriedly went down to rectify his troops, preparing to attack the Goping area in the northwest. The Goping area is adjacent to Langshan. The reason for taking the Goping area is mainly because of the fear that the main force of the Independent Corps will go south to attack Shenglong City and that the Zheng family defenders in the Goping area will steal the way. However, even if the 6th Infantry Brigade did not capture Goping City, as long as it entered the Goping area, it would be able to contain the local forces and various villages, which has achieved its strategic goal. I don't know where the West Route Army led by Tan Meng has attacked. After Cheng Yi arranged the next arrangements, he speculated on the progress of the West Route Army down the Red River. After Zhao Gairong received the order to attack Goping City, he recruited 3 infantry battalions and 1 independent artillery battalion officers to count the troops. Each battalion counts the troops and sets off in 2 hours. Zhao Gairong said to everyone, General, our artillery battalion attacked the cottage this time, but we did not bring all the artillery over, and a considerable part of the artillery remained in Langsun. The battalion officer of the artillery battalion frowned slightly. A part of our battalion forces are in the villages west of the Ming Dynasty, and it also takes time to assemble. The battalion officer of 2 infantry battalions said, It's too hard. Zhao Gairong saw that the ministries still need time to assemble. He was impatient and felt very dissatisfied. He thought about it carefully. The Zheng family troops in Goping area are just a group of native chickens and shingles. I first led a battalion to enter Goping First region. After you have assembled, you will arrive with the artillery battalion. The commander of the corps said that you can't underestimate the enemy, General. You can't try the risk yourself. A battalion officer persuaded. My intention has been decided, no need to say more. Zhao Gairong stopped their words. Chapter 614 Jungle Village. In a jungle in the Kaoping area, a group of Zheng family soldiers who fled from Langsun to here gradually gathered here. A general of the Zheng family in armor and sword. In front of him was a pile of soldiers stained with dirt and branches. In order to escape, they have not taken a bath for several days. I didn't expect that the hateful Mingren would take the initiative to cross the border and attack our territory. We lost Langsun when we were caught off guard. This does not mean that we have failed. We must attack the Kyushu army who invaded our territory. We know how good we are. The general glanced at everyone. But my lord, the artillery of the Kyushu army is powerful. We are not their opponents. We retreated in a hurry. We couldn't even bring much dry food. We couldn't eat enough. How could we fight? The morale of the soldiers was low, and many people complained. Quiet, quiet. The general banged the iron gong with his saber, and the harsh sound made the soldiers quiet. There is a tribe nearby. Last year, under their leadership, we calmed down the Goping area. And we sent a lot of silver coins last year. We only need to declare to them that the Kyushu army will invade their territory and believe that they will be willing to give it to us, provide food and help. This jungle is the best cover given to us by the gods. Here we are more than 1,000 people more powerful than the 100,000 army. Even if the Kyushu army comes, we will not be afraid. The general's encouragement made the troops who fled into the mountains and forests cheered up again. Yes, they are the people who live on this land, and their familiarity with this land has doubled their confidence. Zhao Gairong led an infantry battalion to advance along the official road from Langsun City to Kaobin City. It is said to be an official road, but the roads of Annan are like mountain trails compared to the roads in Central Plains, which are relatively spacious. Many sections of the road are overgrown with weeds, and snakes, insects, rats and ants can be seen everywhere. There are still many mountain rain forests in the area from Langsun to Goping, which makes the march even more difficult. There were about 1,000 people in the first barracks, marching slowly with mules and donkeys. These mules and donkeys are basically collected locally. Annan is short of horses, but there are still 2 elephants pulling artillery. Zhao Gairong rode a warhorse brought from Gwinxi chief secretary, desperate. He is confident that it will take half a month to calm the Goping area, but at the current marching speed, it is estimated that it will take a while to reach Goping City. This elephant is really a good thing. It has great power and is most suitable for transporting artillery. An artilleryman walked behind the elephant and looked after the artillery. There are not many elephants at all. It is very rare to find 2 trained elephants here, said a local person training elephants. What? Suddenly a scream caused quite a stir among the marching troops. What happened? Zhao Gairong saw the turmoil in the front stage and sent someone to the front to ask. After a while, the soldier who went to inquire returned. General, someone in front of him was bitten by a poisonous snake. It is a very venomous snake. The soldier who was bitten has died. Such poison? Zhao Gairong was shocked. Should the poisonous snake be killed? Has been beheaded by all the soldiers. Let the soldiers be cautious and avoid the weeds as much as possible. If you have to smash the grass and startle the snakes before you can walk. Zhao Gairong thought for a moment. In addition, the sacrificed soldiers were buried on the spot and carved a stone monument to give future generations a thought. Miss you. The 1,000-member army marching towards Goping City witnessed the burial of the soldier killed by the poisonous snake, and then continued along the official road. But the atmosphere became a little heavy. On the hillside not far away, a few natives with mud and grass juice on their faces hid in trees, and they found Kyushu soldiers on the winding road. Sure enough, as the people of the Zheng family said, the northern barbarians went south to invade our land, and they almost killed all the people in Langshan Tucking. Dozens of villages were also slaughtered. I didn't expect them to finally become to attack us. Scoping. A native said worriedly. Let's go back and notify the chief. Think of a way to attack them before they find our village. or they will use artillery to bomb our village." Several natives exchanged briefly, and quickly sank into the jungle and disappeared in place. There is a large-scale tribe in the jungle, with thousands of people, surrounded by mountains and rivers, with its own paddy fields and hunting grounds. There are many tribes like this in Annan. They are rebellious and self-sufficient by relying on their own cottages. Even the rulers do not give much face. If the ruler and them turn their faces and send troops to attack, these tribes and villages will join forces to resist, but they will hide in the mountains and forests if they can't beat them. Therefore, the rulers have a headache and can only draw them as far as possible. Especially the tribes in the north of Annan Kingdom. They are essentially no different from the chieftains of the Chief Secretary of Yunnan and Guangxi. However, the Chief Secretary of Yunnan and Guangxi had already surrendered a lot to the capital, and some chieftains even actively sent troops to support the imperial court in the Ming Dynasty. The leader of this village was waiting at the gate of the village for a reply from the tribe who was sent to find the traces of the Kyushu army, and beside him, he was found by the general of the Zheng family. According to General Zheng's description, the Kyushu army, like the Meng Yuan who had called hundreds of years ago, slaughtered cities and villages wherever it went. The horrible legend of Meng Yuan has been circulated to this day. Let them stand in battle. The leader, really, the Kyushu army has really come. Several natives who found the Kyushu army on the hillside returned to the village and reported to the leader. They actually came here. This time it's a disaster from heaven. The tribal leader with white temples beat his chest and his feet. Abominable northern barbarians, they have been coveting our fertile farmland for a long time, and they have repeatedly violated us. They are really unsettled. The Mongols came over 400 years ago, and there are corpses everywhere. The Ming people came over 200 years ago and they arrested us. The people of the tribe acted as slaves and transported the gold and silver treasures, pigs, horses, cattle and elephants to the central plains, causing us great suffering. I don't know if they will get worse this time, General Zhengji said in grief while using it. The corner of the eye looked at the tribal chief. The old people in the clan say that the northern barbarians are really hateful. They must be wiped out before they arrive. The tribe leader resolutely said, "I can't let our paradise be destroyed by them. It's so good. We can work together to eliminate them in the jungle and drive the hateful northern barbarians back to their place." The Zheng family general said quickly. 615 chapters. Sneak attack. General, we have been marching for a long time in order to hurry. The soldiers are exhausted physically and mentally and should take a short rest. The battalion officer of the first barracks was sweating and ran over and said to Zhao Gairong. Zhao Gairong looked back at the soldiers, and found that the soldiers were sweating, and their expressions all revealed that they were tired. Temporarily rest here and start cooking. Although Zhao Gairong is eager to march, the soldiers are only humans after all. Marching in the mountains and forests with unfamiliar terrain consumes much energy and can only allow the soldiers to rest first. When the soldiers of the first barracks agreed to rest, they cheered, and then urged the cooks to cook. Send sentry guards around to prevent enemies or snakes and beasts from infesting. Zhao Gairong still sent scouts cautiously. The soldiers serving as scouts scattered around the official road with a bitter face, and the whole camp was able to rest, but they were the only ones who continued to wander. In the jungle, hunters lurking are approaching the Kyushu army that has lost its vigilance. Perhaps it was easier for the Kyushu army to conquer Langshan this time, so the soldiers of the Kyushu army didn't think there was anything difficult for the Anango Zheng family to deal with, because the main force of the Zheng family went south to Chenya Fort at this time, and the north was just scattered local troops. That's it. Niang Sipi, I have been walking for 2 days. The enemy hasn't seen one. Many of my companions have died under the mouth of poisonous insects in the jungle. When will they reach Goping so that I can finish the war as soon as possible? I want to go back to Jiangnan. Now, a sentry holding a Draeser rifle said to another sentry who came with him to investigate in this direction. Of course, this mountainous area is not as good as the gentle township of Jiangnan. But if you want to accumulate military merits and promotion, you still have to come here to experience. Another sentry said, if it was placed in the past, we would not have a chance to be promoted. Now it is good. If you are brave in combat, you will have extra salary. You can also accumulate combat exploits, and get promoted by virtue of your combat exploits. If I can be a captain, I'll be satisfied. Even if the battalion officer or something is given to me, I don't have that ability. The sentry said. Suddenly, there was a rustling noise in the jungle, alerting the two sentries. They looked at each other, holding muskets, and approached the jungle one after another. Who? Come out to me. A sentry who walked in front was holding a rifle and was about to pull the trigger. At this moment, a cold light flashed in the dense forest, and a poisonous arrow sank into the sentinel's throat, piercing out from the back of his neck, carrying blood. The sentinel who was still talking just now gradually lost his look. He wanted to yell, but his throat was pierced, and he couldn't even say a word before he died, only a dry rustle. There is an enemy. The sentinel who followed saw the tragic death of his companion and was shocked, so he started to fire a warning shot. However, a sharp dagger stuck out from behind him and cut his throat. The dagger, which was splashing with cold light, had a purplish luster in the air, and it was obviously also highly poisonous. The two sentries were resolved silently. After they fell to the ground, dozens of people appeared in the jungle. In our jungle, they are no different from ordinary prey. One of the natives retracted the poisonous dagger and looked at the two cold corpses on the ground indifferently. Don't take it lightly. Their strength lies not in fighting alone, but in using intensive firearms to destroy the enemy. The Zheng family soldier said, in the jungle, where are our silent bows and arrows useful for firearms? Is this the powerful firearm you said? A native picked up the Dreiser rifle on the ground and played it in his hand. Their muskets are weird. You have to be careful, the Zheng family soldier quickly reminded. Bang! A clear gunshot resounded through the forest, stunned a group of forest birds. The natives who accidentally triggered the Dreiser rifle were shocked, and the rifles fell to the ground. The faces of the surrounding natives and Zheng's soldiers turned pale. It's great now. As soon as the gunshots sound, their concealment is likely to disappear. The local people blushed and didn't know how to apologize. Zhaorongi and others who were recuperating heard a gunshot in the jungle, and many soldiers immediately grabbed the muskets beside them and faced the lush jungle back to back. Don't panic, everyone. Maybe it's just a beast encountered by the sentry. Zhaorongi stopped everyone in time, and he also pulled out the saber around his waist and looked around vigilantly. In the jungle just now, the vegetation shook for a while, and a tiger leapt over and sank into the forest again. It's a tiger, a soldier yelled as he witnessed the tiger flashing by in the forest. Sure enough, I just met a beast. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay if it's just tigers. They have 1,000 people, and everyone has weapons on their bodies, and the king of the forest poses no threat to them. It was probably judged that the sentry encountered the beast, and everyone relaxed and continued to rest. However, as the main general, Zhao Gairong was not so relieved, and said to a small team leader, you take your team to pick up the sentries over there. Even if they encounter beasts, they may need to respond. Yes. The team leader immediately led a dozen of his men into the jungle in that direction. There are a lot of beasts here. I've seen snakes, tigers, and wild elephants all these ways. We, the chief secretary of Yunnan, also have a lot of beasts, which are commonplace for our Miao people. There are still many people playing with poisonous insects in some villages in deep mountains and old forests. Really or not, poisonous insects can also be used to playthings. Are you afraid of being bitten by poisonous insects? I lie to you, the Jerku said. Let us call it Liangu. The soldiers who were taking a break couldn't help talking about it, thinking that everyone agreed that they were beasts, as long as someone chased them away. It's just a beast. Zhaorongi still felt a little uneasy after sending out a small team to respond to the sentry. This uneasy feeling is not that Zhaorongi has discovered anything unusual, but is just an intuition of danger brought about by years of battle. You all cheer me up and patrol everywhere. Zhao Rongi assembled his own guards again and asked them to temporarily serve as sentinels. Just after Zhao Gairong sent a team into the jungle, this team encountered the natives and Zheng's troops in the jungle, and there were intensive firearms. The local people and the Zheng family thought that they and others had been exposed, so they started to attack in advance. The local people and Zheng family soldiers lurking all around, shooting volleys of bows and arrows and muskets in the forest, shooting at the Kyushu army in the bright place. Enemy attack. The Kyushu soldiers who reacted this time quickly picked up their muskets again, searched for cover and counterattacked, and the stoves and iron pots were scattered all over the place in a panic. Chapter 616 Counterattack. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. General, we have been marching for a long time in order to hurry. The soldiers are exhausted physically and mentally and should take a short rest. The battalion officer of the first barracks was sweating and ran over and said to Zhao Gairong. Zhao Gairong looked back at the soldiers, and found that the soldiers were sweating, and their expressions all revealed that they were tired. Temporarily rest here and start cooking. Although Zhao Gairong is eager to march, the soldiers are only humans after all. Marching in the mountains and forests with unfamiliar terrain consumes much energy and can only allow the soldiers to rest first. When the soldiers of the first barracks agreed to rest, they cheered, and then urged the cooks to cook. Send sentry guards around to prevent enemies or snakes and beasts from infesting. Zhao Gairong still sent scouts cautiously. The soldiers serving as scouts scattered around the official road with a bitter face, and the whole camp was able to rest, but they were the only ones who continued to wander. In the jungle, hunters lurking are approaching the Kyushu army that has lost its vigilance. Perhaps it was easier for the Kyushu army to conquer Langshan this time, so the soldiers of the Kyushu army didn't think there was anything difficult for the Anango Zheng family to deal with, because the main force of the Zheng family went south to Chenya Fort at this time, and the north was just scattered local troops. That's it. Niang Sipi, I have been walking for 2 days. The enemy hasn't seen one. Many of my companions have died under the mouth of poisonous insects in the jungle. When will they reach Goping so that I can finish the war as soon as possible? I want to go back to Jiangnan. Now, a sentry holding a Draeisa rifle said to another sentry who came with him to investigate in this direction. Of course, this mountainous area is not as good as the gentle township of Jiangnan. But if you want to accumulate military merits and promotion, you still have to come here to experience. Another sentry said, if it was placed in the past, we would not have a chance to be promoted. Now it is good. If you are brave in combat, you will have extra salary. You can also accumulate combat exploits, and get promoted by virtue of your combat exploits. If I can be a captain, I'll be satisfied. Even if the battalion officer or something is given to me, I don't have that ability. The sentry said. Suddenly, there was a rustling noise in the jungle, alerting the two sentries. They looked at each other, holding muskets, and approached the jungle one after another. Who? Come out to me. A sentry who walked in front was holding a rifle and was about to pull the trigger. At this moment, a cold light flashed in the dense forest, and a poisonous arrow sank into the sentinel's throat, piercing out from the back of his neck, carrying blood. The sentinel who was still talking just now gradually lost his look. He wanted to yell, but his throat was pierced, and he couldn't even say a word before he died, only a dry rustle. There is an enemy. The sentinel who followed saw the tragic death of his companion and was shocked, so he started to fire a warning shot. However, a sharp dagger stuck out from behind him and cut his throat. The dagger, which was splashing with cold light, had a purplish luster in the air, and it was obviously also highly poisonous. The two sentries were resolved silently. After they fell to the ground, dozens of people appeared in the jungle. In our jungle, they are no different from ordinary prey. One of the natives retracted the poisonous dagger and looked at the two cold corpses on the ground indifferently. Don't take it lightly. Their strength lies not in fighting alone, but in using intensive firearms to destroy the enemy. The Zheng family soldier said, in the jungle, where are our silent bows and arrows useful for firearms? Is this the powerful firearm you said? A native picked up the Dreiser rifle on the ground and played it in his hand. Their muskets are weird. You have to be careful, the Zheng family soldier quickly reminded. Bang! A clear gunshot resounded through the forest, stunned a group of forest birds. The natives who accidentally triggered the Dreiser rifle were shocked, and the rifles fell to the ground. The faces of the surrounding natives and Zheng's soldiers turned pale. It's great now. As soon as the gunshots sound, their concealment is likely to disappear. The local people blushed and didn't know how to apologize. Zhao Rongyi and others who were recuperating heard a gunshot in the jungle, and many soldiers immediately grabbed the muskets beside them and faced the lush jungle back to back. Don't panic, everyone. Maybe it's just a beast encountered by the sentry. Zhao Rongyi stopped everyone in time, and he also pulled out the saber around his waist and looked around vigilantly. In the jungle just now, the vegetation shook for a while, and a tiger leapt over and sank into the forest again. It's a tiger, a soldier yelled as he witnessed the tiger flashing by in the forest. Sure enough, I just met a beast. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay if it's just tigers, they have 1,000 people, and everyone has weapons on their bodies, and the king of the forest poses no threat to them. It was probably judged that the sentry encountered the beast, and everyone relaxed and continued to rest. However, as the main general, Zhao Gairong was not so relieved, and said to a small team leader, "You take your team to meet the sentries over there. Even if they encounter beasts, they may need to meet them." Yes. The team leader immediately led a dozen of his men into the jungle in that direction. There are a lot of beasts here. I've seen snakes, tigers, and wild elephants all these ways. We, the chief secretary of Yunnan, also have a lot of beasts, which are commonplace for our Miao people. There are still many people playing with poisonous insects in some villages in deep mountains and old forests. Really or not, poisonous insects can also be used to playthings. Are you afraid of being bitten by poisonous insects? I lie to you, the Jerku said. Let us call it Liangu. The soldiers who were taking a break couldn't help talking about it, thinking that everyone agreed that they were beasts, as long as someone chased them away. It's just a beast. Zhao Rongyi still felt a little uneasy after sending out a small team to respond to the sentry. This uneasy feeling is not that Zhao Rongyi has discovered anything unusual, but is just an intuition of danger brought about by years of battle. You all cheer me up and patrol everywhere. Zhao Rongyi assembled his own guards again and asked them to temporarily serve as sentinels. Just after Zhao Gairong sent a team into the jungle, this team encountered the natives and Zheng's troops in the jungle, and there were intensive firearms. The local people and the Zheng family thought that they and others had been exposed, so they started to attack in advance. The local people and Zheng family soldiers lurking all around, shooting volleys of bows and arrows and muskets in the forest, shooting at the Kyushu army. In the bright place, enemy attack. The Kyushu soldiers who reacted this time quickly picked up their muskets again, searched for cover and counter-attacked, and the stoves and iron pots were scattered all over the place in a panic. Chapter 617 Confession. After a fierce battle, the ground was in a mess, and many corpses of soldiers who participated in the battle fell to the ground. There were also many soldiers with wounds on their bodies, and they wailed in pain. This arrow is poisonous. If you don't deal with it in time, I'm afraid your whole life will be gone. You have to hold back the pain. The army officer checked the wound of a soldier and found that the wound on his arm was black, and it was even flowing. The blood foam that came out was all black. "Excuse me, please cut it," the soldier said with a pale face and full strength. This decision ruined the possibility of his lifetime achievements. It is impossible for a soldier with a broken arm to fight on the front line. He can only serve as a handyman or logistics soldier, and may not be able to serve in the army from now on, but can only return home and farm. And returning home to farm, without an arm, is also very inconvenient. Don't worry. The military will count the list of casualties after the war. Your wife and children will be taken care of by Gotang, and you will also receive a pension, and you will not deduct a penny. The doctor comforted the soldier and said to another one. The soldier said, "You take a damp cloth to block his mouth. It will be very painful later. I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on." "Okay." The soldier next to him hurriedly fetched a wet cloth. After a while, there was a scream like a pig, dripping with blood. Zhao Gairong walked through the camp and saw the soldiers scarred from the attack. He, as the main general, could not escape the blame. If it's just the military department's investigation, it doesn't matter. The lives of the soldiers who died in battle and the lives of the wounded soldiers are all the problem. After repelling the enemy's attack in the dense forest, they chose a flat ground close to the stream as their camp, and temporarily set up camp and did not dare to move forward. If he continues to advance, Zhao Gairong does not know whether the enemy he attacked just now will come back. Now their infantry battalion has suffered heavy losses and morale has become low. It really can't stand another defeat. "Damn fellow, come over to see our general." Two soldiers dragged a captured native captive to see Zhao Gairong. The fierce battle just now did not only involve casualties on the Kyushu army. The number of casualties on the attacking side was not necessarily less than that of Kyushu. Many natives and Zheng soldiers who were left alone because of their injuries became prisoners of the Kyushu army. This native captive was only 15 or 16 years old, just a young man, with blood on his face, and seemed to have been grazed by a bullet. He looked stubborn. Even though he was held by soldiers of the Kyushu army, he still didn't bow his head. Even the little kids are in battle. What kind of hatred does this tribe have with us? Zhao Gairong couldn't help being surprised. Generally, only when the village encounters the disaster of genocide, will the elderly and children go into battle together. As a result, Zhao Gairong himself couldn't figure it out, and he didn't understand why they wanted the young and strong to deal with his group. Even if the Kyushu army was an outsider, it did not do too much, let alone the first Kyushu army to enter the Goping area. "The general, do you know why they came to attack us?" The soldier who brought the captive threw the young captive to the ground. "The war just now caused them to go to many comrades in arms, so they were very dissatisfied with the local soldiers who attacked." "Which village are you from? Why do you want to attack us for no reason?" Zhao Gairong was also curious about lying on the gun halfway, and asked the young man. Next to Zhao Gairong, there is a guide hired by the Kyushu army who can serve as an interpreter for them to communicate. The native youths opened their eyes wide, full of distrust of Zhao Gairong, and said nothing. "General, what are you polite with him? When we are tortured, we are sure that he will explain everything." A soldier drew a dagger from his waist and gestured towards the local youth. The local youth seemed to be stimulated by something, and yelled at the soldier and Zhao Gairong excitedly. "Little bastard is scolding us," said the translator. "I heard it. Don't be tortured at every turn. Here will be the place under the management of the Chief Secretary of Cochin. Sooner or later they will become the people of the Chief Secretary of Cochin. At least the relationship should not be too stale." Zhao Gairong originally wanted to get angry, but he still bears it. Stopping his anger, he said patiently, "Bring another prisoner here." After a while, another prisoner was brought over by soldiers of the Kyushu army. The captive has tattoos on his body and is a middle-aged man. When he saw the captured native youth, there was a trace of tension and worry in his eyes. Looking at everything in his eyes, Zhao Gairong noticed the panic of the middle-aged prisoner, and seemed to have discovered something. "The general will let me interrogate him." "If you are just Hui Iru, you can't surrender these barbaric tribes. You have to use force to make them succumb." The battalion officer of the first barracks saw that his subordinates suffered heavy losses, and he also had an indirect way. Responsibility cannot help but hate these sneak attacks. "No, it's up to me to interrogate him." Zhao Gairong pulled out the saber around his waist with a squeaky right hand. His army boots stomped on the muddy ground, and the sharp saber made a slashing motion at the middle-aged captive. The middle-aged captive crossed his neck, said a word in his mouth, and closed his eyes. He said he is not afraid of death, and kills if he wants to. The native in charge of translator said to Zhao Gairong, "Kill if you want." "Oh, am I so kind?" "You told him that their village killed so many of our soldiers. If we don't give us reasonable explanation, We will go to destroy their entire village, Zhao Gairong said. The local translator translated Zhao Gairong's words into local dialects, but the middle-aged captives were still indifferent and did not hum. Stubborn enough. I admire you as a man, but I have a way to make you surrender. Zhao Gairong held the long sword in his hand, no longer facing the middle-aged prisoner, but the young natives who walked to the side. If you don't speaking out the information we want to know, I am afraid that I will lose control of myself and cut off his body with a single blow. This time the middle-aged man couldn't take it lightly. He opened his eyes abruptly and stood in front of the young captive, his eyes glaring at Zhao Gairong, as if about to burst into flames. It seems that I really guessed right. The relationship between you is very close. It seems that I can know the information I want, Zhao Gairong said. The middle-aged prisoners were very unwilling, but under the threat of Zhao Gairong, they had to confess the intelligence of their village to save the lives of the young natives. Hey! It turns out that the Zheng family is behind the ghosts. After Zhao Gairong knew who the enemy was hiding in the dark, he became less nervous. We will camp here for the time being, and wait until our reinforcements arrive before attacking the village. Chapter 618 Poisoning. A dozen soldiers armed with muskets were patrolling outside the camp of the Kyushu army. They are now a lot more cautious, for fear of another attack by the local people hiding in the dark and the Zheng family's army. The dense forest is full of snakes, insects, ants and beasts. But for the natives who have lived in this area for generations, this dense forest is their home, and they can come and go freely even with their eyes closed. On the top of a big tree about 10 meters high, stood two natives covered in leaves and smeared with soil. They were observing the camp of the Kyushu army from a distance. Suddenly they saw soldiers from the Kyushu army going to the stream next to the camp to fetch water. Cuckoo, a native, learned how to call a bird, and the sound was tens of meters away, and it sounded like a normal bird call. A few tens of meters away, the other hidden natives also learned to call birds and spread their voices farther up the stream. Upstream of the stream, some of the natives who were waiting in battle pricked their ears. When they heard the voice, one of them said, "They have started cooking. We have to teach the northern barbarians a lesson." Downstream of the stream, a group of Kyushu army handymen were fetching water with wooden buckets. They had to cook for 1,000 soldiers and they needed to consume a lot of stream water. Fortunately, we are stationed next to the water source, otherwise we will have to walk a long way to fetch water. A handyman blocked the bucket in the middle of the turbulent stream and filled the bucket with water. The stream here is not deep, not even knees. The clear mountain spring brushed past the feet of the soldiers, with a hint of coolness, and it was crystal clear, and you could see the swimming fish. Isn't it? I think there are a lot of fish in this stream. Why don't we catch a few of them and feed ourselves? These days, we have been on our way and fighting with the enemy, so we are not tired. One of them, when the soldiers saw a big slapped fish in the stream shaking their heads, they started to think about fishing. Your proposal is not bad. Some companions also agreed, and no one could refuse the temptation of the rare plump autumn fish. But we don't have fishing nets on our bodies. How do we fish, and sharpen branches as harpoons? When most of the handymen wanted to actually fish, I was a little at a loss. You don't need a harpoon. The fish that stabbed like that is not fresh anymore. A handyman seemed to be more proficient in fishing, so he simply acted as a temporary explanation and command. You all bring some rocks here. I can catch them with bare hands. There are fish, and there are many more. Really? His companions were skeptical, but in order to eat the plump river fish, they swallowed and were busy looking for gravel from the stream to move over. The handyman who temporarily commanded the crowd asked the crowd to surround the creek with stones one by one, like a ring-shaped valley that appeared out of thin air in the creek, with only a relatively small entrance. Get some more branches here. He asked everyone to pick up some fresh branches and place them on top of these stones. A considerable part of the branches are immersed in the water, just like aquatic plants in a stream. I said, how can you catch the fish with bare hands? How do you feel that you are helping these fish build a nest in the water? After everyone was busy, They found that it seemed to have nothing to do with fishing. Yes, we just want to help the fish pile nests in the stream. This is to catch the turtles in the urn. Later, you will use the branches to drive the fish in this direction. The fish in the mountains, rivers, valleys and streams don't deal with people very much. Thinking this is a refuge, everyone will be fleeing here. As the soldier explained, everyone suddenly realized, I don't know if this method is really feasible, but I have to try it. So several soldiers joined hands to catch fish in the water with branches. The branches disturbed the bottom of the water, and many frightened fish burrowed into their nests in a panic. Hurry up and close the gap. Seeing several big fish entering the urn, the soldier hurriedly asked his two companions to seal the gap in the valley with stones. Next, we can fish with bare hands. Even if the fish is slippery, as long as it stays in the urn we surround, it will be difficult to fly. Seeing that his method worked, the soldier couldn't help but proudly said, Yes, I really have you. The companions said in unison, all salivating at the fatty fish that surrounded it. Seeing that the fish had nowhere to escape, several big men excitedly surrounded the valley and caught the fatty fish trapped inside. Among them are several slap-sized fish and some small fishes. Put it in this bucket and make fish soup for the injured soldiers when they return. Not only can they replenish their bodies, but they will also give us a credit. The captain of the handyman also held one with a smile on his face. Fish in wooden barrels. All the people are holding back their saliva and continue to fish. This kind of fishing method is very clever. When they finished catching the trapped fish, they opened the gap, waited for the upstream fish to swim down, and then repeated the above-mentioned fishing method again. Ha ha ha. This is enough for the whole camp to boil a big pot of fish soup. The handyman clasped a fatty fish tightly with both hands and walked towards the wooden barrel containing the fish. When he was about to put the fat fish into the wooden barrel, he was stunned, and said to his companion who was still catching the fish, Come and see. What's the matter? The companions were puzzled, but came over. Look at the fish caught before this soldier who found the strange put the wooden barrel in front of everyone, and saw that some of the smaller fish in the barrel were dead. The white belly was upturned and floating in the barrel. On the water, although the larger fish are still alive, there is no movement, and they look half dead. How long has it been before the fish are dead? Everyone was shocked. There was water in the barrel. There was no reason why the fish would die so easily. They probably didn't die because they left the stream. Maybe someone poisoned the stream upstream. A sensitive soldier called out suddenly, Poisoned? Everyone was shocked, and some hurriedly walked ashore from the stream. Poisoning is not a joke. Some venom may also cause trauma. Well, see if there is anything wrong with the big fish in a while. Please don't go into the water again before that. The captain of the handyman asked everyone to go ashore, but there was still a lingering fear. They were wading in the poisonous water just now. After everyone hurriedly went ashore, all the fish in the barrel had their belly turned upside down. The water in the barrel still looks clear. Damn it, we almost had an accident. The handyman could not help but rejoice for the rest of their lives. Go back and report to the general and see how he handles it. How to cook rice without water is really tricky. The handyman could not help but have a terrible headache. Chapter 619 Scouts. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. After Zhao Gairong heard the report from the handyman, he immediately ordered all the soldiers to ban drinking water from the stream. He is a little angry now. These natives rely on their familiarity with the terrain and topography here, and always use some undefeatable means to harass his troops, so that he can delay here and cannot attack Goping City quickly. If it is poisoned, it will be all annihilated. This group really came up with various methods to deal with us. We just can't be scared by them. Everyone find a way to solve the problem of water sources. We can still go hunting in the dense forest without prey, but without water, I can't hold it either. Zhao Gairong recruited several capable men and asked them how to solve the current problems. General, There must be enemies within a radius of 10 miles. It is difficult for us to send soldiers to find new sources of water. So now there are only two options. Either we dig wells on the spot, and they can't poison the groundwater, or we wait for them. The poison is used up. The stream water is living water. They estimated that we need a lot of water for cooking, so we poisoned it at this time. The toxicity of the stream water is estimated to be less than a quarter of an hour. We don't have to worry too much. If we dig a well, it is not certain whether the well water can be dug out, and it is possible that all previous efforts will be lost. A thoughtful subordinate said, "What you are saying is that although the enemy's methods are a bit harsh, they could not continue to poison the stream at that time. Maybe they have run out of poison now. Digging a well is too cumbersome, so it is better to send an army to the upper reaches." During the inspection, another army is in the rear. If those natives are poisoned again, destroy them. Even if they lie in ambush, the patrolling troops can hold on, and attack them together with the supporting troops to annihilate them together. Zhao Gairong thought. After thinking about it, I decided to choose the upstream to protect the water source where the problem occurred. Just in case, all the water drawn in the stream should be tasted with fish or animals in the forest before it can be drunk by the soldiers. Yes, Akada agreed. After Zhao Gairong sent additional manpower to patrol the upper reaches, the poisoned natives fled when the situation was not good. It's just that the problem was not so easy to solve. After learning that the Kyushu army sent people to protect the water source, they began to frequently attack the troops protecting the water source, and they also laid a lot of traps for catching beasts, which made people unpredictable. This situation lasted for 2 days, and even the camp of the Kyushu army was attacked several times on a small scale. However, because Zhao Gairong, who had suffered a loss, took precautions, the local people and the Zheng family troops did not succeed. On the third night, they also organized a large-scale night attack. The native people used their familiarity with the terrain to attack the Kyushu army camp at night. The two sides fought fiercely at night, and the Kyushu army used artillery again to defeat them, but they suffered dozens of casualties. In the early morning mist, the local people and the Zheng family's troops who did not get much benefit gradually retreated. But they didn't know that when they were retreating under the cover of mist, several Kyushu army scouts who were familiar with the terrain in the past few days quietly followed them. It's really unlucky. I didn't expect them to be so vigilant at night. Our carefully arranged night attack didn't help, and it damaged more than a dozen people. If this goes on, let's not say that the village is slaughtered by the Kyushu army. They all died in battle early. A native complained on the small mountain road back. Isn't it? They have artillery, and they don't need to aim. With just one shot, our brothers will always be injured, and they will also disturb the wild beasts in the forest, causing us a lot of trouble. A native said. Behind them, several Kyushu army scouts quietly followed, making gestures. The training in Guilin for more than half a year was not in vain. They just lacked knowledge of the local terrain. The ghostly scout followed the natives in the woods and turned left and right, and soon a forest path appeared in front of them. After a dozen miles along the dirt road, a village surrounded by mountains and rivers appeared in front of them. This village is similar to the stilted buildings commonly seen by the chief secretary of Yan'an. It has its own gate and a simple wooden watchtower, on which the natives are guarded with bows and arrows to patrol. The unsuccessful natives and Zheng family troops entered the village one after another, but several Kyushu army scouts could only stop the. Sure enough, as the captives said, their village is here, and there should be a mountain road behind the village to escape into deeper dense forest. Let's go around and take a look. The leading scout gathered several men and ordered them. They dare to kill so many of our companions. After collecting their information, we must show them a good look. Several scouts quickly dispersed, trying to figure out the situation around the village as much as possible. After the young native patriarch and Zheng who returned to the village, the young patriarch sat down in his chair, holding up the kettle and drank. In order to prepare for the night attack, they didn't close their eyes much all night, and they turned out to be like this. making him full of unknown fire. The Kyushu army is really difficult to deal with. We poisoned them first, and then attacked them at night, and we couldn't shake them. Our brothers in the clan died and wounded, and if this continues, we will destroy the clan. The young clan chief complained to Zheng Hu. Tao, young patriarch, didn't you say that there are 100 ways to kill the Kyushu army? Why are you discouraged after only using a few methods now? Zheng Hu said. Not an exaggeration, there are 100 kinds. The young patriarch said helplessly. How can you deal with them? They are camping next to the dense forest. Tomorrow night we can go for a sneak attack again, Zheng Hu said. Still playing night attacks? After the first battle of the night, the Kyushu army must have been prepared for us. How can we succeed? The young chief did not think that night attacks could be carried out again. China's art of war has a cloud, and the soldiers are also tricky. Even you don't think we can succeed in the raid again, and they would not have thought of it. And we can attack with fire, set fire to the forest on a large scale, and wipe them out with fire, Zheng Hu said. Set fire to the forest? This is a great offense to the gods. And the fire is not well controlled, and it will even destroy the entire forest. Even our village will be engulfed by fire. The young patriarch heard Zheng Hu's crazy plan and was shocked. In his opinion, this mountain forest, like the land, is the most precious property of their village. It is absolutely forbidden to set fire, but now, if you think about it, if we set fire to this mountain forest, we can avoid the genocide in the village. And until next year, the most fertile farmland will be burnt down, Zheng Hu encouraged. Chapter 620 Reinforcements finally arrived. General, just like what the captive said, their village is a dozen miles away, and there is a small road behind the village where you can escape. After returning, several scouts reported the collected information to Zhao Gairong. The captured middle-aged man was tied here and heard the report from the scout to Zhao Gairong. Although he didn't understand what they were talking about, he roughly knew that his village had been exposed because of his betrayal. Good job, this time they will accept our harshest revenge. Zhao Gairong sat cross-legged on the ground, with the saber beside him stuck in the ground. This is the third day they have been prevented from staying here. Are we going to set off to attack the village? Our schedule for attacking Goping City has been delayed for 3 days. Some low-level officers were also sitting on the ground. They were already uncomfortable, and they wished to retaliate and return to their hometown. Just in case, wait a minute, our reinforcements are coming soon. Zhao Gairong calmed the restless people, but he still had no plans to attack the native villages immediately. I can't help it anymore. In this damn jungle, mosquitoes are going to bite people. It's harder than when we were training in Guilin. A low-level officer complained. It seems that we still underestimated the living conditions here. In order to facilitate the transportation of grain and grass in Guilin Yanwu, we chose a forest close to Guilin City. In fact, after the development of past generations of chieftains, the more primitive mountain forest is still worse than this. A little bit more, Zhao Gairong said. Next time I want to transfer to the battlefield on the Western Front. I heard that the 7th Corps on the Western battlefield has regained all the territory of the former Western Regions Protectorate, and it only took 3 months to end the battle. I would rather go. The battlefield on the Western Front, facing the vast Gobi, is better than the current jungle of snakes, insects and beasts, said a low-level officer. Did you think that the Great Gobi feels better? It's easy to die when encountering a sandstorm, Zhao Gairong said. While Zhao Gairong was chatting with everyone, the Kyushu army sentry from the periphery came to report in a panic. But before they could speak, the soldiers suddenly burst into joy one after another. Our reinforcements are here. The reinforcements are here. Zhao Gairong and others were moved and stood up from the ground. After waiting for 3 days, it was finally time to counterattack. Let's go and see. Zhao Gairong patted the dust, and walked down the stream with a group of low and middle-level officers. On the forest road where they came, there really appeared troops wearing Kyushu military uniforms. They were also in groups. There were cows dragging artillery in the middle of the team. The number of people could not be seen at a glance because of the twists and turns of the forest road. This support army was Zhao Gairong's 2 infantry battalions and 1 artillery battalion that Zhao Gairong could not wait to assemble, so they followed up with more than 3,000 soldiers. 3 times the current strength of Zhao Gairong. It's coming. Zhao Gairong rubbed his hands. After the arrival of more than 3,000 people with logistic troops, Zhao Gairong's force swelled to more than 6,000. The incoming reinforcements were a little surprised to see that many of their companions who had marched ahead were wounded, because they had never been so embarrassed when they attacked Langshan. Zhao Gairong quickly summoned 4 battalion officers and used branches on the soft soil beside the stream to mark out the terrain described by the scouts. This time I was too conceited and marched alone. That's why our vanguard suffered a big loss. We must wake up the spirit of the next action. You see that this area is the main body of their village. There are about 1,000 old women, young and old together, and there are about 1,000 Zheng family soldiers. Before that, they may have killed and injured hundreds of people in the battle, and the number is still more than us. But now that our main forces have arrived, the number is more than 3 times theirs. Now the 1st and 2nd infantry battalions are attacking the Zeman frontally, and the artillery battalion provides support. The 3rd Infantry Battalion detours to the rear of the village and ambushed on the trail behind. If they abandon the village and escape, the ambush troops must stop them. Let them choose to die or surrender. Ready to go. The arrival of the main force quickly alarmed the local scouts who were observing in the dark. These native scouts were surprised to find that behind the Kyushu army's thousands of troops, which was already difficult to deal with, there was a reinforcement that was 3 times as large as theirs. Unlike the Kyushu army who has reinforcements, the native villages have so few people, and the Zheng family's troops are also bereaved dogs. They don't have any reinforcements. Even if they were looking for them from the surrounding villages to resist the Kyushu army temporarily, it seemed too late. Quickly go back and inform the Patriarch and the young Patriarch that another group of northern barbarians have arrived. About 4,000 people. A scout sent his companion back to the village. That companion also knew that the matter was serious. He didn't say much, and hurriedly shuttled through the forest and returned to the village as soon as possible. The young Patriarch took the young men from more than 200 villages, collected a pile of dry wood and fire oil, and piled them at the entrance of the village, planning to use fire attacks at night to attack the Kyushu army and destroy them in one fell swoop. In order to defeat the Kyushu army, he also made a great determination to make the decision to destroy the forest by setting fire to the forest. Young Patriarch, big business is not good. A scout monitoring the Kyushu army ran back in a panic, and when he saw the young Patriarch leading someone at the door, he hurriedly came to the young Patriarch and said to him out of breath, "What makes you panic? We are about to defeat the northern barbarians soon. What big thing is not good?" Seeing that what the scout said was unlucky, the young Patriarch said angrily, The Kyushu army has come for reinforcements, and there are thousands of people. Now they have 5 or 6,000. The scout gasped. Isn't it 5 or 6,000? What are you talking about? The young Patriarch didn't respond for a while at first, but then he understood and hurriedly picked up the scout. It's true, the scout said. Zheng Hu walked out of the village wearing armor, with a dozen soldiers behind him. What happened? Why is it so noisy at the entrance of the village? Zheng Hu, I am afraid that our fire attack plan will not be implemented tonight, and we need to arrange defense as soon as possible. There is no blood on the young Patriarch's face. The Kyushu army with more than 1,000 people caused heavy losses to the combined forces of the village and the Zheng family, and this was still under the circumstances that they occupied the advantage of the terrain. Now the Kyushu army has 3 times as many reinforcements, and it has become familiar with the nearby terrain, changing offensive and defensive forces, and the Patriarch can't help but worry. 5 or 6,000? Zheng Hu was stunned when he heard it, and said reflexively, if it's true, it won't be possible to fight. Why don't you follow me to Goping City and stay with the guards there? The army converges. Chapter 621 Attacking the village. Impossible. We have lived here for generations, for hundreds of years. Neither floods nor bandits have been able to shake our village. Even if the Kyushu army comes over, I believe we can hold our village and let them retire in the face of difficulties. The young patriarch rejected Zheng He's request. You are asking for trouble. In Langsun, when we fled, several unconvinced tribes had been wiped out by the Kyushu army, and the whole village was massacred. The size of their villages is not necessarily smaller than yours. Do you think you can stop them? Zheng He said, if you insist on staying here, I have to consider the lives of my soldiers. Please forgive us not to stay here. You came here as the victims. We took you in and provided you with food and support these days. Now that our village is in trouble, how can you leave? The young clan chief saw that Zheng He wanted to leave. His face appeared unhappy. Our Zheng family has always been benevolent and righteous. If you want to try to resist, we can try to help you. If things can't be done, don't blame us for leaving. Zheng He obviously did not hold the village to resist the Kyushu army alone. There is hope. Only benevolence can be done. When the young patriarch was talking with Zheng He, the scouts monitoring the Kyushu army in the front kept sending back the dynamics of the Kyushu army in front. The Kyushu army began to abandon the camp and rushed towards our village. The action is so fast. Zheng He and the young patriarch were shocked at the same time. They command thousands of people like right-hand men, and they seem to know the location of our village. It is really difficult. Clan people, follow me to the forest to block the northern barbarians. Don't let them come close to our home. The young patriarch held up the hunting knife and led 200 or 300 natives sank into the dense forest. Zheng He saw that the local people had become popular because of the war, and he didn't know whether he was right or wrong to involve the village in the war. He said to his confidants, we used to help them, but if the situation is not right, we will retreat to Goping City. In the dense forest, 3 infantry battalions plus an artillery battalion force, with the 1st battalion that has gradually become familiar with the terrain here, as the pioneer, holding a gun and steadily advancing along the forest trail. At the forefront of the army are the scouts who have surveyed the location and terrain of the village and the soldiers who protected them. There are a lot of traps set by the natives in the forest. Be careful, the scout reminded the soldiers as they forward. What's going on? The surrounding soldiers squatted down one after another, holding muskets and looking at the surrounding vigilantly. It's a beast clip. The 2 Kyushu army soldiers who had checked in the past opened the beast clip together, but the soldier caught the trap was dripping with blood on his right foot, and the severe pain caused him to crack his teeth. Hurry up and stop him from bleeding, and leave 2 soldiers to look after him. The captain here instructed to the left and right. The dense forest is full of traps. If you don't pay attention, you will fall into the pit. The soldiers of the 1st barracks will be reduced by several soldiers, and some soldiers will be injured. The herbs brought by Zhao Gairong are a test. Reports of soldiers' injuries continued to reach Zhao Gairong. Zhao Gairong's face was as sinking as water. This village has been challenging his bottom line. Let the 2nd battalion divide a unit to the left, and the 3rd battalion divide a unit to detour to the right. The frequent traps made Zhao Gairong suddenly feel that the natives would not stay in the village, so obediently waiting for their attack. So start to adjust tactics. From the sky above the dense forest, Zhao Gairong's army was divided into 3 groups under the leadership of the scout, like an open hand. Enemy attack. Not long after the big hand was stretched out, the 2nd battalion detachment that was round to the left encountered the natives and Zheng's troops who had been killed. The soldiers of the Kyushu army rely on trees as a barrier to dodge the enemy's bows and arrows and muskets. They use radar-mounted rifles that can be loaded easily behind the trees. Suddenly, There was a lot of noise from the left. The soldiers of the 2nd Battalion who fought with the local people and the Zheng family's coalition army for the first time regarded them as powerful opponents, and used the bullets as if they did not need money. The left road becomes the middle road, the middle road turns to the left to change to the left road, and the right road turns to the left front. Zhao Gairong was in order to make adjustments. The local people and Zheng's troops appeared on the left. Obviously they wanted to attack the Kyushu army from the left, but they didn't expect that Zhao Gairong would split their troops suddenly, so they exchanged fire with the troops on the left. Encircle these natives. Don't let them go. Especially the soldiers of the 1st barracks hated the natives, and they moved quickly to the left without the urging of officers. Both sides were stunned. In the battle, the natives and the Zheng family's coalition had trees to resist, but they avoided a lot of damage. Otherwise, if they were fighting in the open, the Kyushu army might have been ahead of them for 200 or 300 years. However, even when the Kyushu army lacked accurate head shooting, the natives and Zheng family soldiers who were shot would basically be robbed of combat effectiveness and even died. Young Patriarch, we have fewer and fewer people. The natives fought against the Kyushu army and found that the other party's firepower was too strong. Neither the natives behind nor the Zheng's troops approached. The Kyushu army was shot by a dense number of bullets, making it difficult for them to shoot at the Kyushu army. Damn it, if we give us enough time to set up traps. They must be good looking. The young patriarch gritted his teeth. Zheng who came over, our soldiers also spotted the Kyushu army on the right. They were trying to surround us. They quickly withdrew to the village. There is still a chance to resist. Let's withdraw. The young patriarch heard that he and the others were likely to be surrounded, and decisively gave up his plan to block the Kyushu army. In the forest, the local people and the Zheng family's coalition army hurriedly came to attack, but were beaten back again, leaving hundreds of corpses in vain. Take me away. A native who was shot in the abdomen was lying on the ground, helplessly watching his companion leave in a hurry, and no one looked back. Your 2nd Battalion left a squadron to clean the battlefield, count the dead and wounded soldiers, and bury the bodies. Others follow me to smooth the village, killing chickens and monkeys. Zhao Gairong was full of hostility. He was also a brigade officer of the Kyushu army. In addition to more than a dozen corps commanders, one of the highest-ranking officers of the Kyushu army was sniped by the village for no reason. He was also attacked by them again and again, delayed his progress in attacking Goping City. The Goping area is not only a soil city in Goping City, but also many scattered villages. Any village that dared to resist still needs to be flattened. There is not much time left for him. Thanks to his thinking that he can complete the task in 1 month. Chapter 622 Set fire to the village. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Cough, cough, cough. There was a rush of coughing, and the old patriarch of the village appeared at the gate of the village. He was shocked to see the wailing and wounded soldiers and the broken gate of the village. My son, I am sick in bed every day. I thought you could be alone. How could you be like this? Patriarch, the young patriarch is injured. A native helped the young patriarch and saw a bullet mark on his right chest. The bullet mark that had just exploded penetrated into his body. The blood flow continued, and the expression in his eyes gradually changed. Dim. My son. The old patriarch fell silent and almost fainted. Patriarch. The surrounding natives hurriedly supported the patriarch who was about to fall. The Kyushu military used artillery to destroy our gate, and it is estimated that it will soon rush over. If you don't have the old patriarch, who else will command us to fight the northern barbarians? The natives said anxiously. The old patriarch reluctantly stabilized his body, but looked around and found that there was no figure of the Zheng family's troops. The Zheng family's people, seeing that the situation is not good, they have already escaped from the trail behind the village ahead of time. The native said, these ungrateful guys who brought the disaster to our village even escaped. The old patriarch angered. Patriarch, how are we doing now? If the patriarch wants to fight, we are willing to fight to the end with the Kyushu army. If we want to withdraw, We will follow the patriarch and retreat together, and we will retaliate back in the future. The remaining clansmen in the village surrounded the old by the patriarch. He can change the destiny of the entire village with just a word. The old patriarch looked at the surviving soldiers. They were more or less injured. Some were injured when defending the gate, and some were injured in previous conflicts with the Kyushu army. It can be said that all the young people in the village are exhausted, and the starting point of everything was only out of suspicion about the massacre of the Kyushu army. The old patriarch couldn't help regretting why he left the matter to his son at such an important juncture. My son, Abba drove the Kyushu army away just to want you and the Zheng family, and tried to prevent them from approaching our village. Why did you anger the Kyushu army like this regardless of the lives of the villagers? The old patriarch knelt down and said to his dying son. At this time, the man was about to die, and he knew that no matter how much he blamed his son, it would be useless. Abba, I am incompetent, too thought he could wipe them out. He didn't expect. The fatally wounded young patriarch didn't even have time to say his final farewell, so he died. The old patriarch was silent for a while, and covered his son's eyes with his dry right hand. This cannot be said to be a prosperous age. The Goping area has always been chaotic. When he was young, he also hacked people on the battlefield and saw many of his companions die. Then he got up. Although we took the initiative to attack the Kyushu army, the Kyushu army is an invader. We have done nothing wrong to protect our home. Even if we are defeated, we cannot give them our home for nothing. We want them to know that all they can get in the end is only a piece of scorched earth. I propose to set fire to the village, and then everyone will follow the path behind the village to the refuge, and then come out after they leave. Set fire to the village. All the villagers are serious. Once this decision is made, the village will be gone, and the accumulation of hundreds of years will be ruined. Patriarch, do you really want to do it that way? We built these houses on wood, piece by piece of soil, and they were set on fire. If the Kyushu army is gone, where shall we come back to alive? This will become a wasteland. Some villagers who regarded the village as their own murmured in a low voice. If this place does not become a wasteland, the Kyushu army will occupy this place. We will never be able to return. Only if this place becomes a wasteland and they look down on them, we can have a chance to come back. Here, the land is still and this forest is still there. The old patriarch said, hating iron and steel. Soon these barbarians will come, bring only dry food, and immediately escape from the trail behind. Although there are still villagers who are reluctant, the old patriarch's reputation in the village has always been very high, and most of the villagers brought a bag of dry food to meet at the back of the village. Set fire. The old patriarch also said in a rough voice. More than a dozen torches arced in the air and fell into the house. The eyes of the villagers reflected the fire in the village, and their hearts moved like a knife. They were destroying the efforts of their ancestors with their own hands. The turbid eyes of the old patriarch looked at the fire that was gradually expanding, and there was some selfishness in his heart, and the whole village was buried with his son. Let's leave here. The old patriarch turned his head without hesitation and led the remaining villagers away along the hidden path behind the village. Before that, there were more than 1,000 people in their village. But now only a few hundred people are still alive. After the people in the village began to withdraw from the village, Zhao Gairong led the people into the village and saw the fire spreading. Hurry up and put out the fire. Zhao Gairong had a headache. This village was really stubborn. He even dared to set his own village on fire. It was really disgusting again. Originally, Zhao Gairong could invade the village earlier, but Zhao Gairong, who was repeatedly disgusted, had to be cautious and let the artillery battalion bombard the village's gates to pieces. It was not enough. He also sent 2 teams to explore the village. It can be said to be fighting the air. If it comes one step earlier, maybe no one can run away. After leaving the village with hundreds of villagers, the old patriarch fled along the dense forest trail behind the village. At first, they only saw a lot of footprints on the dirt road, which were the footprints of the Zheng family soldiers who had seen a bad escape in advance. But there was something wrong in the back. Following them along the dirt road, I found that some abandoned weapons and muskets appeared on the ground, and there were large pits blasted by gunpowder on the ground, one by one Zheng family soldiers. The corpses were scattered on the ground. What happened? Everyone was shocked to see such a sight. The Zheng family soldiers who fled from this road were obviously ambushed by the enemy. And that enemy could only be the Kyushu army with a large amount of gunpowder. Could it be all the villagers suddenly raised their throats? Didn't they burn the house to get rid of the threat of the Kyushu army? But now the Kyushu army seems to have blocked their retreat. The villagers bit their heads and continued to walk for a few miles. When the road became open, the waiting Kyushu army had formed a dense formation waiting for them on the way. And there were some captured Zengs nearby. Soldiers squatted on the ground. Chapter 623, Dealing with Captives. In the dense forest, a cloud of black smoke soared up, gathering in the air without dispersing. Although Zhao Gairong's subordinates rescued the village was not burnt down, but nearly half of the houses were still burnt down, and black smoke continued to appear. Because they live in dense forests, most of these houses are built of wood or thatch, so once they catch on fire, they quickly turn to ashes. These lunatics. Zhao Gairong himself participated in the firefighting himself. Now, his face seemed to be smeared with charcoal. Afterwards, he sat on the ground as if he had collapsed. He only felt that fighting a fire was harder than fighting a war. In the past, people said that the Kyushu army was a lunatic, but this time it was the Kyushu army who said that others were lunatics. General, the 2nd Infantry Battalion brought all the prisoners back. In addition to the Zheng family, there are also those nasty natives. A soldier ran to Zhao Gairong to report to Zhao Gairong in small steps. Unexpectedly, the village that the 1st Battalion worked so hard to attack, but drove them to the ambush circle of the 2nd Battalion. Zhao Gairong sighed a little. After the 2nd Battalion fought with the natives in the forest, it took a long way to take their back road. And as expected, it stopped the retreating Zheng family troops and the natives. One by one Zheng family soldiers and natives were downcast. As prisoners, they didn't know how the Kyushu army would deal with them. The local people saw the homes they destroyed with their own hands and regretted that their intestines were green. They thought they would be able to escape by burning their villages, but the facts slapped them severely. This time we caught 1,221 people, and some fled to the woods and became stragglers. Because our troops were insufficient, we didn't reluctantly go to the forest to hunt them down. The battalion officer of the 2nd Battalion said to Zhao Gairong, "Those who escaped are not enough, but we have to see how to deal with them." Zhao Gairong walked towards the group of prisoners. Among the prisoners, the highest status was Zheng Hu and the head of the native people. They were also confessed as the chiefs. The old patriarch now hates Zheng Hu deeply. "Zheng Hu, you introduced the devil into our village. The old man really believed you wrong." Zheng Hu didn't have much sophistry. He just said, "The Kyushu army has begun to take charge of Goping. Even if you don't contact them now, they will come back later. You have to admit this." At the beginning, whether it was a Mongolian or Ming person, when we were here, they ransacked our grain and silver, took our women into captivity as slaves, and castrated boys as eunuchs, and finally triggered countless righteous men to revolt. At that time, your village is willing to use your food, silver, women, and children. Will it be given to the Kyushu army? When the old patriarch heard Zheng Hu's words, the wrinkles on his face moved, and he couldn't refute it. What Zheng Hu said was a word of mouth from the villages in this area. The Mongols and Ming people invaded the hinterland of Anan Kingdom twice, which indeed brought a terrible rule to the local people and became their natives. Shadow, you are the patriarch of this village, and you should be the leader of the 1,000 strong Zheng family that escaped from Langshan. Zhao Gairong walked to the two of them and carefully looked at the two and delayed him for 3 days. Over time, the guy who caused a lot of deaths and injuries to him. In fact, it wasn't just 3 days. Now it takes more time to rest and deal with the prisoners, and it will take more time to start the war and give the defenders of Goping City time to prepare. You kill if you want to kill. Needless to say, Every time a barbarian from the north will mess up our home, Zheng Hu said. I really want to kill you. Zhao Gairong squinted. He had already moved the murderous intentions, but thinking of the military commander Liu Sheng's repeated instructions in the letter to the independent corps that he should not slaughter the city and the village, he held back his killing intention for the time being. You people are really asking for hardship. Our Kyushu army does not intend to flatten your village. As long as you surrender and admit that we replace the Zheng family and the Mo family here, life will remain the same. Isn't it beautiful? The resistance led to the destruction of our family and death, and it also caused us huge losses. Zhao Gairong paced in front of the old patriarch, with a tone of hatred for iron but not steel. Don't fool us. Once we surrender, you will increase taxes and rob gold and silver treasures, women and children for various reasons. Zheng Hu sneered at the side. Mongols and Ming people used to be like this. Otherwise 200 years. The former chief secretary of Cochin will not be overthrown in 20 years. The old patriarch looked at Zhao Gairong, wanting to hear how he explained. I don't know much about what happened 200 years ago, but from my meager insight, I also know that those who have won the way are more helpful, and those who have lost the way are few. The previous failures of the chief secretary of the Cochin, according to what I heard before coming here, in order to curry favor with their superiors and please the emperor, Ming officials tried their best to search for gold and silver treasures in the local area, and indulged soldiers and looted women. They did cause a lot of casualties to the local people. Zhao Gairong said, but this time we go south to Annan Kingdom. 200 years ago, the Ming Dynasty went southward was different. Nothing more than rhetoric. You are all Han Chinese. What's the difference? Zheng Hu said. Annan Kingdom was under the jurisdiction of Jiazi more than 1,000 years ago. Many Han people went south, and you dare to assert that you are not descendants of Han people? I don't have to grind with you here. I just want to let you know that you will be the next one. Just stay in the village obediently. We will leave a troop guarding you. If you dare to act rashly, don't blame us for slaughtering the village. Zhao Gairong said. The word Jukan scared the old patriarch to tremble. This is hundreds of lives. When we take Goping City, this village and land will all be exchanged to you. Although the chief secretary of Cochin will be re-established soon, it is different from the chief secretary of Cochin 200 years ago. We will treat this as ordinary. Treat it with care, not a tool to please the emperor. Zhao Gairong emphasized it again, without saying more. He also needs to find a place to house these prisoners, and then rectify the army to attack Goping City. It is difficult to explain to the native people, only to prove it to them with actual actions in the future. The old patriarch saw that the officers of the Kyushu army showed little interest in them. His eyes flickered, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Old man, you won't really believe the nonsense of the Kyushu army. Your son died in their hands. Zheng Hu reminded from the side. After Zhao Gairong's subordinate was delayed in the dense forest for a few days, Lang Sun held a local indigenous people's assembly. The native people are not the slanderous name given by the Kyushu army to these ethnic groups distributed in the mountains and forests, but people from places such as the Thanglong city of Annan Kingdom called the ethnic tribes this way, so they were regarded as collective names. This time, the Independence Corps gathered the natives of Lang Sun area. The village leaders invited to Lang Sun were more than 40 people, covering more than 20,000 natives. Chapter 624, Langshan native people. These local people took the lead and then arrived at Langshan city one after another. Some local people were afraid that the Kyushu army would kill them, so they came together with the local people they were familiar with. Although it was useless, they reluctantly cheered each other up and died together. Leek Sung, last time we were in Langshan city 3 years ago, right? A native leader of a hunter village in animal skins stood at the gate of Liangshan city and said to another native leader who came with him, yes, it was the Zheng family who occupied Langsun 3 years ago. We posted a post for all of us to come to Langsun and pay them taxes, said the leader of the local people known as Leeksun. It's really embarrassing. Langsun city changed ownership twice in 3 years. and this time it was still occupied by the Kyushu army from the Celestial Dynasty. I don't know if it is a disaster or a blessing for us, the native leader said. Liu Wu, the Han people have a saying that it is a blessing, not a curse, or a curse that cannot be avoided. Our small villages can only be at the mercy of others. I only hope that their taxes will not be too harsh, and they will not be with the Mongols who came hundreds of years ago. Just like looting our property, Li Xang said. What secrets are you two talking about? Come and see. The walls of Langsun City have collapsed for several sections, and the gates are also torn apart. The traces have only appeared in the past few days, which shows that the fierce fighting was fierce. The third chief of the native people pointed to the wall and gate of Langsun City and said, "We found out a long time ago." Li Xang and Liu Wu said, "Even for people who have never been to Langsun City, the first reaction to the city gate is to see several places destroyed by artillery. It is because the Kyushu army destroyed the city defenses of Langsun City in a mess in order to attack Langsun City. In order to capture Langsun City as quickly as possible and reduce the losses of the soldiers, Chen Yi used dozens of artillery brigade to bomb Langsun City continuously. He also sent a blasting team to blast under the cover of artillery. That's why he has the current scars. The tired Langsun City wall, compared with the city walls of the Central Plains, the city walls of Langsun City in the northwest of Annan Kingdom are really nothing. It is estimated that only the defensive capabilities of royal cities such as Thanglong City and Fuchun City can frustrate the Kyushu army. It's really terrifying. Even such a strong city wall has been destroyed, and the city gate is even torn apart. The leader of Yagantumen couldn't help but sigh. Seeing the arrival of some native leaders, a squadron of Kyushu army guarding the city gates sent soldiers to meet them. In addition to ordinary soldiers, the Kyushu army also employs many native interpreters, so there is no communication problem. Dear patriarchs of the village, please come with us. Our general has been waiting for you in the city for a long time. The Kyushu army soldier said politely. Regarding the attitude of the soldiers of the Kyushu army, the leaders of the local people were a little surprised. They thought that the Kyushu army, as the conqueror, would at least be domineering. Let's go. You look at me, and I look at you. The chiefs of these natives, and finally bit your head and stepped into Langsun City. Apparently, Langsun City had undergone fierce fighting not long ago. Some houses were destroyed by artillery and burned by flames. Although they were cleaned up by the Kyushu army and the residents of the city after the war, broken wood and gravel can still be seen. The leaders of the local people were horrified to see that if they didn't deal with it well today, their respective villages might also encounter such bad luck as they are now. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud noise on the ground in Langsun City, and the leaders of the local people squatted on the ground in a hurry, watching the surroundings vigilantly, wanting to know the source of the explosion. I saw a house in Langsun City suddenly exploded, the fire was soaring, and black smoke was billowing. The residents of Langsun City were also shocked to look at the place where the fire was blazing, and were shocked by the sudden loud noise. Don't panic, everyone. We are just demolishing the old house with gunpowder. The demolished place will be used to build the new yamen of our Kyushu army here, a soldier said to the residents on the street. It turns out that it was just demolishing the old house, but it was too extravagant. It was demolished with gunpowder. Some local leaders didn't feel sorry for the house, but instead felt distressed about the gunpowder consumed by the Kyushu army. How do I think this is the Kyushu army threatening us? How can we use gunpowder to blow up the house as soon as we come? Li Xang said. You might be thinking too much. The Kyushu army is powerful, so why use gunpowder to intimidate us? Liu Wu said. But the Kyushu army is really a powerful army from the north, and it seems invincible. I heard that they are useless. Within a few days, we calmed down our Langsun City and the village that called to resist them. The Zheng family only came to Langshan 3 years ago. The relationship with us is not deep. Why should we kill them in vain? So if they can calmly invite us to talk, we are lucky. Fortunately, our village did not respond to the Zheng family's request and sent soldiers to help the Zheng family. Otherwise, Our village might be a scorched earth now. Some local leaders couldn't help it. Fortunately, then they followed the Kyushu army soldiers in awe, not daring to offend. They were placed in temporary wooden houses, and until all the local leaders arrived, they were summoned to the old yamen of Langsun City. Hundreds of heavily armed Kyushu army soldiers were arranged near the old yamen, giving the local people who attended the meeting feel like a banquet. But now they entered Langshan City, like fish on a chopping board. They can't help but come. Hand over the weapons, we will take care of them to prevent fierce conflicts. In addition, personal soldiers are not allowed to enter. The soldiers of the Kyushu army guarding the Yamen gate disarmed the leaders of the local people who participated in the meeting. These local leaders are not fuel-efficient lamps in the first place. Everyone carries weapons with them, and everyone also carries soldiers. If they are allowed to bring weapons and soldiers in, the old Yamen can really be dismantled. Brothers, let's do the same. Liu Wu took the initiative to hand over the dagger he carried with him. Other local leaders also followed suit. If you don't call it out generously at this time, 8 achievements will be regarded as suspicious by the Kyushu army. The group left behind their soldiers and entered the yamen. In the lobby of the yamen there were a few figures like the leaders of the Kyushu army, and then there were Kyushu army soldiers carrying muskets standing all around. I am Chang Yi, the commander of the Kyushu Army Independence Corps. I heard that your villages have always been independent, and you often don't hear your instructions to Langsun. So I'm here to talk to you about the future of Langsun. The regional order issue, Chang Yi said with a slight smile. Don't dare, these local leaders said that Chang Yi said that he and others were time bombs, and couldn't help being frightened. This time we invited 47 villages, but it seems that only 4 have arrived and 4 have not. I have sent troops to look for them. If they don't give a good reason, we will attack their villages. Everyone was relegated to labor service and served for 10 years. Cheng Yi said. Listening to what Cheng Yi said, the leaders of the local people in front of them were even more frightened. If they didn't agree with them, they sent the whole villagers to work. This is too cruel. Chapter 625. Appease the native people. Then can we sit down and have a good talk? Chang Yi waved his hand and motioned to the local leaders. Yes, you can. The leader of the native people only found a place to sit down, and everyone subconsciously didn't want to sit next to the demon Cheng Yi. So a very interesting phenomenon appeared on the scene. The chiefs of the local people all took small steps to grab the position closest to him and far away from Cheng Yi. However, such ideal positions are in the minority after all, and some local leaders with slow hands are humbly looking at only bad seats, trying to bring the other party closer to Cheng Yi. I said you will be seated soon for whatever you are trying. Seeing the funny performance of more than 40 local leaders, Chang Yi didn't understand what they were thinking. Cheng Yi's words scared the chiefs of the local people, and those who had no place quickly found a place to sit down. In the crowded room, Li Xing and Liu Wu sat in the closest position to Cheng Yi, and their faces were not very good looking. Before they could not figure out what kind of character Cheng Yi was, they had already labeled Cheng Yi cruel. If sitting next to him and accidentally offended him, they might suffer as well as their village. The other native leaders gloated. Ahem, I'm not a villain, you seem to be very afraid of me? Chang Yi coughed slightly, quieting everyone. Nothing, everyone was still stubborn. Our Kyushu army has always been cruel to the enemy and to our own people, so don't hesitate. Cheng Yi said again. It's really too much to ignore that. All the chieftains of the native people didn't believe it. The 4 hapless villagers didn't come to the meeting at Langsun, but they were called by the Kyushu army. General Cheng Yi, right? I would like to ask the general why you summoned our villagers in the deep mountains and old forests to Langshan Fortress. We have always been against the world, guarding our Thrika land, and never caused trouble to the Kyushu army. Li Xing turned his mind and asked the attitude of the Kyushu army that he most wanted to know. The other local leaders all looked at Cheng Yi, waiting for Cheng Yi's answer. What exactly the Kyushu army wants to do, how to deal with their villages in the future, these are related to the fate and future of their villages. they have to worry about them. As the saying goes, it's the king's land under the whole world, and it's the king's court that leads the land. Your villages are not truly uncontested. You will still exchange trade with the people of the southern plains and pay taxes to the Zheng family. Conscription for military service, isn't it? Chen Yi asked. Exactly. Our village is scattered and not a strength, so we need to succumb to Shenglong City. Li Xang said, soon I will lead my troops south to attack the southern plains, and Thanglong City will also be destroyed. At that time, we will reorganize the Cochin Chief Secretary to replace the Zheng family and the Nguyen family, and govern the vast areas from Langsun, Kaoping to Kainam. I hope you can stay on top of yourself during this period of time and don't have two hearts. Chen Yi said bluntly, in other words, you only need to be obedient, and everything is easy to talk about. Chief Secretary of Cochin. The people present were whispering in a sudden, the news is too important, and they are not unfamiliar at all. In the Han Dynasty, it belonged to the part of Jiazi, and during the Ming Dynasty, the Jiazi Chief Secretary was also established here, which is equivalent to the comeback of the Chinese civilization. Master General, please be blunt. The Chief Secretary of Zhao Kai has proved to be unworkable 200 years ago. At that time, officials sent by the Ming court regarded our ancestors as barbarians, and they searched for gold and silver treasures, bringing us a lot of money. Bad memory, Li Xang said. No, this Cochin Chief Secretary is not the other Cochin Chief Secretary. Even the Chief Secretary of Guangdong and Guangxi and the Chief Secretary of Yunnan are making drastic innovations. If the officials sent to commit the same mistakes of the people 200 years ago, they will be dragged to the Kshiku large court and behead the crowd to show the public. Chen Yi said, in the past 2 years, many officials in the Central Plains have lost their heads because of this. And this is the same here. It's not that we don't believe in generals, but that the emperor is far away. They think that the emperor of the Central Plains is too far away from his whip. Other local leaders nodded and expressed their approval. Seeing the reaction of everyone, Chang Yi really did not have any opinions because the Kyushu army replaced the Zheng family as the ruler here. They were more concerned about their own interests, and they were concerned about whether the newly established Jiazi Chief Secretary would repeat the same mistakes. In order to prove our sincerity, the Chief Secretary of Jiazi will exempt your villages from taxes and corvée for 3 years, and in these 3 years, all villages will be renovated, registered and managed in a unified manner. Please rest assured that all farmland still belongs to your villagers. Chang Yi threw out an olive branch, causing all the native leaders to lean slightly. Exemption from taxes for 3 years and still retaining farmland is a good thing for every village. However, since the Chief Secretary of Jiazi personally manages the villages, it may damage the interests of those in power in these villages. Seeing that they still have concerns, Chang Yi said, after the Chief Secretary of Jiazi appoints officials to manage the village, we will compensate you accordingly. Those who are willing to stay in the village can have more farmland than ordinary villagers. We can also arrange housing for those who are willing to live in Langshan City or even Thanglong City. This time the native leaders were finally moved, because they ensured that the Kyushu army would not kill them, and that they, as the beneficiaries of the interests now, could get a compensation, which was already quite benevolent. If it was the Meniyun Empire in the past, and directly put a bloody sabre on their necks, no matter how they would consider compensation, not killing them would be the best reward for them. Our arrival will make you no longer have conflicts and wars between your villages. Isn't this a good thing? I heard that dozens of people die every year when fighting among mountain people. This is not a good thing. In the future, we must abide by the laws of our Kyushu and establish a new order in Langsun and Gaopingshan forest areas. Chang Yi said. Follow the teachings. The local leaders found that Chen Yi was good at talking. Their attitude towards Chen Yi changed 180 degrees, and the atmosphere began to become active. After that, Chen Yi described the bright prospects of the Chief Secretary of Cochin to them. The natives who said they were stunned, and even wanted to send the bravest villagers in the village to participate in the conquest plan of the Kyushu army stars and seas. After the chiefs of the local people left, the brigade officer Huang Degong asked Cheng Yi, commander of the corps, "Do we really not collect taxes for 3 years?" "No, they are no more than tens of thousands of people, and they are not considered rich." Don't miss the opportunity to permanently incorporate Anan into our territory because of focusing on the current small profits. And do you think that the only means to converge silver is taxation? Oh, what other means? Trade. Sell them industrial products. Chapter 626. The Two Unions. When the Kyushu army aggressively attacked the northern part of Anan Kingdom from Zenangwan and Hong, the Zheng family and Ruan family were still fighting hard at Cheng Base and Chengde Base. When Lord Zheng found out that he had been deceived by the hypocritical Kyushu army, the Kyushu army had taken control of the Langsun area and calmed the natives of Langsun. Then another piece of information that had been delayed for many days came in like snowflakes and came to Zheng Bing's hands. First Langshan city fell, and then Goping city was in a hurry, surrounded by the Kyushu army general Zhao Gairong, always in danger of falling. The West Road Kyushu army descended from the Yunnan chief secretary to the Red River and crossed the Red River, destroying many resistance towns along the way. Once again, after the garrison of Langsun city calmed the local people, they also began to attack the plains southward, and there was a tendency to join forces with the Kyushu army along the Red River in Thanglong city. Now the people in Shenglong city are worried, and the Prince Sheng Zuo frequently writes to urge his father to return to defend Shenglong city. Otherwise, Shenglong city may not be able to withstand the Taohui Kyushu army and fall. After all, Zheng Fang was in order to defeat Ruan Home, took away the main force of Shenglong city. Shenglong city was empty. Enraged, Zheng Ji and Nguyen Fuxia, under the pressure of a powerful foreign enemy like the Kyushu army, took the initiative to suspend the war that lasted for decades. They both chose to meet in the middle zone between Cheng Base and Chengde Base, a gentleman's agreement to jointly resist the Kyushu army. I really didn't expect that we would still have a chance to meet. I thought I was in the soil, and I never had a chance to see your nasty face again. Ruan Fuxi, the temporary regent of the Ruan family, faced Zheng Ping, each with 2 confidants. The generals are behind their respective armies. It's really nostalgic. The last time I met was 5 or 6 years ago. At that time, there were no Chengde and Cheng bases. Our army commander drove straight in and attacked Fukhan city. At that time, I was still thinking that this will continue. The war that has been going on for decades is about to end. But it was still repelled by you. Zheng Zhong recalled the past and couldn't help but sigh. If you were to be eliminated at that time and Anan Kingdom was unified, it would not be reduced to today, to the point where we are not even a vassal country of the Heavenly Kingdom. On the contrary, we are going to become a province of others. Zheng Zhong, you stubborn old man, this is not like you at all. Why do you get more courageous as you grow old? Wouldn't it be true that you will surrender without a fight if you get more than 10 or 20 years from now? Ruan Fuxi mocked. The older people are, the more things they worry about, but they can't let go. Not to mention these. In order to annex our Anan Kingdom, the Kyushu army deceived you and me, and attacked us in 2 ways. We should come back with revenge, Zheng Ji said. They have a good calculation. I thought their ambition was just to gain some sweetness in trade. I didn't expect it to be the land owned by our Anan Kingdom, which is really wolfish ambition. Today we put down the 2 for decades, the grievances against the powerful enemies, and when they are repelled, we will settle the old accounts with each other. Ruan Fuxi said to Zheng Ping. Okay, I never thought that our Zheng family and Ruan family would have a chance to join forces. Zheng Ji's goat beard shook. We should each immediately return to our troops to defend our respective capitals, and call on the people of Anan in the name of Li Shenzong. We will expel the Kyushu army together and restore me. Time is not waiting. We should return to the teacher immediately, otherwise the capital will fall, and there will be problems with the food supply. It is very uncomfortable for us to be caught between the mountains and the sea. Nguyen Phuc River agreed. Then we will make this gentleman's agreement to deal with the Kyushu army separately, and encourage our subjects to join us to resist the powerful enemy with righteousness. Zheng Ji said, and briefly discussed their respective tactics with Ruan Fuxi, then turned and took the Zheng family. The soldiers left here, anxiously going north to defend Shanglong City. Nguyen Fuxi watched Zheng Ji leave with the army in a mixed mood, and said to Ruan Yujin behind him, as expected, Zheng Ji is just a victim of being deceived by the Kyushu army. This horrible Kyushu army secretly sold us firearms and let us more and more soldiers were killed and injured in the Ruan and Zheng families, and then they took advantage of the fire and robbed them, intending to annex our Anan country in one fell swoop. If they are their subordinates, I am afraid they will do the same. This is the weak and the strong. Ruan Yujin said. Is the weak eating the strong? After fighting for 20 to 30 years, I want to solve the problem in a peaceful way. Unfortunately, we can only have one emperor of the Anan kingdom. Only then did the Zheng family and the Ruan family fight for decades. Ruan Fuxi said. The regent, if we want to fight the Kyushu army, we must now return to the Fukan city as soon as possible. I think the Kyushu army in Hoian port may have reached the Fukan city. Ruan Yujin reminded. Okay, let's set off too. Just leave 1,000 guards at Cheng base. The pass used to guard against the enemy is not used at all now. Nguyen Phuoc said bitterly. Who can imagine that a line of defense that spends a lot of money and manpower is completely unable to defend against enemies from the sea? Ruan Yujin's prediction did not appear biased. The 6,000 main force of the 6th Corps who landed from Hoian port, under the leadership of Cao Bian Jiao, has arrived at Fukan City and began a continuous shelling of Fukan City. At this time, there were only 10-year-old young Master Nguyen Phuc and Nguyen in Fukan City. Two important generals, Ruan Yujin followed Ruan Fuxi on the battlefield of Chint Fort, and Ruan Yui was captured by Deng Qianlong. The city can only rely on some veterans and generals with no talents, struggling to pull the naval guns over to strengthen firepower. For the first time, Cao Bianjiao independently commanded so many troops to conduct actual combat. He attached great importance to Fukan City's attack. In order to strengthen firepower, he even borrowed some large naval guns from Deng Qianlong's Nanyang fleet. Because Hoian Port and Fukan City are not too far away, the use of these naval guns will not be too troublesome. If it were not for the Nanyang fleet to go north to deal with the surviving Zheng's navy and to besiege Shanglong City, Cao Bianjiao would still want to bring all the artillery that can be carried on the fleet to attack the city. Fire. Leaning on the roar and the banner, the gunner ordered the gunner to fire. A cannon roared, and the shells roared against the walls of Fukan City, and rubble was splashed. The city of Fukan was trembling, and the hearts of the soldiers who defended the city were also trembling. This kind of firepower has never been seen before. As the royal capital of the Ruan family, Fukan City can be said to be plagued by disasters. 5 or 6 years ago, the Zheng family's army came and broke Fukan City to pieces. After that, Nguyen Phuc Chang rebelled. Nguyen Yui and the Nanyang fleet bombarded Fukan City and regained Fukan City. This is the third time Fukan City has been fired again. Cao Bianjiao looked at the white smoke-filled artillery positions and the trembling Fukan City. He couldn't help but recall the experience with his brother-in-law Cao Wenzhou in the crusade against Li Ziqing and others in the northwest. The soldiers of the preface, 10 Li Ziqing are not worth it. Chapter 627 The Fall of Fukan. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Boom. With a loud noise, a section of the city wall of Fukan City collapsed, ruining the soldiers who were too late to escape. The collapse of this section of the city wall was accompanied by the collapse of the hearts of all the guards of the Ruan family, which is equivalent to their shield being picked up by the enemy's spear, and the deadly chest has been exposed under the enemy's spear. Keep on shelling, don't feel distressed about the shells. our budget is still sufficient. Cao Bai and Jiao doesn't know how much firewood, rice, oil, and salt are expensive. The artillery of the Kyushu army continued, making the ears of the enemies in Fukhan City scream. They humbly hid behind other sections of the strong city wall. Some people were ready to fight the Kyushu army on the streets. But the Kyushu army still did not look like it. They attacked immediately as they imagined, but chose to continue to use artillery to destroy their persevering confidence. The Kyushu army may enter the city at all times. They are a group of perfidious and greedy guys. They attacked our Fukhan City to looting our treasures in Fukhan City. Whether it is to protect the young lord or protect everyone's own property, they have to take out their weapons, pots and pans, and fight to the end with the Kyushu army. Each of the Ruan family leaders personally led soldiers to the streets to distribute the extra weapons in the arsenal to the people, and wanted to use the power of the people in the market to hinder the Kyushu army. The pace of conquering Fukhan City. When a timid woman took Pudao, her hand was shaking and Pudao fell on the ground, making her scream. The horrible and suffocating atmosphere is even more suppressed because of the screams. The vast majority of the residents of Fukhan City do not want to be involved in this desperate battle. Even the butcher trembled when he held the weapon. Rumble. As the Kyushu army's infantry, field artillery and naval artillery bombarded the city wall in succession, the Fukhan City wall, which was still alive in the cold weapon era, collapsed for several sections, and there were loopholes everywhere. The first formation pretended to attack the second gap to attract enemy forces. The second formation waited for orders and attacked from the fourth gap. The third formation stood by, and the fourth formation stayed at the headquarters. Cao Bai and Jiao was using a brass telescope to observe Fukhan City. The gap. After the baptism of artillery, Fukhan City had 4 breakthroughs, and the defense was weakened to an unprecedented level. It depends on how Cao Bai and Jiao wanted to attack. 6,000 soldiers of the 6th Corps were temporarily organized into 4 formations. After receiving the order of feint attack, the first formation could not help but shout bad luck. It turned out to be just a decoy. However, they still fulfilled the military order very faithfully and launched a wave-like attack towards the second gap under the cover of artillery. The Kyushu army is about to enter the city. Over there, the Ruan family soldier, who was observing the wall under the pressure of artillery, reported to the main force of the Ruan family in the city. Go and block the gap, and mobilize the people to participate in the defense of the city. The guard hurriedly urged his subordinates to go to the second gap and hold on. And he also set up a troop to drive the people in the city to the shelves, and jointly defend the first place. 2 gaps. Due to the sudden attack of the Kyushu army, all the defenders in the city were very nervous. They only knew that the soldiers were coming to block. All the defenders were anxious to send their troops to the area where the Kyushu army attacked for defense. In a short while, the first formation of the Kyushu army approached the second gap. The soldiers in the front row fired at the enemy blocked in the gap, while the soldiers in the back row raised their muskets and attacked the Ruan family on the uncollapsed walls on the left and right sides. Archers and musketeers shoot and suppress. Although only one formation was put into battle, with the powerful firepower of the rifle and the artillery falling into the city from this direction from time to time, all the guards of the Ruan family believed that this was the direction of the Kyushu army's main attack, so they desperately sent additional reinforcements here. Even the reserve team around him was sent out. Okay, the second formation will attack. Cao Bai and Jiao judged by the firepower and arrows of the guards that all the defenders in the city were attracted by the first formation, and promptly moved into the second formation. The battle to capture Fukhan City continued until night fell, and the curtain came to an end. Originally, the Ruan family expected the people to form a stalemate and equilibrium situation with the Kyushu army in Fukhan City through street fighting. However, after the Kyushu army really broke into Fukhan City, the people of Fukhan City fell down like rice in a strong wind, and some of them could not bear it. The depressing atmosphere of the battlefield scared their pants, and the rest of them threw down their weapons and surrendered. begging the Kyushu army not to kill them. It was the soldiers and guards who were loyal to the Ruan family that really caused trouble for the Kyushu army in the street fighting. They used the housing to prevent the Kyushu army from exerting its artillery and guns. They often captured a wooden house controlled by the Ruan family. Have to pay a certain amount of casualties. Cao Bianjiao ordered the entire Fukhun city to be controlled, including the gap formed by the collapsed city wall, and then to clean the battlefield, count the prisoners, and settle the people. The most important thing is to appease the people in Fukhun city, calm them down, and don't hinder the Kyushu army from carrying out other operations. The palace of Fukhun city was also controlled by the Kyushu army. Some members of the Ruan family saw that the general situation was gone, and the gates were controlled by the Kyushu army. They were very witty and stopped struggling. They led the 10-year-old young master Ruan Fuk to hide in the palace, neither surrendering nor resisting. Cao Bianjiao broke into the palace with dozens of soldiers armed with muskets. He was very curious about the palace built by Anano's Ruan family, but it was like this when he got inside. It was far from the red brick and green tiled Forbidden City. Only Ruan's treasury can make Cao Bianjiao a little interested. This is the new Lord Ruan? Why is he a little kid? Is he still urinating Kang? Cao Bianjiao saw Ruan full in, and the scared poor kid hid behind the old Ruan family, obviously full of fear for Cao Bianjiao. The general of the Kyushu army, don't slander our lord. The Ruan family can't help but accuse Cao Bianjiao when he sees Cao Bianjiao's rude words. However, from now on, he is just an ordinary child, and there is nothing in the Ruan family. Cao Bianjiao drew out his saber. What do you want to do? To kill our lord? First step on my corpse. The Ruan family always saw Cao Bianjiao pull out his sword and quickly stand in front of Ruan Fu, otherwise Cao Bianjiao would kill him. Nguyen Phuoc, don't be nervous, it is not him that I want to slash, but you. Cao Bianjiao put the cold shining saber on the neck of the old Ruan family, scared that the old face of Ruan family was bloodless. He did not expect that Cao Bianjiao still had this. The operation is completely unreasonable to play cards. Hand over the list of all of your Ruan family's property and family business, and take our soldiers to receive it. If there is any omission, your head will fall. Chapter 628 Temporary Mission. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Report: the city of Fukhun has fallen, and there is no old news about the Lord and the first people. The news of the fall of Fukhun city was quickly delivered to the hands of Nguyen Phuoc and Nguyen Nugent, who had returned to their teachers, leaving them silent for a while. Unexpectedly, the speed of the Kyushu army was so fast. Within a few days, we captured our capital. This time, we are all right. We are homeless. What's more important is my poor nephew. He clan elders are likely to have become captives of the Kyushu army. I don't know if the Kyushu army will harm them if they turn their faces and deny them. Ruan Phuoc was worried. Originally they returned to Fukhun city, and they still had a glimmer of help to stick to Fukhun city, but now it has become the recovery of Fukhun city, and the difficulty of the mission has suddenly doubled. We are lack of troops, and the main force is not in Fukhun city. The fall of Fukhun city is inevitable. I think they should not harm the young master, because doing so is really not good for them. I treat them. They generally don't do things that are not good. Ruan Nugent said. Nguyen Phuoc, he was sitting on a war horse. He jolted up and down with the horse. He walked forward for a while before slowly saying, "The capital of the king has been breached." Once our soldiers learn of this news, they will be panicked, and we have nothing to do. Block this news. It's better for us to take a rest in Yin Mansion and recruit soldiers. During this period, we send envoys to Fukhun city to request the Kyushu army to be put back on the young master, and we can promise them some excessive demands as long as they don't treat them again. The young master who uses it. The hope is slim, but you can give it a try. Ruan Nugent doesn't think the Kyushu army will let go. But now the last new force in the Ruan family needs time to stabilize the military's spirit and accumulate energy for the last fight. I don't know who can serve as this envoy, Ruan Yujin General, do you have a good candidate? Nguyen Fuxi asked. This matter is very important. Even if it is not possible to save the young master, it is a good opportunity to negotiate with the Kyushu army. We are on the verge of danger and must try every tiny possibility. I am not at ease when others go. I'll go to Fukhan City and make the last effort. Ruan Yujin said. You have to think about it clearly. Now that we are at odds with the Kyushu army, I think they might kill you with their despicable and shameless approach. Ruan Fuxi said. My husband is a shroud in horse leather. I don't have the courage. What kind of face do I have to fight with soldiers? Ruan Yujin insisted. Well said. Let you go to Fukhan City to negotiate with the Kyushu army. No matter what harsh conditions the Kyushu army puts forward, we must pretend to agree to them, and then act on the occasion. Ruan Fuxi exhorted. After Nguyen Phuc and Nguyen Yujin, the last powerful figures of the Nguyen family, decided to send envoys to negotiate with the Kyushu army. Nguyen Phuc stayed in Nyan House to recruit new soldiers, reorganized the army, and was preparing for a decisive battle with the South Road Kyushu army. Ruan Yujin personally served as an envoy, and went south to Fukhan City with soldiers to meet the generals of the Kyushu army. In fact, several envoys that Ruan Yujin brought to Fukhan City were found 30 miles away by the scattered Kyushu army scouts and notified Cao Bianjiao. Cao Bianjiao saw that the last unit of the Ruan family had the intention to negotiate, so he ordered people to attract Ruan Yujin and others. In case it was the last main force of the Ruan family who figured it out and planned to surrender, how much trouble would be saved? Ruan Yujin and a few envoys rode back to Fukhan City. They saw the scarred Fukhan City and couldn't help but feel like a knife. Most of their family members are in Fukhan City. I don't know if they survived the war. Even if they were worried about whether their wife, children, and parents were still alive, Ruan Yujin and others could not return to their home to visit because they were escorted by soldiers of the Kyushu army to meet Cao Bianjiao, the general of the Kyushu army from Guangzhou. Ruan Yujin had never seen Cao Bianjiao, or even heard of the name Cao Bianjiao, but he knew that this person was able to independently lead troops to capture Fukhan City, which was enough to show his methods and abilities, especially when he saw that Cao Bianjiao was a few years younger than him. He couldn't help but be surprised that the Kyushu army came out in large numbers, and the youngest generation was able to lead troops across the oceans to expedition. General Ruan Yujin of the Anana Ruan family has met General Cao for the first time and disrespect. Although he hates the treachery of the Kyushu army, Ruan Yujin still wants to smile. After all, this is now the territory of the Kyushu army, and he wants the Kyushu army. Disrespectful? I think General Ruan hates me deeply, right? Cao Bianjiao said bluntly. What did General Cao say? We are all in charge and we have to meet each other there. Ruan Yujin could not help but change his color slightly when Cao Bianjiao was so outspoken, but he said politely. General Ruan came as an envoy this time, presumably not just for politeness. Let me guess what you are thinking. Cao Bianjiao said suddenly. Oh, General Cao still knows what I'm thinking. Ruan Yujin saw that Cao Bianjiao played his cards unreasonably, and was aroused by Cao Bianjiao's curiosity, so he simply followed Cao Bianjiao's words. First, General Ruan regrets the previous cooperation with our Kyushu army. He thinks that if he only relied on his own strength, he might not have been able to withstand Lord Zheng's attack. Second, you want to know what happened to Lord Ruan who was captured by us. That's it. Even want us to let him go, right? Cao Bianjiao said. After hearing this, Ruan Yujin reluctantly acquiesced to what Cao Bianjiao said. The third. Do you know anything else? Third, when you return to Fukhan City, you must have found that Fukhan City will inevitably be damaged after a bloody battle, so you are still worried about your wife, children and mother. Cao Bianjiao said again. This time Ruan Yujin's emotions have become agitated. Is my wife, children, and mother still alive? Cao Bianjiao patted his palms. Bring them in. After a while, the soldiers who had left came with a few people. a boy about 10 years old in gorgeous clothes, a woman holding a 5-year-old girl, and an old woman in her 60s. Ruan Eugene saw Ruan fuck his wife and children, and his mother at the same time. He wanted to say something, but he was incoherent. I can understand that General Ruan has seen everyone he wants to see this time. You still want them all to be safe, don't you? Cao Bianjiao brazenly hooked up with Ruan Eugene, and then whispered to him, I want to save them. But a price must be paid. The price? Yes, Kyushu army always pays a price. What do you want this time? Is my life? Kill me. No general can stop you, right? Ruan Eugene replied. Almost, but our request is even more excessive. We don't want your life, but want you to give us your life. Chapter 629 Fraud. General Ruan Eugene, what are you thinking about? Ruan Fuxi interrupted Ruan Eugene's cranky thinking. After you returned from Fukhan City for the past 2 days, you have been utterly unsettled all day long. Did something happen in Fukhan City? No, the regent. You usually treat me well. I can't keep hiding from you, Ruan Eugene said painfully. What happened? Nguyen Fuxi asked in surprise. So Ruan Eugene told the whole story about being threatened by the Kyushu army in Fukhan City. Their condition is that when attacking the Yian mansion, they want me to tie the regent, you 5 flowers, to their camp, so that they can capture the Yian mansion without blood. But I have rejected their conditions, Ruan Eugene said. After listening to the conditions of the Kyushu army explained by Ruan Eugene, Nguyen Fuck couldn't help exclaiming, the Kyushu army really did everything in order to conquer our Anan kingdom. If someone else served as an envoy, he would have agreed long ago. That is, you can reject them. The army teacher Tao Weisi really didn't misunderstand you. But you made the wrong choice. You should agree to them. Ruan Fuxi said again. Why did the regent make this statement? Ruan Eugene asked in surprise. It's not that I'm arrogant, but that our chances of comeback are too low. You accept the Kyushu army's conditions and you can still keep the young master and your family, and refuse them to accompany us to fight and die here. Ruan Fuxi sighed. Suddenly Ruan Fuxi seemed to have thought of something, and said to Ruan Eugene, maybe we still have a chance. What opportunity? Just as Ruan Eugene spoke, he seemed to understand what Ruan Fuck was trying to say. Could it be? But this is too dangerous. I can't let you take risks easily. You are the last hope of our Ruan family. If you don't enter the tiger's lair, you will get a tiger. You immediately find a way to contact the people of the Kyushu army, saying that you plan to agree to their terms now, and then you will rebel with your troops and kidnap me and send me to their camp. At that time, we secretly deployed the army to attack the sluggarded Kyushu army at the expense of me. Nguyen Fuck resolutely said, this is our only chance to win. Ruan Eugene saw Ruan Fuxi with firm eyes, to understand him. He knew that he was determined. I understand, but then there is no need to send the regent to the camp of the Kyushu army. We can attack the Kyushu army before then. Let's talk about it then. In order to win their trust, in addition to what they promised you, you have to ask the Kyushu army for officials and silver, and try to be greedy. Ruan Fuxi reminded. Understood. Ruan Eugene said. On the 3rd day that the Kyushu army captured Fukhan City was completely blocked by the Kyushu army, and all the residents of Fukhan City did not dare to resist. Seeing that Fukhan City was basically consolidated, Cao Bianjiao left 1,000 people to garrison Fukhan City, and then took 5,000 soldiers north to attack Yian Mansion. Yian Mansion is located to the north of Fukhan City, between Chengle and Fukhan City, and is the last site controlled by the Ruan family. Although Cao Bianjiao only brought 5,000 men to the offensive, the pressure on the Ruan family of Yian Mansion was no less than that of an ordinary army of 50,000, which made their 20,000 men deeply stressed. The Kyushu army was like a broken bamboo, until it came to the defensive position built by Nguyen Phuc River in the south of Yian Mansion. Ruan's 20,000 army is still very difficult to deal with. One of the troops controlled by Ruan Yujin is also equipped with the firearms that the Kyushu army used to support Ruan's family, which will somewhat cause problems for the Kyushu army. Therefore, if possible, the Kyushu army wants to win over Ruan Yujin and take the Yian Mansion without blood. After setting up their camp, the Kyushu army and Ruan's army began to shell each other, and white smoke from gunpowder filled the battlefield. The Kyushu army wanted to use artillery to destroy the Ruan family's position and the will of its soldiers, while the Ruan family had to respond to the Kyushu army's shelling with artillery. But the artillery used by the Ruan family's army was bought from the Kyushu army and Westerners. The ammunition was limited. They were used in the battle with the Zheng family. Now they can't help but feel distressed by the artillery bombardment with the Kyushu army. Ammunition. Every point is used less. It is not like the Kyushu army can get supplies from the Nanyang fleet and other fleets. Ruan Yujin sent people to find us and regretted that they had rejected our terms. They said they were looking for a chance to capture Nguyen Phuc River and hand it to us. Regardless of this, guy seems too greedy, except for wanting us to release Nguyen Phuc and his family. In addition, we also want us to canonize him as a general, command a force of no less than 3,000 people. And 10,000 tals of silver. An officer in charge of intelligence came over and said to Cao Bianjiao, who was observing the battlefield, "Oh, it's interesting. At this time, I thought of surrendering to us, and even put forward these conditions. I really don't know if he was greedy or deliberate. If it is the latter, then their ideas are too naive. We have in the spring and autumn period. Don't worry. There was Huang Gai's surrender in the Three Kingdoms. It's rare for a surrender." Cao Bianjiao said casually, "Anyway, the intelligence department has arranged everything. No matter whether he is sincere or not, he will agree to it first." "Yes, I will go and make arrangements." The intelligence officer hurriedly left. Cao Bianjiao summoned a few of his men and said to them, "The military brought 2 newly developed weapons called hand-cranked machine guns to our 6th Corps from southern Lining. They were also equipped with more than a dozen machine gunners to maintain them. Today they are also used when attacking, to support the infantry in attacking the enemy's true position. General, our 3rd formation only acted as a reserve team when attacking Fukhan City. It was of no use. Why not let us attack the Ruanjia position this time?" said the colonel leading the 3rd formation. "Then your 3rd formation will serve as the main force." Cao Bianjiao said, "Be careful when you are almost fighting, and you should retreat after hearing the golden sound of retreating. I don't understand why we don't take their positions all at once, but also call for gold halfway to retreat." The colonel of the 3rd formation asked puzzledly. "We are only a few thousand people, and the other side is 20,000 people waiting for work. They are deadly warriors. How can it be so easy to conquer? And we have a better way to win the opposite person. You just wait and see." Cao Bianjiao said. The colonel of the 3 formations that Cao Bianjiao brought with him looked at each other, and he didn't understand how Cao Bianjiao could gnaw down the opposing position besides a frontal attack. 2 hand-cranked Gatling machine guns were dragged into the battlefield by mules. Like artillery, they used as supporting firepower to cover the infantry's attack on the Ruan family's position. The fierce metal bullets suppressed the Ruan family soldiers hiding behind the breast wall and couldn't raise their heads. Chapter 630 Who Calculated Who? The sound of Mingjin's retreat sounded, and the more than 1,000 Kyushu army retreated like a tide. They almost broke through the second line of defense of Ruan's army. As for the parapet wall built up by the first line of defense, it has been destroyed by artillery fire, and it has long been punctured by the infantry of the Kyushu army. Many of the bodies of Ruan soldiers fell behind the stone wall, and it was too late to clean them. The Ruan family army, who was in a bloody battle, saw the Kyushu army suddenly withdraw. Although they don't know why, they can already celebrate their temporary survivors. Nguyen Phuc Zai looked at the first line of defense and the second line of defense that were full of corpses, blood dripping in his heart. The Kyushu army only sent more than 1,000 people to kill under the suppression of artillery and machine guns, and broke through the line of defense of the Ruan family. And the Ruan family's 20,000 troops have constructed 3 lines of defense. Retake the first line of defense and count the number of casualties. Ruan Yujin commanded his men to sweep the battlefield. After the Kyushu army retreated, even the first line of defense was no longer needed. It may be that the first line of defense was too close to the second line of defense and it would be shelled by the artillery of the Ruan family's army on the second line of defense. In a short while, the casualties were reported to Ruan Yujin and Ruan Fuxi. 348 soldiers were killed and thousands injured. Ruan Fuxi gasped when seeing such a number. Many of them were killed and injured by artillery shells. They used hundreds of shells in a day. It is not surprising that such casualties were caused. Ruan Yujin said, "It's terrible. Their national power is too strong. A few hundred shells may be of little importance to us, but for us they are all our reserves. If this goes on, we may not be able to continue to defend the Nine Mansion." Nguyen Phuc Xi lowered his voice. "What happened to your surrender to the Kyushu army?" "The subordinates have agreed with the Kyushu army that they will capture you the regent at night and raise the torch. Then the Kyushu army will come in and fall into our ambush." Ruan Yujin also lowered his voice. "Well, the last luck of our Ruan family was bet in this ambush, and we are confident of regaining Fukhan City." Ruan Fuxi's eyes were full and he was a bit devilish, just because the pressure brought by the Kyushu army was too great. Nguyen Fuxi and the others had to go slant, relying on tactics to defeat the Kyushu army. After the third formation broke through the first line of defense and retreated, the Kyushu army had no intention of continuing to attack Ruan's position. In Ruan Fuxi's view, the Kyushu army does not want to continue wasting its troops, but instead pin its hopes on Ruan Yujin, hoping to solve the last new force of the Ruan family without blood. As night fell, on the treetops on the moon, Nguyen Phuc Xi, who served as bait, took a bath and changed clothes. He sat alone in the camp, waiting for the Kyushu army to come. There was a candle light in the camp, and the light of the candle reflected the figure of Ruan Fuxi on the camp. Suddenly, there were rapid footsteps outside the camp, and a dozen soldiers hurriedly lifted the curtain and barged in. They tied Nguyen Phuc Xi without saying a word. "You are all sent by General Ruan Yujin?" "Okay, as expected. You will have to do a full set. You guys should tie up a little bit. It is better to take me to the camp of the Kyushu army so that the Kyushu army believes Ruan Yujin has rebelled." When I kept nagging. "Look at me, I look at you." A dozen soldiers who tied up Nguyen Phuc. They are very puzzled by Nguyen Phuc's request for some abuse. However, they still bound him tightly at Nguyen Phuc's request. "Don't be so sincere. Tie it too tight. If you loosen it a little bit, the skin will be worn out by the thick rope." Ruan Fuxi called again. A dozen soldiers have black lines on their faces, and this regent is really hard to serve. "Quickly go." Some soldiers escorted the current leader of the Ruan family out of the camp unceremoniously, then put him on the horse, and the group left their camp. Ruan Fuxi looked behind him and saw a series of torches raised in the camp. He smiled comfortingly. When he was caught in the camp of the Kyushu army, the Kyushu army would definitely believe that Ruan Yujin had rebelled, and would send troops to join Ruan Yu to attack other generals of the Ruan family, and the Kyushu army would be deployed by the Ruan family in the pocket. Ambushing the enemy at the cost of the life of the highest commander might be worth 1,000 years. Nguyen Phuc stood tall, and won't lose his life. The distance between the Kyushu army and the Ruan family army is not far, so after more than a dozen soldiers took Nguyen Phuc River away, they soon entered the Kyushu army camp. At this time, the soldiers in the Kyushu army camp did not rest, but were ready to go. They were ready to attack the Ruan family camp, which made Ruan Fuxi believe that the Kyushu army was about to be recruited. "Come down." The soldiers with Nguyen Phuc savagely unloaded the 5 flower-tied Nguyen Phuc, and then led by the soldiers of the Kyushu army into the main tent of the Kyushu army. In the main tent of the Kyushu army, Cao Bianjiao and other generals were all wearing military uniforms, wiping their sabers, and they also looked like they were attacking at all times. Dear generals of the Kyushu army, our generals have already tied Nguyen Phuc as agreed. All the generals can lead troops to attack the Ruan family camp and recover the Yian mansion in one fell swoop. The little leader who tied Nguyen Phuc pointed to Nguyen Phuc. His nose, with a domineering look. Nguyen Phuc Ho was not nervous about the little boss that Nguyen Eugene arranged, and his acting skills were almost broken. He couldn't help but think in his heart that he would have to pay for the soldiers when he went back. King Regent Truan Fuxi, I didn't expect your subordinates to betray you. Now that you are a prisoner, your troops will soon be wiped out by us. What else can you say? Cao Bianjiao said. Ruan Yu eats inside and out. I can't wait to eat his meat. Ruan Fuxi said through gritted teeth, but in his heart, you will feel uncomfortable after you encounter an ambush. Ruan Yujin? Ha ha ha, everyone. Did I hear him wrong? Did we say that the subordinate who betrayed him was Ruan Yujin? Cao Bianjiao smiled and said to his subordinates, ha ha ha, really not. The officers of the Kyushu army at the scene burst into laughter. Ruan Fuxi woke up after a little thought, what Cao Bianjiao's words meant, and his face became completely bloodless. Come here, bring over Ruan Yujin who had surrendered. Cao Bianjiao waved a big hand, and Ruan Yujin, who was also tied up by the big 5 flowers, was brought into the camp. When Ruan Yujin saw Ruan Fuxi, he was so desperate and helpless. The regent, we are being overcast, and the Kyushu army doesn't care if I surrender or not. They bought a group of generals in the army a long time ago, and now they have rebelled. Ha ha, you two will be here to relive the old, and we will come back to have a good chat with you after we eliminate the rebels. Cao Bianjiao is naturally in a good mood, a powerful force of 20,000 people. As early as the Kyushu army was in the meeting, Angang has been stationed in Angang for 1 year, and it has been partially corroded by sugar-coated shells, and it finally comes in handy at this critical moment. Chapter 631 Meeting of the 5 Armies. Thang-Long-Cheng, the largest city in Annan Kingdom, was panicked at this time. Pedestrians on the street were in a hurry. Soldiers came and went between the barracks and the city wall, and the atmosphere was very depressing. Everyone knew that the Kyushu army was about to attack soon, and they didn't know what the fate of the entire city and their own would be. The prince of the Zheng family, Zheng Zuo, took guards to patrol the wall. The letters sent back from the north increased his pressure, because the Kyushu army brought a lot of news from the natives to block the north. The news they received has lagged behind. Langshan fell, the multi-state city on the south bank of the Red River fell, and the 2 Kyushu armies were likely to join forces with the city of Shenglong. Now it depends on whether the 2 armies of the Kyushu army will arrive first, or whether the main force of the Zheng family led by Zheng Ji will return to Shenglong city first. We have 10,000 warriors in the city of Shenglong, and 20,000 people. The city of Shenglong has been in business for 100 years. It is extremely strong and can withstand the bombardment of artillery. Please rest assured, the young master. The head guarantees that the Kyushu army will definitely not be able to conquer the Dragon City within 3 months. We will drag them until they run out of food and have to withdraw to Zenin Pass. The commander of the guards said to Zheng Zuo, 10,000 soldiers, 20,000 people, plus the 30,000 army and 50,000 people who are about to join the father, we can have 100,000 army. And we are on the defensive. It seems that the Kyushu army has underestimated us and even wanted 23,000 people went deep alone. Although Zheng Zuo urged Zheng Ji to return to his division and aggressively recruited the people to strengthen the defense of Shenglong city, it was just for the sake of caution, not that the Kyushu army could easily take the Shenglong city. Especially it was the Kyushu army that was fighting away. 200 years ago, when the Ming army went south, there were at least 100,000 soldiers and civilians, But now the Kyushu army is even more arrogant than the Ming army at that time. It is undoubtedly an idiot to destroy us by 20,000 or 30,000 people. Several generals of the Zheng family at the scene believed that the Kyushu army could not win the huge Annan kingdom with 20,000 or 30,000 people, because Annan kingdom had a population of at least 3 million, which is equivalent to a Kyushu army soldier who would deter 100 people of Annan. Urgent report. The rapid footsteps gradually became clear along the stone steps on the city wall. Say, our cavalry found that the Kyushu fleet was fighting with our navy at the entrance of the sea. News came non-stop. Please prepare for the defense of the dock. The Kyushu fleet is likely to cooperate with the Kyushu infantry in the north and south. Sheng Longqing. Kunbing was sweating profusely, and the news he brought shocked everyone present. Damn, their fleet is not with Ruan's house. Why did we come here? Zheng Zuo was shocked. Thanglong City is located on the Red River Delta, developed by virtue of the fertile land and crisscross river network of the Red River Delta. But it also brought problems. The invincible fleet of the Kyushu army can use the Red River Channel to penetrate deep into the Red River Delta's hinterland and aggressively attack. I heard that the huge ships used by the Kyushu army are huge and invincible. Our navy and the Dutch people have been beaten by them. The navy group will definitely not be able to keep the mouth of the sea. We must do it well. Defense. Young master. His subordinates are willing to lead 2,000 soldiers and 5,000 people to guard the line along the river, so that they will not have the opportunity to land. The Zheng family general took the initiative to ask, well, I will send the supervising army to go with you. You must guard the area along the river, otherwise we will suffer from the enemy. Zheng Zuo felt unprecedented pressure this time. Maybe he underestimated the strength of the Kyushu army. Looking at the overall situation, the subordinates feel that the Kyushu army is step by step, and it is really terrible to dismantle our Annan country's resistance to them step by step. Ruan's navy has surrendered, and our Zheng's navy is defeated by them again, and their ships can be in this sea. It's unimpeded in the Red River. Whether it's supply or combat, it's not a problem. The Zheng family counselor said to Zheng Zuo, that's something that can't be helped. The heavenly power is strong. Every time they are unified, we will fall into a passive state. If they have been in a split state and have no time to take care of us. Zheng Zuo sighed. He was familiar with history and found that as long as there was no war in the Central Plains, the emperors of the Central Plains would expand around, and Annan would often become a target of bullying. Report. Another messenger boarded the wall in a hurry. What's the matter again? Zheng Zuo had a headache. The enemy was found 40 miles north of Shenglong City, including about 20,000 people including handyman, and the enemy was found 60 miles northwest, with more than 10,000 people. The messenger once again brought bad news. Zheng Zuo's heart clenched suddenly, but he didn't expect that the Kyushu army marched faster than Zheng Bing returned to his division. The Taowei Kyushu army is about to join forces in Shenglongqing. Report. The Lord's army has marched 80 miles to the south, and will arrive in Shenglong City soon. Finally, after two heavy news, there was finally a piece of news that was good news for the Zheng family. Great, the Lord has finally returned, and we can hold on to Shenglong City for at least 1 year. With 100,000 troops in hand and the world's righteousness, the Kyushu army is estimated to return without success. The depressing atmosphere on the walls of Shenglong City was swept away, and everyone couldn't help jumping for joy, as if guarding the sky and seeing the moonlight. The Lord has another order. Ask His Majesty Li Shenzong to issue an edict, calling on the people of the world to rise up and resist the Kyushu army. Kun Lingbing said again. Go down and get ready now, Zheng Zuo said to a counselor next to him. Yes. The counselor rushed towards the palace with a few soldiers. At present, the Zheng family and Ruan family are fighting, and the nominal emperor of Annan Kingdom is still Li Shenzong. Of course, the Zheng family takes the emperor to make the princes. Li Shenzong is just a puppet. If you want to write any edict, you only need to draft it yourself, and then ask Li Shenzong to stamp it. Enough. After learning the news that the Kyushu army had appeared outside the city, The defenders in Shenglong City were in a rush and panic all day long. The next day, the two groups of Kyushu army and Zheng's reinforcements arrived at Thanglong City almost one after another, and the Nanyang fleet also annihilated the Zheng's navy, forming four forces around Thanglong City. The defenders of Shenglong City, 10,000 soldiers and 20,000 people defended by strong inner and outer walls. Outside the city of Shenglong, the main force of the 30,000 Zheng family led by Zheng Ji and the 50,000 Minzhuang fought against the city wall with their backs. On the side of the Kyushu army, the two armies of the independent corps were combined into one. There were more than 20,000 soldiers and nearly 20,000 people, including some temporarily recruited from Langshan, Goping, and the upper reaches of the Red River. There is also the Nanyang fleet that has blocked the Red River and can bombard Shenglong City from the Red River at any time. This may be the largest battle in the Red River Delta in a century, and this battle will rewrite the history of Annan for hundreds of years. Chapter 632 The Tormented Rivalry. Hundreds of cannons roared, countless soldiers screamed, and a large-scale battle broke out on the southeast peninsula. In the beginning, the Kyushu army sent an infantry battalion to tentatively attack the position of Zheng Zhong's army. As a result, the overly nervous Zheng family Yulin army fought back and triggered a full-scale war. All of the Zheng family's assets were taken out in the autumn of life and death. There were artillery purchased from the Kyushu army, artillery purchased from the Netherlands, and even earth artillery seized from the Ming army 200 years ago. With little pieces, the Zheng family also assembled 100 artillery, and both sides were blasting each other's positions, and soldiers fell in a pool of blood every minute. Cheng Yi led the generals to pay attention to the changes on the battlefield every moment, and was quite distressed about the casualties of the soldiers. But there are some costs that must be paid. It would be unrealistic to capture a country with millions of people unscathed. This may be the most difficult battle we have had since we went south. The opponent plus the strong men captured from all over. There are at least 100,000 people. Shang Yi put down his binoculars. The situation of the Zheng family and the Ruan family is very different. First of all, they have a population of 2 million. And their national strength is at least 3 times that of the Ruan family. The penetration of the home is limited, and it is impossible to integrate inside and outside. Deputy Corps Commander Tan Meng said from the side. This time you went to the front line of the Red River to kill, what gain? When the two sides were fighting stalemate, Shang Yi asked about the gains of the West Route army led by Tan Meng. We went all the way down the Red River and encountered considerable resistance. The terrain is difficult and dangerous. The middle and upper reaches of the Red River are densely covered with rainforests, water networks, and mountains. It is much more difficult than Zenangguan all the way. Tan Meng said. Yes, the Red River basin is rich in rain, so there are many rainforests, snakes, insects, and beasts. Shang Yi nodded. It can be said that the first trouble encountered when attacking Annan is the terrain, water and soil. Many parts of Annan Kingdom have not been developed yet, and are in the form of primitive rainforest, similar to those in Guangdong, Guangxi, Yunnan and Guizhou hundreds of years ago. Because of the rainforest and mountains, the tribes living here are very messy. There are local too, and even some Miao and Han people living here. They are scattered among the rainforest and mountains, and they are independent of each other. As for the ancient kings of Annan Kingdom, they were unable to form effective management. These people are also easy to become sources of rebellion and disputes. Tan Meng expressed his opinion. You're right, this is our most troublesome problem. In contrast, the Zheng family's 100,000 army may not be as tricky as they are. Don't look at the 100,000 Zheng's army is very large. It will collapse within a few months. But it is the villages that live in various parts of Annan Kingdom that we need to deal with carefully. Cheng Yi said. Fortunately, we are not officials of the Chief Secretary of Jiaozi. We don't need to think about these things. We will be done, said Huang Degong, who listened loudly. Yes, done. The generals of the independent corps said one after another. The military headquarters represented by Luo Sheng gave the Independence Corps and the Nanyang Fleet the acquisition of Annan in half a year, which means that the military can tighten the belt and provide half a year of supplies to the Independence Corps and the Nanyang Fleet. If you can't win Annan in half a year, you may face the end of withdrawing troops or changing generals. However, Luo Sheng gave plenty of time, because the Zheng family's army suddenly became weak after half a month of fighting. Because of the stagnant production of the war, the ammunition supplied to the firearms was about to bottom out. The food consumption of 100,000 people is also quite alarming. In addition, the residents of Thanglong City are also waiting to be fed, making the situation of the Zheng family even more precarious, so that the first thing Zheng Cheng gets up every day is to ask the quartermaster to report to him how much gunpowder is left. Soon the Ruan family in the south was wiped out and the news came that Ruan Fuxi had been taken prisoner. Zheng Ping was silent for a long time after knowing it, as if the whole person had become more depressed. Just half a month ago, Ruan Fuxi also agreed with him to deal with the Kyushu army, but Ruan's family failed too quickly, leaving Zheng Jing as a world away. At present, only the Zheng family of Annan Kingdom is still supporting it, and the Kyushu army is likely to attack from the direction of Cheng Base in the south. Father, the people of the Ruan family are really incompetent. How long has passed since they were all wiped out by the nine-state army? Zheng Zuo also learned the news of the Ruan family's failure, and couldn't help feeling that the Ruan family was too cowardly. The Ruan family has been able to remain invincible in the decades of war with us. How can it be as incompetent as you think? According to our spies, a group of generals in the Ruan family were secretly bought by the nine-state army, so the information was leaked to the Kyushu army, and it was still at a critical juncture that led his troops to surrender to the Kyushu army. Even Ruan Fuxi and Ruan Yujin were captured by the rebel generals. The other generals who had not rebelled were eliminated by the Kyushu army in the chaos. Now Fukhan City, the Yian Mansion are all rebel generals who fell to the Kyushu army. The Kyushu army is entirely possible to form a rebel team with more than 10,000 people, attack Cheng Base, and then enter our southern border. Then we will be attacked by the north and the south, and together with the river, they were blocked by the Kyushu army. Without territory, we have no food, no ammunition, and no reinforcements. Without the Kyushu army's instigation, our generals will rise, Zheng Jiyu said earnestly. After he knows that he has become a lone army, the most difficult thing to stabilize is the human heart. This will be the most fatal weakness of the Zheng family's army. Father, do we really have no chance to win? Zheng Zuo saw Zheng Zhong's tone of caution, and suddenly realized that he underestimated the Kyushu army. According to the current gunpowder dosage, we will run out of gunpowder in half a month. Unless there is a miracle, we will really be unable to return to heaven. Zheng Ping felt uncomfortable. At that time we will have to come out. Make the final decisive battle with the Kyushu army before the military spirit is broken. Our Annan kingdom has fallen to this point. Zheng Zuo was infected by the sad and desperate atmosphere, and he was also worried about his future. He is now the prince of the Zheng family and the future king of Annan, but the arrival of the Kyushu army has made him lose his glorious future. At the end of 1632, after Cao Bian Jiao reorganized the troops in the southern part of Annan Kingdom, he led the Ruan family's former tribe to conquer the fortress and enter the city of Shenglong. The Zheng family army finally couldn't stand the pressure of the bewildered Kyushu army in Shenglongqing. Under the leadership of Zheng Ji, it launched a deadly attack on the Kyushu army who was less than his own. Chapter 633 Preparations for the Chief Secretary of Kozi. At the end of the same year, a group of fleets, driven by the wind blowing from the mainland to the ocean, bypassed the Lisa Peninsula, entered the Red River along the coastline, and arrived at Shenglong City. With the flag of the Kyushu army, this group of fleets traveled unimpeded in the northern part of the Southeast Asia. The northern part of Nanyang has become the territory of the Nanyang Fleet, and no pirates dare to make trouble here. At the pier of Thanglong City, this group of ships docked, and groups of civilians got off the ship and looked at this land that was not new to them. Soon, they will live on this piece of land, plant farmland here, and multiply their offspring. Military lord, can we really get the land here? A commoner who came from Lizu Peninsula, bringing his family with his mouth, asked the soldiers of the Kyushu army who were on board to protect them. This is what our general has said repeatedly. There is no doubt about it. Every citizen who settles in Annan will get land and cattle. If you add a few newbies to your family, you will also be able to reduce taxes and receive a subsidy of silver every year. The soldier said, there is such a good thing in the world. It is unbelievable. The Kyushu army is really good to us flat-headed people. Not only the people who asked the question. Other people who were also emigrated by the Kyushu army to enrich the population of Annan also expressed their gratitude to Kyushu. The army is grateful to Dade. In the small peasant culture, these ordinary people pay most attention to land and descendants, and these Kyushu army promised to toss them at Annan Kingdom, and even Kyushu army can't ask for it. Let them turn Annan Kingdom into a real colony. This is the first batch of immigrants organized by the military. The number is about 500 families. More immigrants will be sent through merchant ships in the future. 10,000 immigrants are expected to arrive in a few years. On an official ship, a large number of officials disembarked, still discussing government affairs. They are officials sent by the Kyushu army to administer Annan Kingdom. They will soon establish the Chief Secretary of Cochin and bring Annan into the management scope of the Chief Secretary of Cochin. With a population of 10,000 households, if you intermarry with the local internationalities and spread Chinese culture, in time, this place will be completely indistinguishable from our Central Plains province. An official surrounded by many officials said, Master Xung, this Annan Kingdom originally regarded itself as a small China, and it broke away from the Southern Han Dynasty in the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms. Otherwise, it is still our territory, so it has a high degree of acceptance of our culture. It is also considered that this point is the military leader. It will be used as the core of the Chief Secretary of Cochin, rather than countries such as Tangu, Siam, and Langkang. An official said, it is not easy to manage the population of 3 million people in Annan. Such a population is close to that of the Chief Secretary of Yunnan. It must not be like the Chief Secretary of Jiazi established in the Ming Dynasty 200 years ago. It was overthrown in 10 years. Hope you all work together. Yes. This time, the Chief Envoy and Governor of the Jiazi Chief Secretary is Xun Wenkan, who was previously coordinating the affairs of Guangdong and Guangxi. With the end of the Annan War, the Guangdong and Guangxi regions do not have to bear the heavy pressure of supporting the independent corps, but use sea transportation, and the pressure is relatively light. Moreover, the Independence Corps is getting food supplies on the spot in Annan. What it lacks is only ammunition. Later, Xun Wenkan was sent to Annan to organize the establishment of the very important Jiazi Chief Secretary, as well as to coordinate immigration matters, and to transfer some of the drought-stricken and flooded populations from the Central Plains to Annan for assimilation. They took the immigrants into the city of Thanglong, and they could see the soldiers of the Kyushu army patrolling the streets and the residents of Thanglong who looked at them in surprise. They also heard that the Central Plains Yemen will soon be established, replacing the temporary Yemen here, and will manage this place permanently. Xun Wenkan took the officials of the Chief Secretary of Kozi and found Cheng Yi at the Yemen of Thanglong City. At this time, Cheng Yi was using force to suppress Thanglong City, personally sitting in the Yemen and urging a group of officials selected by the Zheng family to handle the affairs of the city. Master Xun, you are finally here. I'm so worried these days. I'm a martial artist, and I'm okay to lead soldiers in combat. This government affairs can be a mess. Cheng Yi was relieved when Xun Wenkan arrived. If it hadn't been for the capture of Shenglong City, and the officials of the Chief Secretary of Kozi hadn't made a decision, Cheng Yi would not personally copy his sword and go into battle. I think General Cheng Yi's cyan blood policy is okay. Although many soldiers are patrolling in Thanglong City, there is no disturbance in general and everything is running as usual. Xun Wenkan smiled slightly. That means nothing happened in the city. The remnants of the Zheng family and the Ruan family in many places in Annan, as well as some villages that were dissatisfied with us, rebelled one after another and occupied the dense forest on the hill. The rebel forces in the mountain area are the strongest, Shang Yi sighed. It seems that the situation is more serious than we thought. Sun Wenken and the coming Jiazi chief secretary looked at each other, their expressions becoming solemn. Every time the dynasty is changed, bandits will be rampant. Some people in Annan are lucky. It's no surprise that they revolted. The current situation is still under our control. We have successively defeated the 7 rebels, captured more than 2,000 people, and deported tens of thousands. People. Cheng Yi said, in extraordinary times, we must use extraordinary means to control. These captives are divided by 10 years of labor, and they will be used as laborers in the ordnance factory, mining field, and farm that our Kyushu army will build here. Master Xung arranges for them to register and write a book. This is not a problem. It was originally an internal affair of the chief secretary of Kosi. Yes, there are now the independent corps led by General Cheng Yi in Annan, the 6th Corps led by General Cao Bian Jiao, and the Nanyang Fleet. What arrangement? Sun Wenken asked. Our mission is far from over. Annan is not our defense zone. Here, we will select a group of young people from the local people as the security force, and it is also the force that the Chief Secretary of Cochin can command. And our standing corps will temporarily replenish troops in Annan and put down the rebels. When the situation in Annan stabilizes, they will attack Champa, Zenla and other countries under the command of the military headquarters to expand the territory of the Chief Secretary of Cochin. Cheng Yi said, well, according to the plan of the military department, the area under the jurisdiction of the Chief Secretary of Cochin is the existing sites in Annan, Champa, Chenla, Siam, and Tanggu. The magnitude of this is unprecedented. The Mongols during the Yuan dynasty. It is unbelievable that things that have not been achieved by joining forces with the Han people can be realized in hundreds of years. Sun Wenken said with emotion. Thanks to our unobstructed sea roads, we can continuously transport the population and ammunition, otherwise we may not be able to consume the Zheng family and Ruan family here. Shang Yi said. 634 chapters of Ling Kai's punishment. In the sky prison of Thanglong City, a large number of important figures of Annan Kingdom were imprisoned, such as Li Shenzong, Zheng Bing, Zheng Zuo, Zheng Bing, Nguyen Phuk, Nguyen Yujin, Nguyen Yui, Nguyen Phuk Nguyen, as well as the leaders of a group of rebellious tribes. The luxurious lineup made Anano's attention. Unexpectedly, our 2 families have fought for decades, and now they have become captives of the Ming people at the same time. Everything is like a dream, like nothing. Zheng Zhen still muttered from time to time. Nguyen Fuxi was sitting on the straw in the prison, eating the food cooked by the Kyushu army chef while holding a porcelain bowl, and from time to time he wiped the greasy corners of his mouth with his sleeves. It's fine if the Kyushu army didn't kill you now. We have eaten free food for at least 2 or 3 months. However, the dishes cooked by the chefs of Central Plains really do not say that they are more delicious than the delicacies of the mountains and seas we usually eat. After Nguyen Phuk's eye was full of wine and food, he leaned contentedly on the stakes in the prison and burped. You guy is really big-hearted. Every time you eat something sent by the Kyushu army, you are not afraid of them poisoning it. You know it's easy to get a violent death in prison, said Zheng Ji, who was separated by a cell. If they really want to kill us, they can have 100 ways. They are not defensible, so it is better to enjoy them. You and I are old enough to enjoy all the glory and wealth, and there is not much time. What are you afraid of? Ruan Fuxi said. You don't have a lot of time. I think I can live for at least 20 years. Zheng Ping said. Zheng Ji, you guys really dare to say it. An elder from the Ruan family said, if you kidnapped the Li family emperor and caused our Annan country to be torn apart for a long time, and the army is in chaos, would there be a chance for the Ming people to come in? I see. Your Zheng family are treacherous officials. Well, you old thief of the Ruan family, it was not the intentional division of your Ruan family that caused our Annan country to fall into war. If you surrendered to the court earlier, we would have annexed Champa, Siam and other countries, and our national power has greatly increased. General Zheng retorted dissatisfiedly, "Shit, it's clearly your Zheng family's perverse behavior. Don't think that we are separated by a cell and you are free to utter rants. Hold your head out. I will blow your dog's head today." The family members and the courtiers who had eaten their food and nourished their spirits again fought each other and shook hands to demonstrate. Li Shenzong, the puppet king of Annan Kingdom, was also imprisoned and locked up here by the Kyushu army, silently watching the quarrel between the two families. He was held hostage by the Zheng family, and he has been under the shadow of the Zheng family for more than 10 years. The Ruan family is not a good bird either. It's just that they are weak and have no chance to hold the royal family. Now the two power officials have fallen to the same level as him. Not only did Li Shenzong not worry about his current situation, he even wanted to laugh a little. Suddenly the prison door was opened, and a group of people walked in. The intensive footsteps calmed the quarreling members of the Ruan family and the Zheng family. "Deng Qianlong, you hateful liar. You still have a face here." Ruan Fuxi saw Deng Qianlong, who led the Nanyang fleet, among the people who came in. He couldn't help but stand up and excitedly held the fence that prevented him from going out. If it weren't blocked by a fence, he would definitely rush out to beat Deng Qianlong. The backwaters of the Nanyang fleet caused the Nguyen's navy to be destroyed and Hoi An port fell. Otherwise, the 6th Corps dispatched by the Kyushu army from Guangzhou Mansion may not be able to capture Fukhan City. "Ruan Fuxi, we have met again. The 5 million tals of silver that your Ruan family owed to Anine State Army has not been repaid. Have you forgotten?" Deng Qianlong teased. Ruan Fuxi gritted his teeth with hatred. Deng Qianlong was murderous. "Treasurer Jia, you still have the face to appear here." Zheng Jia's words are almost exactly the same as Ruan Fuxi, because he saw Zhang Yuan, who deceived him among the people who came in. "Lord Zheng, we met again, but my surname is not Jia. My name is Zhang Yuan." Zhang Yuan looked at the trophies with his hands on his back, and said with satisfaction, "Seeing Lord Zheng, you are still alive and kicking. Not so guilty anymore." Yu Zhengji also gritted his teeth with hatred. "Okay, now is not the time to revisit the old." Cheng Yi clapped his hands, and everyone was quiet. He looked around the prisoners and said, pointing to Sun Wenkan, and said, "This is the governor of the upcoming Jiaozi chief secretary. He will decide yours life and death." Decided to live and die. Many people in the Zheng family and Ruan family shrank their pupils. Their destiny will be cut off today, and they may die. The Zheng family and Ruan family are both big families of Annan Kingdom, and they have unparalleled influence. Now there are many traitors and remnants in Annan who are lucky enough to resist the general trend. I hope that the Zheng family and Ruan family can write to persuade them to surrender them. To avoid a big move, it is the people who suffer in the end. Sun Wenkan said. "Impossible. I won't help you out." Zheng Bing said arrogantly. "He has his own dignity. I'm not going to help you out." Ruan Fuxi stood on Zheng Ping's side this time. "Why should Master Sun be polite to them? The military has orders. If they don't follow, this matter will be handled by our military." Cao Bian Jiao, who played the black face, stood up and said, "If the Zheng family and Ruan family do not follow, then every day, we choose one person from the Zheng family and Ruan family, and we will fight to death in front of everyone until the prison is emptied." Ling Kai, and one by one, how much pressure should be on the people who stayed in the prison until the end? All the faces turned pale. Death on the battlefield is only a momentary thing. Ling Kai will aggravate the painful process. And waiting for Ling Kai is 100 times more painful than Ling Kai himself. Today, we started to carry out Ling Chi. The military department sent the eunuch who was the best at Ling Chi in the Ming court. He claimed that he could cut more than 3,000 knives on people and make them impossible to die. I don't believe it. Yes, unless I see it with my own eyes. So I have to pick a person from the Zheng family and Ruan family to prove it, and see who is so lucky. Cao Bian Jiao paced the aisle of the cell where the Zheng family and Ruan family were, and let the Zheng family, the people in Ruan's family, were frightened and at a loss. In their view, this is a devil. I've decided, Zheng Zuo, the prince of the Zheng family, and Ruan Fu, the young master of the Ruan family, let the two men come first, come, and drag them out. Cao Bianjiao suddenly waved his hand and several soldiers who had been prepared for a while. He rushed into the cell and dragged the two people out. The frightened people even forgot to resist. Soon a few soldiers tied the two hapless guys to a pillar, and then an old eunuch, wearing a yin and yang style, came out. Behind him was carrying a plate of knives of various sizes. The old man has not carried out this imposing punishment for 20 years, and his craftsmanship is unfamiliar. I hope these two big fat boys won't die at $2,000. The old eunuch brushed Zheng Zuo and Nguyen Phuoc's cheeks, frightened the two of them to stand upright. Chapter 635 Disposal of the Nobles of Anan Kingdom. What do you want me to do? I just do it. I just ask you not to hurt my nephew, otherwise how can I explain to my deceased elder brother? Nguyen Phuoc was frightened when he saw the big and small knives used to infuse Kai, and finally can't bear it, compromise with the Kyushu army. The Nguyen family dragged out was Nguyen Phuoc Nguyen, the son of the dead Lord Nguyen Phuoc Yuan. Nguyen Phuoc promised Nguyen Phuoc Nguyen to take care of Nguyen Phuoc Nguyen before his death. Now that Nguyen Phuoc was about to be executed by the first Ling Chi, he immediately panicked. This is the cruelest torture in the legend. Me too. If you have something to say, don't move the knife. Don't move the knife. Master Zheng was also scared by Ling Kai's torture, and it was not someone else who pulled out from the Zheng family, but his eldest son. Isn't everyone still very hard-hearted just now? Why are you one by one now? It's boring. Since the father-in-law and the torture instrument have been invited out, they should always come in handy. In this way, I will shave these two people first, and the others will not be killed. What do you think? Cao Bianjiao pretended to think for a while and suggested, no. Don't. Ruan Phuoc and Zhengji called out anxiously at the same time. Sun Wenkan watched the fear on the sidelines. It was time to star in the red face, so he coughed slightly, and then said to Cao Bianjiao, General Cao, I think the Zheng family and Ruan family have deeply understood and reflected on their mistakes. Just let them go. I believe that they will help us put down the rebellion in Anan and bring Anan into a peaceful and prosperous world. This new acquaintance, the governor of Jiazi, is right. We are happy to help the Kyushu army put down the rebellion. Although Nguyen Phuoc Zai and Zheng Ping did not know what they had made a deep understanding of and reflected on the mistakes. What the Kyushu army said, now that's it. The two nobles, Ruan Phuoc and Zheng Zhong, know, they are sent to our prepared house, grind and prepare the paper, and let them write the letter of recruitment and surrender. If we are not satisfied, continue to come back to play Lingqi. Cao Bianjiao turned his head to face the father-in-law, said, I have troubled father-in-law. I hope you will live in Thanglong City for a while. It's okay. We didn't have any craftsmanship in the past. It's been too long since I got out of the palace. The craftsmanship is a bit rusty. I originally planned to find the feel of these big fat boys, but it's a pity. Ming Dynasty, the old eunuch invited by the palace, said regretfully that before leaving, he looked at the detained Ruan and Zheng people as if looking at Piggy, and scared their hair to stand upside down. After we helped your Kyushu army stabilize Anan, will you really let us go? We have lost our territory and army. We are just an ordinary family, and there is no threat to your Kyushu army. Ruan Phuoc said to Deng Qianlong and Cao Bianjiao, waiting for someone to ask. After the incident is completed, our Nanyang fleet will send ships to escort you to the island in Dongjiang town. Liudong. There are many prisoners who have encountered the same situation as you. You must not leave the island for 10 years. Only if you perform well, you can become normal people and communicate normally everywhere. Deng Qianlong said their future destiny. Can't leave the island for 10 years. Nguyen Phuoc Zai thought for a while. This condition is already quite favorable for their group of prisoners. If it was a brutal invader, they might have their heads cut off and hung on the city to deter the people. If your Kyushu army is sincere this time, I will try my best to assist you. Zheng Ji is obviously satisfied with this condition. I won't lie to you this time, brother. Zhang Yuan said. You guys cheated me to death. When Zheng Ji saw Zhang Yuan and said he didn't lie to him, he became a little suspicious. Zhang Yuan has left a psychological shadow on him. 10 years of house arrest is nothing compared to Ling Kai torture. The members of the Ruan and Zheng families were relieved when they saw that the two bosses were determined to assist the Kyushu army. They and others had already escaped and did not have to suffer the torture of the Kyushu army. When the father-in-law arrived with the torture instrument just now, many people had already been scared into incontinence, and there was a smell of jail. There is another special person here, King Li Shenzong of Anan Kingdom. I don't know how to deal with it, the officer guarding the prison asked the important leaders of the Kyushu army in Annanland. Master Xung, how did King Anan deal with it? Does the military have any arrangements? Deng Qianlong looked at Xun Wenken. Yes. The military has ordered that the king of Anan will be sent to the north together with the Zheng family and the Ruan family, but he does not need to be imprisoned on the Liadong Island for 10 years, and sent directly to the capital. The military owner has prepared a small house for him as a shelter. Because of this, he will be an ordinary resident of our capital from now on, and he does not have to suffer from being held hostage. Xun Wenken said. Residents of the imperial city of the Celestial Kingdom, Li Shenzong, who was squatting in the corner, heard the Kyushu army's arrangements for him, and thought he had heard it wrong. Originally, he thought he would be imprisoned on the island for at least 10 years, but the tolerant ruler of the Heavenly Kingdom directly allowed him to become a resident of the Heavenly Kingdom, which was a relief from the extravagant hope for him who was precarious. If the Zheng family continues to be held hostage, when the Zheng family prepares to usurp the throne, he will be the first to destroy it. The emperor of the upper kingdom of the Heavenly Dynasty can cover thousands of years, and it is impossible to be alone. Li Shenzong knelt to the north on the spot with excitement. Xun Wenken, Deng Qianlong, Shang Yi, Cao Bianjiao, Zhang Yuan and others looked at each other. The king of Anan was so excited that he was just as a civilian in the capital city. How awkward he was usually. After the Zheng family, Ruan family, and Li Shenzong's affairs were dealt with, Xun Wenken and other bigwigs who directly or indirectly killed Anan came out of prison. This time they gathered in Shenglong City, not entirely for the purpose of frightening the people of the Ruan family and Zheng family in prison. They have even more important purposes. With the cooperation of the Zheng family and the Ruan family, we can recruit a considerable part of the army, and the difficulty of countering the rebellion is much less. It can be handed over to our independent corps. Cao Bianjiao and Deng Qianlong, your 6th Corps and Nanyang Fleet may have to start preparing for the second phase of the battle plan. Chen Yi said. Are you talking about attacking Champu and Zenla? Deng Qianlong said. Wait. Xun Wenken, the chief envoy of Jiaozi, said in a puzzled way. The situation in Anan has not stabilized yet. Why should we continue to march south? The territorial expansion is too fast, and it is difficult for us to digest it. Master Xun does not know that this Champa country, Zenla country and Ruan family have some special relations. Now that the Ruan family surrenders, it is a good time to enter the Champa country and Zenla country. Deng Qianlong said, I living in Hoyanport has a clear understanding of the situation in the Southeast Asian countries. I would like to hear the details. Xun Wenken said. Chapter 636, Champa and the Kingdom of Zenla. The southern part of Anan is the Champa country. The Champa country is famous for its Champa rice. The grains are full and round. It was introduced to Guangdong, Guangxi and Jiangnan during the Song dynasty and it fed many people. It can be said to be a blessing. Deng Qianlong he told Xun Wenken the story of Champa. Champa rice is famous far and wide. It is a rare good variety, and it is often mentioned in the classics of the Song dynasty. But now the people have been blessed, but they have forgotten what it is called. Xun Wenken said. That's the case. Although we are a celestial country, it is not because of our own properties that we have achieved our current achievements, but we have a mind that is open to all rivers, and we use all the essence of foreign countries for our own use. Zhang Yuan on the side couldn't help it. Chip in. This Champa country has also been brilliant, and most of the territory of the Ruan family of Annan was formerly the territory of the Champa country. Before Annan was split, the Champa country also crusades against the powerful Annan country. The then Emperor of Annan was killed. It shocked Annan for a while. Earlier, Emperor Kublai of Ming Yuan had organized an army to conquer Champa, but he had to withdraw his troops because of some things. Deng Qianlong lived in Hoyanport for a long time, and usually walked in the south of Annan Kingdom, so he even understood some of the history of Champa. It's a small Champa country with a small population. It is really rare to have such a glorious history. Sun Wenken couldn't help feeling a little. But that's what happened before. Since the Ruan family of Annan Kingdom expanded to the south, the territory of the Champa country has become smaller and smaller, and the population has gradually been assimilated by the Ruan family. The population of the Champa country now is less than what it used to be, half or even less. Only the Bintonglong area is still firmly controlled by the Champa country, and the population may be only tens of thousands. Deng Qianlong said, so this is a good opportunity to conquer the Champa country. As long as we send one, if the detachment goes south, it can easily capture Bintonglong and turn Champa into a palace managed by the chief secretary of Kozi. What about Zenla? Sun Wenken asked about Zenla again. From the topographic map drawn by the military, the territory of Zenla is much larger than that of Champa, with a population of hundreds of thousands. I'm afraid it's more difficult than occupying Zenla. For the kingdom of Zenla, we can't be so anxious to annex them. The kingdom of Zenla borders Tangu and Siam. Tangu and Siam are both powerful countries. During the Wanli year, the kingdom of Tangu also invaded our Yunnan chief secretary and seized them. A lot of our land has not yet been reclaimed. Deng Qianlong said. Tongyi country. Sun Wenken looked a little ugly when he heard this word. To the old ministers of Ming Dynasty, Tangu was also very annoying, because Tangu frequently clashed with the Ming Dynasty in the southwest border, and the war between the two sides continued for 200 years. Later, during the Wanli III expeditions, the Ming Dynasty suffered from the war in the north and the treasury was empty, which caused the imperial court to be unable to go south, so it gave up a considerable part of the territory of the chief secretary of Yunnan. Many civil servants and military commanders felt bad about this, and Sun Wenken was no exception. After all, a big country in the southwest had suffered such a big loss in the hands of a small southwestern country, and it made them feel ashamed. It's not too late for gentlemen to take revenge for 10 years, and we will destroy them in the future, Deng Qianlong said. Cao Bian Jiao, Sun Wenken, Shang Yi, Huang Degong and others nodded, and they all believed in this, because as early as in the plan of the military department, the future jurisdiction of the chief secretary of Kozi included Annan, Siam, Tangu, Zenla, Champa, and Langkang. Among them, the most powerful Annan kingdom was wiped out, and other countries are only a matter of time. Since the kingdom of Zenla will not be able to move them for a while, why do we say that we are going to attack the kingdom of Champa and kingdom of Zenla? Sun Wenken was puzzled. With our current strength, the infantry is less than 40,000 and we control 3 million. The population of Annan is already very difficult. To conquer the Champa country with a population of only tens of thousands, there is no need to divide too many troops. However, if we want to control the Zenla country with a population of hundreds of thousands, we may face the dilemma of insufficient military strength. Once rebellions break out in various places, we will face the predicament of being exhausted, and maybe even the Annan kingdom that we have acquired will be lost. This is true, but there are some hidden secrets you don't know, Deng Qianlong said. What's the secret? Due to the pressure of Lord Zheng, Lord Ruan had to expand to the south, in order to fight for the occupation of the city. The former Lord Ruan Fu Ayuan married his daughter Princess Yuki to the monarch of Champa. Similarly, Ruan Fu Ayuan wanted to plot her daughter in Zenla. Xiyu married King Jayazita II of Zenla. As a gift, King Zenla allowed the Ruan family to establish a town in the Priango area at the mouth of the Langkang River, and the customs were set up by the Ruan family, which can be said to be Zenla, as the power of the sea has long been controlled by the Ruan family. Deng Qianlong told an amazing fact. Good guy, Nguyen fuck you An is really a good method. With a daughter, he can control the most valuable part of Zenla. In the future, the army can attack Zenla through this area at any time, and can also use this to monopolize the overseas trade of Zenla. Sun Wenkan said in surprise, if we hadn't eliminated the Ruan family, maybe in a while, the southern part of Zenla country would be the back garden of the Ruan family. We can use this as an excuse to fully take over the towns established by the Ruan family in Zenla and use them as the port of An and Yang fleet in Zenla, forming a complete line of Thanglong City, Hoi An Port, Sinai Port, and Priango. The next step is to control the Strait of Malacca and completely monopolize the trade between the East and the West. This is even more important than our capture of Siam and Tangu. Deng Qianlong said, as an admiral of the navy, he values sea power even more. Conquering the Strait of Malacca step by step is something he has been planning every day since he lived in Hoi An Port for a year. He understands how important the Strait of Malacca is. Once the Strait of Malacca is controlled, ships traveling between the East and the West have to pay customs duties to the Kyushu army, otherwise it will take more time to bypass South America. Next, our independent corps will continue to quell the rebellion in Annan. Cao Bianjiao, your 6th Corps is responsible for taking over the city from the land, while Deng Qianlong, your Nanyang fleet detours by water to Priango to accept Ruan's forces there. We have people from the Ruan family held in their hands, and they should be easy to succumb. If they don't surrender, then they will forcibly capture Puliang. Is there a problem? Shang Yi asked Cao Bianjiao and Deng Qianlong. No problem. Cao Bianjiao and Deng Qianlong thought this action was easier, because the Ruan family who had bullied Champa and Zenla was overturned by the Kyushu army, not to mention the 2 vassals. Chapter 637 Coconut Tribe. There are 2 big tribes in Zenla, one is the Coconut Tribe in the north, and the other is the Betel Nut Tribe in the south. The customs of the 2 tribes are very different and conflicts continue. However, for the sake of the unified interests of the Champa country, sometimes they will marry together to determine the candidates of the Champa king. The system of Champa is very strange. They divide their subjects into 4 castes, namely Brahman, Kshatriya, Vaishya and Sudra. Officials are only selected from the first 2 castes. In addition, different castes cannot pass. The descendants of a caste will always be this caste. Passover is absolutely not allowed. The Han people living in Vijaya acted as a guide, leading Cao Bianjiao and others to the Coconut Tribe. The Coconut Tribe in the northern part of Champa has been invaded by the Ruan family for a long time, and taxes are paid to the Ruan family every year. So Cao Bianjiao led the soldiers to Vijaya, the southernmost part of Annan Kingdom. The first thing they did was to visit the Coconut Tribe elders here. The current Champa country only has the Tongbine Long area in the south, where the Betel Nut Tribe is very powerful. The 6th Corps brought by Cao Bianjiao was not familiar with the terrain here. If they wanted to capture the Tongbine Long area and defeat the Pinan Tribe as soon as possible, they had to find locals for help. Among the locals, no one is more familiar with their rival and marriage partner the Pinan tribe than the Coconut Tribe. If you were born as of Shu or Sudra, wouldn't it be impossible to leave the generals in your life? Not to mention that the princes and generals are kind. Cao Bianjiao couldn't help being surprised when he heard about the strict caste system here. It's more than a lifelong inability to come and go. The lower the caste, the lower the status, and they are often beaten to death for passing over. The same is true for his children and grandchildren. The strangest thing is that their people also regard it for things that are taken for granted. Stay safe and guard against ourselves, the local Han said. We Chinese who live or trade in Champa are also divided into different castes and enjoy different treatments. Oh, even our people in China are divided into castes? Cao Bianjiao was quite interested. If it is a large merchant or a patriarch of a large family, it will be recognized by the Champa as a Kshatriya, and if it is a laborer on a merchant ship or an ordinary Chinese who wanders here, it will be recognized as of Sha. The Han said. The status of our Han people here is not low. Cao Bianjiao said, but after our Kozi chief secretary completely controls this place, sooner or later we will abolish the caste system here, otherwise it will be too unfavorable for the spread of Confucianism. Confucianism is the idea of governing the country and keeping the world peaceful. The reason why Confucianism occupies the mainstream ideological position in China is that, in addition to the fact that there are many essences, it is also inseparable from the imperial examination system. The imperial examination is one of the few ways for the poor and ordinary people to become the ruling class. This is precisely because studying Confucian classics has the opportunity to come and go. So scholars in the world will praise Confucian classics as the supreme dogma. If it is to promote Confucianism in countries with a caste system, the people may not have enough motivation. Those people of low caste only believe that they will become aristocrats in the next life and are willing to endure pain of this world, no matter how they will govern the country and make the world peaceful. In this way, power is firmly held in the hands of the nobles represented by religious personnel, which will also affect the rule of the chief secretary of Cochin. Although the coconut tribe is called a tribe, it is actually a dry village with a large number of people. Cao Bianjiao entered the Leaf tribe and turned left and right under the guidance of the people of the Leaf tribe until he came to a pagoda. A bold old man brought dozens of Brahmins and Kshatriya nobles on the stone steps of the stupa, and Cao Bianjiao and the others who came down folded their hands together. Cao Bianjiao also folded his hands in return, but he thought in his heart that these Brahmins took themselves too seriously. The small coconut tribe had all surrendered to the Ruan family, and dared to wait for him as a general of the heavenly kingdom, which sect in Zongyuan would not receive him in fear. Even so, Cao Bianjiao did not express his inner dissatisfaction, but went to the village to follow the customs. Wait until the chief secretary of Zhao Kai sends officials over, and then think of ways to rectify them. Cao Bianjiao brought a few local Chinese with him as an interpreter. We are the Kyushu army from the Central Plains. We are harassing your tribe. I hope to forgive me. Cao Bianjiao said politely. Dozens of Champa nobles listened to the interpretation of the local Han people and thought that Cao Bianjiao had a good attitude, and smiled slightly. I don't know what the adults from the north do, the bold old man asked. You can't talk about it, just want some young people from the coconut tribe, and let us go south to pacify the Tongbinlong area, and bring the Tongbinlong area into the management of our Jozi chief secretary. Cao Bianjiao said. The face of the bold old man and the Champa noble behind him changed slightly. They never thought that people from China would have such ambitions. They thought they were just visiting the coconut tribe to comfort them, worrying that they would cause trouble. I don't know why the Heavenly Kingdom came up with Bintonglong's idea. Bintonglong area is mountainous and forested, and the miasma is full. At present, the king of Champu is ruling Bintonglong. If there is a wind and grass, he will lead the soldiers into the forest, waiting for an opportunity. I am afraid it will not be easy to defeat him. Besides, there are the Betelnut tribe behind the support of King Champa. There is no army of tens of thousands of people who cannot attack Bintong Dragon. The bold old man said slowly. Ha ha ha, tens of thousands of troops. Cao Bianjiao smiled at the officers who came with him. If we come to a tens of thousands of troops, I am afraid that it is not only Tongbinlong who will be conquered, but also Zenla can be attacked by the way. The countries of Siam, Langkang, and Tangu. The accompanying officers couldn't help but smile. Perhaps the terrain was an insurmountable problem for the Kyushu army, but with the Nanyang fleet, it could still easily project troops along the coastline. The bold old man and most of the Champa nobles did not understand Chinese, so they asked the local Han people what Cao Bianjiao had said. Just tell them that we have only 5,000 people this time, enough to capture Bintonglong. But we don't want to kill too many soldiers, so if we want to find them to lead the way, it is best to produce a group of young people who are familiar with the local area. Strong. Cao Bianjiao said. The local Han people explained to the bald old man and the Champa nobles in Champa language. Unexpectedly, The bald old man and a group of Champa nobles also laughed and were still talking. "What are they laughing at?" Cao Bianjiao asked. "They think it's impossible for 5,000 people to capture Bintonglong, and Bintonglong forest is dangerous. 5,000 people are just going to die." The local Han people carefully observed the changes in Cao Bianjiao's expression, for fear that the general who had control of the military might be angry. Chapter 638 Iron Blood Policy. What a coconut tribe! It seems that staying in this mountain forest makes them like frogs at the bottom of a well, and they no longer understand the external changes. No wonder Anan Kingdom can eventually defeat Champa, Zenla, Langkang, and it is one of the best in Nanyang. It is because Anan Kingdom is close to China, and it has absorbed Chinese culture since ancient times. He knows how many catties he has. Cao Bianjiao saw that the people of the coconut tribe underestimated his troops. He was unhappy and sneered. "My lord, do I really want to translate like this? Wouldn't it be bad?" After the local Han people listened to what Cao Bianjiao said, if they followed Cao Bianjiao's words in full and explained to the coconut tribe, it might make the bald old man and a group of Champa nobles. It exploded on the spot. "Just tell them this, and order them to hand over 100 young men who are familiar with the local terrain. I have no time to talk nonsense with them, and I am eager to capture Bintonglong," Cao Bianjiao said. But the Chinese translation was a little panicked, and Cao Bianjiao's tone had changed from asking for something to compulsively recruiting a strong man. "Just say, we can retreat with our whole body." Cao Bianjiao didn't care. The local Han people had no choice but to bite the bullet and relay Cao Bianjiao's words to the bald old man and the Champa nobles. Sure enough, these people were in an uproar, and some even pulled out the knives from their waists and glared at Cao Bianjiao. As the leader of the coconut tribe, the bald old man is still a calm person who understands the overall situation. He stopped the noisy nobleman with his hands, and once again folded his hands and bowed his head slightly to Cao Bianjiao. He said that although the relationship between the coconut tribe and the betel nut tribe is not good, in order to alleviate the conflicts between each other for hundreds of years, they have been married from time to time. It is already a family relationship. It is impossible for the coconut tribe to send people out to help us eliminate the coconut tribe. Please also go back. The local Han translated to Cao Bianjiao. "Is it Wang Tu in the whole world? Their coconut tribe is within the control area of our Jiaozi chief secretary, so they can't help them choose." Cao Bianjiao grabbed the musket from the soldiers and fired a shot into the air. Bang! The sound of gunfire suddenly sounded, making the bald old man and a group of Champa nobles suddenly startled. Not only this group of nobles, but ordinary people in the coconut tribe also heard the gunshots and pushed open the wooden windows to see what happened. Uneasiness and panic gradually spread. "Come on, take them down." The bald old man was unhappy. He didn't expect the Kyushu army to be so hard-spirited that they would not allow them to refuse. Near the bald old man, hundreds of young people from the coconut tribe gathered around and surrounded Cao Bianjiao and others. They had spears, bows and arrows, and a few firecrackers. They looked at the Chinese soldiers surrounded by them in angrily and awe, and did not dare to do anything. But the bald old man is their spiritual leader and actual controller. If he makes up his mind, they must do it. "My lord, do you think it's a big mess? I said that I shouldn't anger them like this. What if these people with strange beliefs kill us?" The local Han people saw that they were also surrounded, and couldn't help but worry. Cao Bianjiao only had more than 20 guards, including his guards, and they were now in the middle of the coconut tribe. Even with the most advanced muskets, they could hardly retreat. With all the arrows fired, they might all be destroyed. "You all leave here for me. Never step into our holy land, otherwise none of you want to leave." The bald old man, on behalf of the nobles of the coconut tribe, issued an order to expel guests to Cao Bianjiao, and the battle between the two sides was ignited. Cao Bianjiao ignored the coconut tribe's eviction order, but took out his pocket watch, a novel gadget, thinking that the time was approaching in his heart. So he bared his white teeth. Tell them that not only will we not leave, but we will also replace Ruan. Conquer the coconut tribe again with force. What? Your lord, are you crazy? The local Han people were so regretful that their intestines were green. This Kyushu general was an irritated lunatic, and he had known that he would not be a translator for 12 grains of silver. I'm not crazy, time is almost up, just say it. Cao Bianjiao did not rush to reload his musket. His calmness caused all the people of the coconut tribe to focus on Cao Bianjiao and sniff from him. There was a breath of danger. Our Lord General will use force to make you surrender. I advise you to surrender early and listen carefully to our adults' arrangements, so as not to suffer countless deaths and injuries. The local Chinese translation saw that the relationship between the two parties was stiffened by Cao Bianjiao, and the dead horse served as a living horse doctor. He simply shouted to the people of the coconut tribe with a lofty attitude. The bald old man and the Champa nobles were quite annoyed, but the attitude of Cao Bianjiao and more than 20 people who dared to have a superior attitude was unclear. I don't know who gave them the courage to come to the core area of the coconut tribe and ask the coconut tribe to surrender. Boom. 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 The sound of artillery fired one after another, the shells fell into the coconut tribe, and the broken shrapnel splashed. The roar of the artillery attracted almost everyone's attention. They reflexively looked in the direction of the sound of the artillery, only to see the flying birds in the sky and loud noises over their hands. Cao Bianjiao finished this fashion bomb, took the lead in shooting, and directly killed the leading bald old man. The other more than 20 soldiers who followed Cao Bianjiao also shot at the nobles of the coconut tribe, regardless of who was who. Anyway, these people were the targets. The bald old man never thought that the Kyushu army would suddenly be in trouble. He had been shot in his chest, and his robe was stained with blood. His eyes gradually lost their brilliance, and he fell to the ground. The rest of the nobles also fell in a pool of blood. The local Han people screamed in shock. He thought that Cao Bianjiao would just scream for a while, but he never thought that Cao Bianjiao would be in danger, so he suddenly started to do it. After all, Cao Bianjiao only had more than 20 people present, and the nobles brought out by the bald old man somehow also had more than 20 people. And several nobles were still alive after a round of shooting. The few surviving nobles saw their companions fall in a pool of blood and turned into icy corpses. They couldn't help but slumped on the ground with fear in their eyes. Surrounded by hundreds of young people from the coconut tribe, they surrounded Cao Bianjiao. Seeing that their leaders were slaughtered, they didn't even dare to move for a while. Like a god of war, Cao Bianjiao, holding a musket, walked towards a surviving nobleman under the gaze of everyone, and aimed the musket at his head. Lead the people of your coconut tribe to surrender to our Kyushu army, and no one of our orders can resist. Chapter 639 The Abolition of the Caste System. Before Cao Bianjiao went to visit the coconut tribe, he had done a tough tactic. After all, he was a general and highly respected force. Originally planned to reclaim the coconut tribe in a peaceful way, but when he arrived at the coconut tribe, he gradually discovered that the coconut tribe had its own system. Cao Bianjiao simply used tough methods to signal the soldiers of the 6th Corps outside to shell the coconut tribe, and take advantage of the chaos and kill a group of nobles in the coconut tribe. The coconut tribe has never seen such a ruthless person. When the army was crushed and the leader was killed, the coconut tribe had to surrender to Cao Bianjiao, who was only more than 20 people. Although the Ruan family conquered the Baijian area, they didn't dare to use such a tough method against the coconut tribe with great power in the Baijian area. So the coconut tribe still formed its own system. Only this time, they were faced with the choice between surrender and survival. My lord, you are too fierce. People who are not afraid of the coconut tribe at all, I think they are all scared. After the local Chinese translation saw the 6th Corps marching into the village of the coconut tribe, he couldn't help feeling lingering, and then looked at Cao Bianjiao. His eyes already seemed to be looking at a great hero. With more than 20 heroes like this, you can go to the coconut tribe alone and behead its leader, which can last more than 10 years. These people are too ignorant to promote. If they don't uproot their noble power as soon as possible, they will leave harm to the chief secretary of Cochin in the future. Cao Bianjiao threw the rifle back to his guards and wiped the blood on his boots. Yes, most of these nobles are from the Brahmins of the highest caste, and they are used to domineering and blessings. They thought that we would also follow their rules. We deserved to die. The local Han said, ordered the abolition of the caste system of the coconut tribe, and the land owned by the nobles was divided among the civilians. The property of these nobles was confiscated 90% to help the military. After Cao Bianjiao killed the group of nobles, he thought it would be better to break the pot. Wrestling. The reform of the Champa country began with the coconut tribe, killing chickens and monkeys, watching other tribes dare to resist the future management of the chief secretary of Cochin. The ferocious soldiers of the Kyushu army broke into the homes of the Brahmin and Kshatriya castes of the coconut tribe, and they went through the boxes and found a lot of good things. They looked at the gold and silver jewels at the lower caste people who were onlookers outside and straightened their eyes. They know that people of higher castes occupy the best resources of the coconut tribe, but because of the existence of the caste system, they take it for granted. But after seeing so many treasures copied from the families of the senior castes, their beliefs were gradually eroded by the golden light and silver light, and a trace of cracks was gradually eroded by the gold and silver light. Why did the senior castes search so many gold and silver jewelry secretly and have the best life? And the most important thing is that some of them have witnessed the so-called high caste being slaughtered by more than 20 people in the Kyushu army like pigs and dogs, and the survivors knelt on the ground and kept begging the Kyushu army for mercy. In their beliefs, suffering in this world is to be able to become a high caste in the next life. But what about even a high caste? Wasn't it trampled on the ground by the Kyushu army? Bring all the high-ranking castes to the pagoda, and the rest of the castes will also go to register and make a register. Anyone who registers and make a register can get a share of the land. The local Han people shouted up and down in the village. For a time, the temples of the coconut tribe were overcrowded. Thousands of people from the coconut tribe gathered here and their heads surged. The Brahmins and Kshatriya nobles at the top were escorted to the temple by soldiers of the 6th Corps, kneeling to the crowd. As the local Han people said, these people have become accustomed to domineering and blessings, and now they have become prisoners. Cao Bianjiao's army boots made a crushing sound on the stone steps, making these prisoners terrified, and sweat was on their foreheads. In their eyes, the general of the Kyushu army is a devil who kills people without blinking. I intend to abolish the caste system. From now on, the coconut tribe will no longer have the distinction of caste, and the unity will be given the Han surname. Everyone is equal. Do you have any objections? Cao Bianjiao paced in front of these kneeling prisoners. Every step it all seemed to step on their hearts, making them frightened. A few of the captured nobles were still dissatisfied with this, but they had just made trouble. Cao Bianjiao signaled to the surrounding soldiers, and those few were shot and killed on the spot. Bang bang bang. The guns rang up and down, and the captured nobles and civilians onlookers were so scared that they covered their ears. The bloody scene of blood splashing made the coconut tribe's faces bloodless. The high-class castes and low-class races that were once awe-inspired are no different from each other. Does anyone have an opinion? Cao Bianjiao, who suppressed the coconut tribe with iron and blood, looked around at the crowd, and no nobles of the coconut tribe dared to resist. They were also a little innocent, and they obviously didn't do anything. That is, the bold old man and more than 20 nobles who represented them refused the Kyushu army's request for assistance, and they were dragged out by the Kyushu army to confiscate their homes. Anyone who registers today can be allocated fields, and these fields are given out by people of higher castes. In the future, you can intermarry freely, and everyone will have equal status. and you must pay taxes and respond to corvée. Cao Bianjiao licked his sword, look around the civilians and slaves and announced to them such a major change. But unlike Cao Bianjiao's expected cheers, the people of these low-level castes are more at a loss. It seems that even if they give the field to them, they don't know how to enjoy it. They have been constrained into slaves by the caste system for too long, so that their servility is so deep that they will not get better for a while. The local Han people whispered to Cao Bianjiao. Yeah, Cao Bianjiao was very helpless with these people. The caste system has been deeply entrenched here for hundreds of years. Even Cao Bianjiao can hardly reverse it with force. Only when the people of the lower castes get the land and realize the value of equality will their backbones be straightened. After Cao Bianjiao suppressed the coconut tribe with force, he plundered the properties of many nobles, and forcibly divided the fields into low-level surnames, and finally left a team of 100 people to supervise. In addition, he also recruited 200 people from the coconut tribe to conquer the last Bintong-long area of Champa. The Nanyang fleet temporarily parked in Sinai port. Fleet Commander Deng Qianlong heard that Cao Bianjiao had attacked the coconut tribe, and didn't react much violently. He just shook his head slightly. Isn't it a good idea to sit down and talk peacefully? Armed force. We transported the 6th Corps to Sinai port and entered the original northern part of Champa. It's time to start our own combat goal, and immediately set off for Priango in Zenla. Chapter 640 Entering the Kingdom of Zenla. In the Priango area, Nguyen Phu Ayuan of the Nguyen family of Anan Kingdom married the king of the Zenla Kingdom with his daughter, and the king of the Kingdom of Zenla gave the Nguyen family a betrothal gift. The Priango area is located at the mouth of the Langkang River. After being controlled by the Nguyen family, Nguyen Phuc once sent people to set up a pass here, which actually controlled the entrance and exit of the Zenla Kingdom and the outside world from the sea. But the king of Zenla hadn't realized what it meant for them to lose this area, and he was very bold to give up this area. It's just that Ruan Fu Ayuan's meticulous design eventually became the clothes of others. After the Ruan family was wiped out by the Kyushu army, this enclave became a land of no owner, and only a few hundred ruins of the Ruan family occupied it. They have been waiting for instructions from descendants of the Ruan family, and some are hesitant to switch to Zenla. However, a few months after the Ruan family's demise, a fleet arrived late and broke into Priango. The huge hull, a bronze cannon, and the neat and uniform navy officers on the ship caused a violent sensation as soon as it broke into the Priango area. Ruan Yu Kai, who manages the Priango area, brought dozens of people to the port, looking at the huge battleship, without any thoughts of resistance in his heart. What a terrible fleet is stronger than the Franco fleet, Dutch fleet, and Spanish fleet we have seen. Ruan Yu Kai swallowed hard and was awed by the size of the Nanyang fleet. Master Fuzi, they seem to be mooring and landing. A member of the Ruan family called out loudly. If they landed ashore, could we still prevent them from landing? Ruan Yu Kai said helplessly. The Ruan family has now sent hundreds of people to garrison the Priango area. Among the hundreds, not all of them are combat soldiers. Most of them are tenant farmers of the Ruan family. They come here to open up wasteland and block the landing of the Nanyang fleet. As long as the Nanyang fleet was bombarded with artillery, the resisting troops immediately dispersed. In a short while, soldiers from the Nanyang fleet landed gradually and gathered in Priango, which was larger than the Ruan family in the district of Priango. Deng Qianlong looked down at the mouth of the Langkang River from the battleship Darkin, where the Langkang River slowly flowed into the South Ocean. However, most of the mouths of large rivers are delta plains, with vertical and horizontal water networks, suitable for reclaiming paddy fields, and in the age of great navigation, such a geographical location is excellent. Deng Qianlong couldn't help but admire Ruan's vision. If the Ruan family had a port in such a place, they would be able to attack Zenla on a large scale through waterways, and then seize more land in Zenla. Who are you who can speak? Deng Qianlong ordered the soldiers of the Nanyang fleet to bring the remnants of the Ruan family. Underneath is the Priangongu Ainukai appointed by Lord Ruan. But you are a general from the upper kingdom of the heavenly dynasty. Ruan Yukai's heart felt guilty. Deng Qianlong standing in front of him was most likely the general of the 9-state army who wiped out Ruan's family. From now on, Prianga will be under the management of our Kyushu army. Until our Cochin chief secretary sends someone to take over, you will still serve as the commander here. In the meantime, you need to count the population, banks, and paddy fields. Otherwise, when our officials arrive and find that there is an error, all of your population will land. Deng Qianlong said condescendingly to the remnant of the Ruan family with words that cannot be denied. This is a posture that the winner can enjoy, and Ruan Yukai feels even more frightened. Yes, I wonder if our young master Ruan is okay. Ruan Yukai has only a few hundred people, and there is no bargaining room. He can only follow Deng Qianlong's orders, but he still cares about the son of Ruan Fu Ayuan, the leader of Ruan who once promoted him. He is safe and sound, and this is an autograph letter from the Regent Ruan Fuxi. Don't think that we're tyrants, but your Ruan family is willing to hand Puliang to our Kyushu army to take care of it. Deng Qianlong handed a letter to you. To Ruan Yukai. Okay. All the good things have been finished by your Kyushu army. Ruan Yukai saw Deng Qianlong cheeky and said that it was the Ruan family who transferred Priango to the Kyushu army. He couldn't help but face a black line. He read the letter written by Ruan Fuxi and knew that Ruan Fuxi must have been coerced by the Kyushu army to write a letter of persuasion to surrender. However, since the Ruan Famous clan has accepted the council, what can he say from a branch of the Ruan family? Not to mention the ability to resist. I am willing to return to the Kyushu army. This time Ruan Yukai completely gave up other thoughts. As long as you return to us sincerely, you will still have a chance to become our official. After all, we are not familiar with this place. If you work hard in the future, you will definitely be appreciated. Deng Qianlong patted Ruan Yukai on the shoulder and gave Ruan Yukai a little thought. Ruan Yukai saw the Kyushu army throw an olive branch at him, and he really moved. Although Ruan's family was taken prisoner and transported to the remote town of Dongjiang in Liadong, these less closely related branches still have a chance to climb up. If possible, who is willing to give up power? Your Ruan family has a good vision. It has occupied such a good position as a port. If the surrounding Zenla country is seized again, this place will become a big port no less than Hoyan Port. Deng Qianlong said to Prian. Brother is very satisfied. As long as it is a good port, it is the base of the Nanyang fleet in Nanyang, which means that the Kyushu army's control over Nanyang has been further strengthened. The generals of the Celestial Dynasty are right. This is indeed a unique and excellent port, but the Khmer people do not know the goods. They put their focus on the land, guarding against enemies from Siam and Tangu, and ignoring the downstream of the water network. Ruan Yukai said, usually, if there are Western ships coming to buy the rare and exotic treasures of Zenla country, they have to pass through our Puliang and then pay taxes to us. We can benefit from it. Our bank here is therefore quite good. For the sake of abundance, the general of the heavenly dynasty can follow me to take a look if he doesn't believe it. Our Kyushu army still looks down on this tariff. Deng Qianlong was disappointed by this. He paced back and forth, seeming to always find it meaningless, because victory came too easy, and occupying Prianga was meaningless. What do you want, General Tan Dynasty? Ruan Yukai was a little embarrassed. We have only built a town here in a few years, and there is nothing good. Where is the royal city of Zenla Kingdom? And is it far from here? Deng Qianlong asked suddenly. Their kings have changed several times. Now they are located in the delta between the Langkang River and the Tunnel Sap River under Wudong Mountain. I don't know what the adults will do. Ruan Yukai was puzzled. Choose some people who are familiar with the waters of the Langkang River, and follow us. I'm going to see what the royal city of Zenla is like. Deng Qianlong had a whim, and wanted to make a look at the royal city of Zenla. Chapter 641 The King of Zenla. The Langkang River is the largest river in the east except the Yellow River and the Yangtze River. It is 9,000 miles long. It originated from Qinghai and flows southeastward until it flows into the South China Sea. Deng Qianlong led the fleet upstream, marveling at such a scene. Who can imagine that the Langkang River, which originated in the far inland, would enter the South China Sea in this place? The Yangtze and Yellow Rivers originated from the plateau, and the Langkang River also originated from that place, which shows that the Langkang River basin should also belong to us. Deng Qianlong drew an amazing conclusion. Ruan Yukai was in a cold sweat listening to the audience. Is this okay, General Deng? When you go to Zenla King City, is it possible that you want to attack it? Ruan Yukai asked worriedly. I'm just going to see King Zenla, don't think too much. Deng Qianlong said. That's fine. Although Zenla's national strength is weak, there are still more than 10,000 Zenla soldiers in Wudong City. They are not to be violated. Ruan Yukai couldn't help but thank Deng Qianlong not going crazy, and took the Nanyang fleet to raid Zenla's capital. The Nanyang fleet went all the way up the current, and soon came to the junction of the Langkang River and the Tunnel Sap River. Deng Qianlong could see a huge direct current merging into the main stream of the Langkang River. The delta formed by the confluence of rivers is also a fertile plain. About 200 years ago, the Angkor Kiln, the original royal city of the Kingdom of Chenla, was attacked by the Kingdom of Siam. The Khmer people thought that the Angkor Kiln was too close to the Kingdom of Siam, so they moved the royal city to Phnom Penh. Later, due to some reasons, the capital was moved frequently. The current Udong city is 80 miles away from the old city of Phnom Penh. Ruan Yukai told Deng Qianlong about Zenla Country's intelligence. The group of them approached the shore by boat and saw the old city of Phnom Penh nearby. Leave some people to guard the ships, and others disembark. Deng Qianlong gave an order, and 20 ships berthed and docked. Among them, there were 2,000 people who disembarked, and the rest stayed on the ship to take care of them. In case the 2,000 people who landed have something good or bad, there is still a fleet that can be used as a retreat. In Deng Qianlong's view, the most treasured items of the Nanyang fleet are these ships. Even if he and the landing troops led by him are doing something good or bad, if they can keep these battleships, they can give the army master Liu Sheng an explanation before death. After all, this time his action to go deep into the Langkang River had already gone a step further than the task given to him by the military. The military only asked him to control Priango as the southernmost port of the Kyushu army in Annan, but Deng Qianlong felt that it was not challenging, so he entered the Langkang River arbitrarily. Each unit should bring muskets and enough ammunition, and pull down 8 wild artillery from the ship. Maybe it will be useful. Deng Qianlong reminded. General Deng, didn't you just say that you just came to see the King of Zenla? This is a gun and a cannon. Ruan Yukai looked at the Nanyang fleet, and it didn't look like he was going to see the king. Hey, the King of Zenla country doesn't know me. What if it hurts me? I asked people to bring guns and artillery, just to save their lives. Don't think too much. Deng Qianlong patted Ruan Yukai on the shoulder, so that he doesn't have to be too overwhelmed. Worry. But Ruan Yukai was still very uneasy, because even if the attitude of the Nanyang fleet was to save his life, the King of Zenla would not believe it when he saw it. Deng Qianlong brought everyone to the old city of Phnom Penh. For some unknown reason, Phnom Penh was abandoned by the Kingdom of Zenla and became a ruined city with no one inhabited. Do you know why Phnom Penh was abandoned by the Kingdom of Zenla and moved the royal city to Wudong Mountain, 80 miles away? Deng Qianlong asked Ruan Yukai, who is more familiar with this place. I don't know this, because Phnom Penh was abandoned 100 years ago, and I am also very curious. Ruan Yukai suddenly squatted on the ground, seeming to find some clues. There is a lot of sand in the city, and there are air pebbles scattered. It is very likely that the water level of the Langkang River soared due to heavy rains in a certain year, and the city of Phnom Penh, which was too close to the riverside, was flooded. It seems likely to be like this. Deng Qianlong also found shells and fish bones on the street after the flood receded, which can be used as evidence. However, Deng Qianlong didn't care much about what happened in Phnom Penh in the kingdom of Zenla. His current goal was Udong City, 80 miles away from Phnom Penh. 2,000 soldiers from the Nanyang fleet led the artillery and began to march towards Wudong City. During the period, I met many farmers from the Zenla country, but these farmers didn't know where the 2,000-man, strangely dressed army came from, and they were frightened to disperse among the birds and beasts. As more and more people of Zenla discovered this army, they soon alerted the king of Zenla of Wudong City before the soldiers of the Nanyang fleet arrived at Wudong Mountain. The terrified king of Zenla thought that it was the army of the old enemy Siam, and hurriedly mobilized Wudong City and the nearby Zenla army, with 11,000 troops, and set up a battle against Siam under Wudong Mountain. Country's army, 11,000 people, although it is not known how much smaller than the large-scale fighting in the Central Plains, but in the Indochina Peninsula, this is already a very powerful force. King, you don't think this looks like the troops of the Siam nation? Their costumes are very strange. Several generals of the Zenla nation looked at the soldiers of the Nanyang fleet on the top of the mud wall, and found that they were not very close to their old enemy Siam. The same, always feel strange. Send someone to ask who they are and what they are doing in Zenla, said the king of Zenla. Soon someone from the Zenla country camp acted as an envoy and walked towards the soldiers of the Nanyang fleet. Those who act as envoys are also very unlucky. If they go out without knowing the identity and purpose of the other party, they are likely to be slaughtered. The envoy came to the Nanyang fleet and looked around at these strangers, his eyes full of trepidation. What is he talking about? Deng Qianlong asked Ruan Yu Kai. Only Ruan Yu Kai, who had been stationed in Zenla for a long time, understood the language of Zenla. He is an envoy sent by the king of Zenla to question the purpose of our army here. Ruan Yu Kai saw the Zenla team surging on the opposite side. He knew that the situation was going up and he could not help but sweat. If one answers badly, there is a high probability it will trigger a large-scale bloody battle between the two sides under Wudong Mountain. Deng Qianlong was riding a war horse. He saw that some people in the army on the opposite side were holding hoes and sickles. They were not much different from beggars, and he could not help but start the idea of conquering the realm of Zenla. Why are their weapons so simple? Deng Qianlong still asked Ruan Yu Kai to confirm. Most of it is the reason for the year-round wars with Siam, Tangu and even Chempa. They are also lack of iron ore mining and lack of materials. They are not as good as our nano. Ruan Yu Kai confirmed Deng Qianlong's conjecture. Then tell their messenger, let their king Zenla leave go to surrender and accept the enlightenment of our heavenly kingdom. Deng Qianlong said. Ruan Yu Kai's face turned blue when he heard it. The 642nd chapter bombards the elephant array. Boom boom boom. The heavy war elephant stomped on the ground, causing the ground to tremble slightly. More than 30 war elephants tamed by Zenla were pushed out by Zenla soldiers and lined up in front of the army. Deng Qianlong put away the binoculars. He has not yet played against such a war elephant array. General, you must be careful of their elephant formation. Their usual tactic is to let the elephants take the lead, and then the army will press them behind. If the attack fails, the infantry and archers will retreat first, and then the elephants will be behind to block the enemy. Ruan Yu Kai reminded Deng Qianlong. He didn't expect that Deng Qianlong would go crazy and wanted to take down the royal city of Zenla, so he could only regard Deng Qianlong as an out-and-out lunatic. On the same boat as the Kyushu army, Ruan Yu Kai had to stand in the position of Deng Qianlong. What breaks the elephant array? Push our artillery to the front, and load the bomb. Deng Qianlong is just curious about the elephant array, but it doesn't mean it is afraid. Soon 8 wild artillery was pushed to the front row and left and right wings, forming a crossfire power kill. Relying on a large number of people, Zenla took the lead in driving the elephant to launch an attack on the 2,000 soldiers of the Nanyang fleet. Shelling. As soon as Zenla's army moved, the gunners of the Nanyang fleet began to bombard their elephant array first. Boom, boom. The powerful recoil caused the bronze artillery to stop, and then the white smoke from the gunpowder filled the air, and the artillery fell into more than 30 war elephants. In the kingdom of Zenla, I went up to the king and down to ordinary soldiers. I saw artillery, but the artillery I saw was a bronze gun that was not mature in production in the early or mid-Ming Dynasty. I can't imagine that the range of the smoothbore gun has increased a lot after 200 years. Their formation is within the artillery range of the Nanyang fleet. The blooming bullet landed, the fuse burst, and the broken shrapnel splashed around and pierced into the body of the war elephant. The huge body of the war elephant was originally suitable for charging in the cold weapon era, and it was more fierce than the power of the chariot. But at this time it has become the target of a shrapnel attack. The sharp fragments pierced into the body of the war elephant, and the war elephant ate pain and let out a painful cry. There were also war elephants whose thick limbs were scratched by shrapnel, and their heavy body fell to the ground, crushing the shield soldiers beside them. Only 8 blooming bullets fell into the elephant formation, which caused a riot in the elephant formation, but hindered the soldiers of Zenla country behind. Load the artillery and prepare for the second round of shelling. Seeing that the elephants were in chaos, the artillery commander of the Kyushu army calmly ordered the gunner to clean the barrel and load the ammunition. 8 wild cannons fired one after another, and only these 8 cannons were enough to make people feel embarrassed by more than 10,000 soldiers in the real country. For a while, they couldn't rectify the formation and launch an offensive. There was even a riot in the rear. Trying to run back to Wudong City, slapped the city gate, and asked the defenders to open the gate. The king of the kingdom of Zenla stood at the head of the city, watching his men rushing around, scratching his head, and wishing to go down and put on his armor to fight. Trash, it's all trash. The king of Zenla kingdom can only feel distressed. He wants to command the troops to change the formation, but the soldiers of Zenla kingdom who have been defeated repeatedly do not have such good discipline. The more they adjust, the more chaotic they become. Deng Qianlong also found it inexplicable. The army of the Zenla country was too watery. After being bombarded with artillery by himself, it became a mess. He couldn't help but feel that his 2,000 people might actually be able to take down the kingdom of Zenla. Although it is impossible to conquer all the tribes and villages in a large area, even the king of the Zenla kingdom dare not say that he can control a specific village. So as long as Wudong City is captured, it can basically be regarded as controlling the Zenla kingdom. If you want to fight against the tribes in the Zenla kingdom in the future, you can become famous. Since they are in chaos and can't attack us, let us fight over by ourselves. Deng Qianlong waited impatiently and ordered the army. Lines of soldiers from the Nanyang fleet armed with muskets formed a phalanx to Zenla. Overwhelmed. Originally equipped with rear-mounted rifles, the soldiers of the Kyushu army have begun to use the skirmishes, but the skirmishes are used to torture the matchlock line array, and to deal with the Zenla army, which is dominated by cold weapons and worrisome indiscipline, is still the lethality of line array. Free shooting is great. At a distance of 200 meters, the guns used by the soldiers of the Nanyang fleet can shoot and kill the soldiers of the Zenla kingdom. But the bows and arrows of the soldiers of the Zenla kingdom cannot reach the soldiers of the Nanyang fleet anyway. Every time the Kyushu army pushed forward, a large number of soldiers fell in the army of Zenla, and the rest of the soldiers retreated in fear. They have repeatedly failed in the battle against the kingdom of Siam. They cherish their feathers very much. Seeing the bullets that will fly from the opposite side and don't know when they will make the surrounding companions fall, they are scared to death. Open the door. Let us in. The soldiers behind the Zenla national formation could not bear the pressure of being shot at any time, and finally collapsed gradually. They slapped the gate of Wudong City hard, urging the defenders to open the gate. The Kyushu army at the back is like a shepherd driving a group of sheep to be slaughtered into the sheep pen. Don't let them into the city. Seeing that his men not only could not defeat the enemy, but also were driven back by the Kyushu army, which was far fewer than them, he couldn't help stomping his feet in a hurry. He knew well that at this time he couldn't open the city gate, otherwise the defeated army would cause the situation in the city to get out of control, and it would also allow the enemy to invade the city. Your Majesty, but the city guard is the brother-in-law of a general outside the city. He has opened the city gate privately. The imperial guards under the city hurried up the city wall and rushed to the king of Zenla. This idiot! The king of Zenla yelled, and hurriedly led the guards down to close the city gate. However, the city gate was already crowded with soldiers from the Zenla country, squeezing their shoulders, like a flood of floods. And they couldn't stop it even if they wanted to block it. More Zenla soldiers in the rear also wanted to enter the city that seemed safe to them. Commander, do we want to take the opportunity to capture Wudong City? Deng Qianlong's subordinate Sun Xu asked. Offensive. I really didn't expect their formation to be broken with a single blow. Where is fighting? It is clearly a slaughter. Deng Qianlong unexpectedly did not know that Zenla worked hard abroad. It was completely an empty shell. So many soldiers were purely frightening decorations, simply direct siege. However, we still have to leave 300 people as the reserve team to prevent their retreat from being deceitful. Although Deng Qianlong saw the defeat of the soldiers of the Zenla country, he still kept a mind and was fighting with the air. The most surprising thing was Ruan Yukai, who came with him. He witnessed the terrible combat power of the Nanyang fleet and how vulnerable the kingdom of Zenla was. Even if our Ruan family sent thousands of people to conquer them, Ruan Yukai said with emotion, it's a pity that the Ruan family is going to fight the Zheng family, and there is never a chance to subdue Zenla country. As a result, the Kyushu army is now cheaper. Chapter 643 Robbing the Royal Family. Deng Qianlong pushed aside the state treasury of Zenla, which contained boxes of gold and silver jewelry, as well as rare ivory sculptures hung on the wall, making everyone shine. All carried away. Deng Qianlong waved his hand, and the soldiers of the Nanyang fleet behind him rolled up their sleeves and swarmed up, wishing to move these treasures back to China in one breath. King Zenla looked at the boxes of gold, silver, jewelry and rare treasures in the silver vault being carried away as trophies by the soldiers of the Nanyang fleet, heartbroken. These are the wealth he has accumulated for a long time, and it is not just his royal property, there is also the financial income of the entire Zenla country, who is taken away to pay the soldiers of the Zenla country, in case there is a rebellion, plague or natural disaster. Where can he find Yin Liang to deal with these incidents? The grieving King Zenla gestured to Ruan Yukai, the temporary translator. General, the king said that going to the treasury of their Zenla country here is related to their well-being of hundreds of thousands of people in Zenla country. I hope you will leave a part of it to them, or there will be thousands of people in the coming year die to aid. Ruan Yukai said to Deng Qianlong. He was fortunate to follow Deng Qianlong to looting a king's treasury, and he almost worshipped Deng Qianlong fanatically. Going deep with a fleet alone, and then dividing 2,000 troops to capture the enemy's capital is a legend in itself. Tell him, and we can keep some silvertals, but as a price. They must promise us some conditions to sign a treaty with us. Deng Qianlong thought for a while and stopped the soldiers who were carrying the treasure. The soldiers of the Nanyang fleet stopped to look at Deng Qianlong. It seemed that as long as he gave an order, the soldiers of the Nanyang fleet would continue to move their treasures. The first condition is that the Zenla country needs to declare to our Kyushu army and recognize that the Zenla country has been our vassal since ancient times. The second condition is that all the ferry ports and cities in the Zenla country unconditionally give us the Kyushu army and China merchants are open, and our people can set up schools, embassies, and chambers of commerce in various cities of Zenla, and Zenla must not interfere. Deng Qianlong thought for a while. This time, he went up the Langkang River and the battle was beyond the scope of the military plan. He put forward these conditions is just the military practice. This is the default treaty of the military. But whenever you want to invade a place, you must first obtain privileges, and you will have many excuses later. As for the more detailed and specific treaties, you can wait to add them when you invade Zenla again. These two conditions are a bit harsh. We have robbed most of their gold and silver jewelry, and we have to mention two such harsh conditions at the same time. It seems something is wrong. Ruan Yukai said worriedly. No, these are only two conditions. I haven't said the third one yet. Deng Qianlong said. There's that third condition? Ruan Yukai couldn't help but sympathize with the poor king of Zenla, and was targeted by Deng Qianlao, who has seen the world, and I am afraid it is difficult for him to be satisfied. The third condition is to assign Phnom Penh city to our Kyushu army. Anyway, they have moved their capital to Udong city. Phnom Penh city is deserted as well. It is better to assign it to our Kyushu army. We will rebuild Phnom Penh city and let them restore prosperity. Deng Qianlong said the third condition was that he wanted to annex the delta plain at the junction of the Langkang River and the Tunnel Sap River. From Deng Qianlong's eyes, it can be seen that the land where Phnom Penh city is located is fertile and relies on rivers. It is very suitable for growing rice and is enough to feed a large number of people. More importantly, Deng Qianlong takes the initiative in sea power. Phnom Penh city is close to the Langkang River, and it is easy to enter Southeast Asia, and has the potential to develop into the largest city along the Langkang River. If Zenla can cede the city of Phnom Penh for free, then the Kyushu army is equivalent to controlling the hinterland of Zenla. Ceding to Phnom Penh city? Ruan Yukai's eyes protruded, and he was a little surprised. This is already a clear grab. Just tell him like this. Deng Qianlong glared at the king of Zenla, making the king of Zenla shudder. Ruan Yukai had to translate Deng Qianlong's original words to the king of Zenla and a group of captured nobles of Zenla. Sure enough, the kings and nobles of Zenla heard about the three demands made by Deng Qianlong, one of which was excessive than the other. The first requirement is to be a minister. Although it is also very demanding, it only loses face. The second requirement is openness. Chinese merchants and commodities will flood into the realm of Zenla, greatly increasing the realm's dependence on Chinese commodities. But there are also benefits. And the third requirement. What are they talking about? Deng Qianlong said, isn't it three conditions? We will return 50% of their gold and silver if we agree, and we will move away if we don't agree. It's so simple and neat. How can there be so much thought of, General? They think there is no problem in assigning the ruined Phnom Penh city to us, but, in the end, the king of Zenla expressed their demands to Ruan Yukai on behalf of the will of the ruling class of Zenla. It's just that they are worried that we will be stationed in Phnom Penh city, and Phnom Penh city is only 80 miles away from Udong city. When the army arrives at night, they will have trouble sleeping and eating. Ruan Yukai said, HMPH, since they are not happy, then we will give up the third and not station troops in Phnom Penh. Deng Qianlong said with a cold snort. Ruan Yukai hurriedly conveyed Deng Qianlong's meaning to Zenla and others, which made Zenla and others excited. However, if we cannot station troops in Phnom Penh city, we can only choose to station troops in Udong city. It is best to station troops near the royal palace, so that our soldiers can come to the royal palace for a good tour when they are free. I think it is green here. The shade of the trees is very suitable for our soldiers to relax. It is best to have some maids who can serve us tea and relax the muscles. However, the maids in the palace seem to be not enough for us to divide the soldiers equally. Are you nobles also? Should we make some dedication? Deng Qianlong threatened again. Ruan Yukai wanted to hit the wall at this time. Deng Qianlong only spoke half of his words. He was still a good talker just now, but now he turned into a naked threat. These prisoners of Zenla country are estimated to be annoyed. Sure enough, the prisoners of Zenla state and others heard the last paragraph of Deng Qianlong's words, and their eyes widened one by one, and they hated Deng Qianlong, who had conquered Wudong city and threatened them again and again. I only give you a quarter of an hour to consider. Once the time has passed, all the gold and silver treasures will be moved away, and our soldiers will stay in Wudong city to enjoy the beautiful days of clothes, food, and mouth. Deng Qianlong said, I heard that the kingdom of heaven has always looked down upon the things of our small countries. As long as you are ministers, You can pay tribute to some precious treasures every year. I didn't expect them to be more cunning and greedy than the foxes in the mountains. The kings and nobles of Zenlei were heartbroken. But in the end he had no choice but to agree to Deng Qianlong's 3 conditions. Chapter 644 Beijing Lining Railway. In Jinzu City in southern Lining where Liu Sheng started his home, there was already a thriving scene at this time. Jinzu City was the first city to begin industrialization, and it has been uninterrupted for 7 years. At the end of the year, heavy snow flew, and a train with billowing black smoke rushed from the direction of Liadong City. Huge and cold wheels rolled over the snow-covered iron cabinet, and the locomotive pushed away the snow, so that the snow splashed on both sides of the train. The carriage shook slightly, and the fire inside also shook with the carriage, forming a sharp contrast with the ice and snow outside the carriage. Liu Sheng, the supreme ruler of the Kyushu army, could see the white snow outside through the rough glass windows of the train. This time the heavy snow has continued. I am afraid that many horses and livestock have frozen to death on the prairie. All ministries and departments remember to send official envoys to the prairie to count the losses of the herdsmen, and promptly allocate silver and 2 for disaster relief. Liu Sheng looked back and looked at the civil servants and generals in the carriage. The Mongolian tribe has fought against the Ming Dynasty for hundreds of years, and now they have finally become a family. We must consolidate our relationship with each other. This relationship between different ethnic groups is related to the relationship between husband and wife. The same relationship requires management and honesty. What the army owner said is, in the past few years, the north has been freezing cold, and it has been getting colder year after year. I have gained experience in the past few years. This year, I have made preparations for the cold before the beginning of winter. It is also thanks to our customs. Only if there is peace outside the customs, and the prairie can mobilize enough manpower and financial resources to prevent the cold. If the war continues as it was 10 years ago, it is estimated that thousands of people will die every winter. A civil official asked. Well, every cold winter, the tribes in the north will inevitably go south, because they lack the ability to fight natural disasters and are even more vulnerable than our farming civilization. Without livestock and food, they would starve to death if they didn't go south to grab food. A helpless thing, Liu Sheng said. This time, he personally led a group of subordinates to take a steam locomotive from Beijing to Liadong City, and then take the branch railway from Liadong City to Jinzu City to inspect the place where the Kyushu army emerged. Of course, the main purpose is to personally experience the railway from Beijing to Liadong. As early as a few years ago, in order to strengthen the control of the prairie, Liu Sheng had already started to build the prairie railway. It's just that the Kyushu army called many strong men and tribal herdsmen, and the railway expert Zhan Taniu took the lead in the construction. The grassland railway has not yet been completed, because the prairie is too vast, and the Kyushu army continues to include Mobai and Moxie into its territory. The grassland railway is becoming more and more complicated. Therefore, the Great Steppe Railway continued to be built slowly, hoping to build it to Western Siberia or even Moscow one day. Liu Sheng hastily built the railway between Beijing and Liadong, and was the first to connect the inside and outside of the pass by railway, because Liadong and Liaonan had already been repairing the railway network before Chuan entered the customs. As long as a railway was built from Beijing to the railway network of the Liaoxi corridor, it would be possible to reach Liadong City all the way to Jianzhou or Jinzu. After the fast-moving train entered the Jinzhaoqing railway station, the speed of the train gradually decreased, and the steam whistle made a loud sound, prompting the train to enter the station. As early as at the Jinzu City railway station, the large families and people of Jinzu City who learned of the news of the Kyushu army commander Liu Sheng's return to Jinzu City for inspections gathered here one after another. 6 years ago, I still met the military master here, when he passed me less than 3 feet away. At that time, I saw a few strong men guarding him. I thought it belonged to a big family. The sun, I didn't expect to be the military master. It's good to brag just by passing by the army owner. When the army owner lived in Jinzu City, our house was just one street away from the army owner's mansion. You can often see the army owner carrying a group of officials. Going in and out was really a city at that time. Unfortunately, after the army owner led troops into the customs, he lived in the capital. I still miss the time when the military master was in our Golden State City, which made our city that should have been deserted become so prosperous. Now that the military master is focusing on the inside of the gate, it will inevitably be ignored by us outside the gate. The crowd gathered in the Jinzu City railway station talked a lot, making the soldiers around to maintain order a little nervous. If some of them attempted to assassinate the high-level Kyushu army who was about to get off the train, they would cry without tears. This is the time when the Kyushu army is most prosperous, and if something goes wrong at the highest level, the huge empire is likely to fall apart. When Liu Sheng took the people off the train, the crowd immediately burst into enthusiastic shouts, full of enthusiasm. If it were not for the orderly guarding soldiers around to stop everyone, I am afraid that the crowded train station would not be able to move at an inch. In the crowd, there is a group of people who seem to be different. Although their Chinese is proficient, they have accents to some extent, and they are not local accents in Liaonan, but like the accents of Koreans from across the Yalu River. The lords of China are really beautiful. They have a vast territory of millions of miles, railways that stretch for thousands of miles, and factories abound in the past few years. There is also the Anshan mine, which can mine 10,000 tons of stone each year to smelt iron ore. A delicate scholar who seems to be in his early 20s sees Liu Sheng being embraced by the people, and China has become increasingly prosperous, and can't help but envy him. If we can have half of the sovereign state's industry in Korea, that would be great. His Royal Highness, in the past few years, many Chinese businessmen have come to our country to invest in Korea. Hearing letters from the minister's family members, they have established logging plants, mining farms, and spinning mills. Some areas in the south have also begun to build new fisheries, especially the port of Pusan in the southeast, because it is located between China and Dongying Channel. Merchant ships from Jiangsu and Zhejiang can reach Edo Bay from the Strait of Northern Kyushu Island through the Seto Inland Sea via Pusan Port. Another Korean accent said. The group of them is the eldest son of Goryeo King Leong, and the Goryeo nobles who came to the Liaonan Academy of Sciences to study together. They all felt the enthusiasm of the people in southern Lining in the crowded atmosphere. Jin Kingxing, we have been here for many years. We have a broad vision and have seen many magical things that are not seen in China. Whenever I think about my homeland is still backward and poor, I feel very uncomfortable. Fortunately, we still claim to be a little China in Korea. I dare not say the small print anymore, said Li Song, the first son of Goryeo King. What does His Royal Highness Wang Shizi mean? Asked the attendant and courtier known as Jin Kingxing. It's time for us to say goodbye to Liu Sheng. We in Korea need our group of people who came to the Liaonan Academy of Sciences to go back and build. Even if we can't look forward to Huixixiangbai, we should keep up with them, otherwise we will not face each other in the future. Li Dong said. Chapter 645 Return to Korea. After Liu Sheng returned to Jinzu City, it was almost 2 years since entering the customs. Since he entered the pass, his focus has been placed inside the pass. Some factories, blacksmiths, and technical experts have also been brought to the pass. Even the Academy of Sciences established in Jinzu City has moved the main body to the capital. Of course, in the areas under the control of the Kyushu army, Liaonan and Liadong still have the best foundations. After that, many factories have been newly established by the private sector. Not only did Liadong and Liaonan not decline due to Chuan's transfer, they were on the contrary, a prosperous look. With the densest railway network here, Anshan Iron Mine has just opened up. With the productivity of this era, Liadong and Liaonan have just started. Liu Sheng returned to his mansion in Jinzu City. Although Liu Sheng hadn't returned for a long time, his mansion was still preserved. and his servants would clean it every day and he could move in at any time. He then recruited military and political officers from Liudong, Liaonan and other places. Among them, there is no greater power than Yang Tai of the First Corps of the Ministry of War. The first group of generals who followed Liu Sheng's uprising has always been regarded as confidants by Liu Sheng. Otherwise he would not be left in the Liudong and Liaonan regions. Guard the base camp. The importance of this place has declined with the beginning of the Darksing factory in Guanai. Although Mrs. Yang is already one of the senior officials of the War Department and a veritable general, he is not happy at all. Because, military lord, there is no enemy in Liudong and Liaonan. My daily life is to get up and amuse the birds, then go to the school to check the brigade camps, and then go back to the city to listen to the opera. At the beginning, I still felt that the days of stability were so comfortable. But after a long time, it will be too uncomfortable. I always feel that there is something lacking in this day. Mrs. Yang vomited bitterly at Lin Yun sitting in the upper seat. Only an old subordinate like Mrs. Yang could make such complaints to Liu Sheng. You don't need to say. I already know what you want to say. You fellow, do you want me to transfer you to those war-torn defense zones so that you can have the addiction to war? Liu Sheng said. Hey, it's the army master, you know me. I heard that Xuj of the 7th Corps made great military exploits during the crusade against the Mosi army and the Arkand Khanate, and the 6th Corps and the Independence Corps captured Annan Kingdom in the south. Champa country. Even Zenla country surrendered to us. My envy, Cheng Yi and I are almost the same batch, but Xuji, that boy, was a big soldier before, and now he is alone in the northwest, and I can only stay here to play with the birds and listen to the drama. Isn't it depressed? Yang Tai begged Liu Sheng with his fists. Please the military master to transfer me to the western regions or southern Xinjiang. Fuck, you think it's pretty beautiful? Wait here with peace of mind, and train a strong army, which will come in handy in the future. Liu Sheng rolled his eyes and directly ignored Mrs. Yang's request. Tai Yang looked sad and sullen, letting the Liudong and Liaonan civil officials who were in the same hall secretly steal. Mrs. Yang led the First Corps, and his power was almost as great as that of the governor. He often acted on the basis of his temperament. Many of the people present had eaten with Mrs. Yang, but he had rarely seen him eaten. Military owner, there is a group of people who want to see you. Guard Yu Cheng came in and informed Liu Sheng. Who? Liu Sheng was a little surprised. Li Yong, the eldest son of the king of Goryeo. Yu Sung replied. Liu Sheng thought for a while. It seems that he has known him for several years. This son of the king of Goryeo came to the Liaonan Academy of Sciences to study for several years. Let him in. Liu Sheng couldn't help but want to see this old man. After a while, Liu was led in alone. He was surprised to see a large number of important local officials gathered in the lobby of Liu Sheng's mansion. He came to the front of Liu Sheng and made a respectful gesture. We are old acquaintances, don't need to be formal. Come, and give a seat. Liu Sheng waved his hand, and a guard brought a seat over. After Liu sat down, he was still a little cautious. Although his identity was the prince son of Goryeo, Liudong and Liaonan alone were stronger than the entire Goryeo state, and the big figures in Liudong and Liaonan were present. Not to mention that there is Liu Sheng, the biggest boss in the town. Originally, my little brother never thought that the military master was dealing with government affairs. There was so much trouble. Please forgive me, Li Yan said to Liu Sheng anxiously. We are not discussing anything important, but just chatting about the old brother Xian. We have known each other for 7 years, right? I didn't expect time to flicker. 7 years have passed in a flash, and you are in the year of a weak crown. Liu Sheng saw the magnificent Liu, and couldn't help feeling that time passed by. At that time, the military master was still led by the Fu Liao army, and the territory was limited to a part of southern Lining. Now the military master already has a territory of millions of miles, which is really impressive. Liu also said with emotion, as a witness to history, he is too qualified to say such a thing. Ha ha ha, this is all due to the bloody battles of the soldiers. The civil servants consolidate the rear, and the people are working hard to produce. I just sit back and enjoy it. Liu Sheng distributed the credit to everyone, making the civil servants and generals present quite satisfied. I don't know if you came to visit me this time. But what's the matter? Liu Sheng asked Li Rong. It's like this, the younger brother has come to the Liaonan Academy of Sciences to study for a few years. Fortunately, the Academy of Sciences does not dislike the younger brother and our scholars from Korea and accepts us. We have learned a lot of Confucian classics and natural principles in the Academy of Sciences. Stay for a few more years. But the longer I stay in southern Lining, my younger brother is deeply aware of the huge gap between our country and the kingdom of heaven. Whenever I think of our residents living in the deep and fierce waters, my younger brother can't sleep day and night. Liu said, therefore, I want to return to Goryeo, lead us to learn from the kingdom of heaven, and develop the industry, hoping to truly become a veritable little China. Before returning to Goryeo, I am here to say goodbye to the military master and thank you military master and everyone has taken care of me over the past few years. It turned out to be farewell. Liu Sheng thought for a while, and said, you have the intention to build a factory in Goryeo. This is a good thing. However, Goryeo lacks talents in this field. I am afraid that you will not be able to realize your ideas just by relying on the people who come to study abroad. In a few days, I will select a group of talents to return to Korea with you as a technical foreign aid to help you build factories and train skilled workers in Korea. Is this really true? Liu suddenly heard Liu Sheng say that he would help Goryeo, and reaffirmed excitedly. It was not only Li Rong who was surprised, but also the civil servants and generals who were present. They all looked at Liu Sheng, and were incomprehensible with Liu Sheng's idea of assisting the Kingdom of Korea. Chapter 646 Peaceful Merger. Military leader, although Korea is within the scope of our Chinese cultural circle, they admire Confucianism and call themselves Little China, but after all, they are not our own people. Our own talents are not enough, and sending people to help them is no different. Raising tigers is a nuisance. When Li left, a Dalian port official said. Otherwise, Liu Sheng said, our Kyushu army conquered the north and south, and the territory has expanded dozens of times in the past few years. It is very difficult to build on our own, and we also lack sufficient financial resources to build all the territories that we have captured. What Liu Sheng was talking about was a big problem facing the Kyushu army. That is, the rate of digestion of the territory could not keep up with the speed of army expansion. Just like Monan grassland was attached to the Kyushu army a long time ago, but the grassland railway has not yet been completed, and the large pastures on the grasslands are also in the ascendant. We haven't found a good time to enter Goryeo, so instead of spending our thoughts and money to build Goryeo after we control Goryeo in the future, we should send some craftsmen to encourage them to build railways and factories. Then they will have to invest a large amount of labor, and gold and silver will become other people's clothes. When it is almost the same time, Liu Sheng knocked on the table lightly. Moreover, Li Yong has always admired our technology. If we can peacefully evolve Korea in the future, what if it voluntarily asks to join us? Peaceful merger? Everyone hadn't thought about this kind of gameplay. Koryo is actually divided into two factions vaguely now, one that believes in the traditions of Cheng's Neo-Confucianism, and the reformists who have been influenced by us in recent years. They are not like us to suppress the other through war, so it is a certain period of time. There will definitely be differences. At that time, we only need to support the reformers and let them fall into our arms. Moreover, there are no other forces in the east of the mainland except Korea and Dongying. Sooner or later, they will be annexed by us. The peaceful way allows them to join willingly, which is much less dangerous than war. Liu Sheng said, want to use force to conquer Korea, let alone the current Kyushu army. Even the Hujin army a few years ago can do it. However, the Kyushu army has rarely dismantled an entire kingdom through peaceful means. Such a method might as well give it a try. said a civil official in Liaodong and Liaonan. If it is possible for Korea to take the lead in development, then it would be great for them to sit back and enjoy its achievements. This is not good at all. If they are not allowed to show our military power, they will not surrender us willingly. As a military commander, Tai Yang objected. I think you just want to make things easy to fight. Believe it or not, I will transfer you to the more comfortable Jiangnan area. Luo Sheng glared Yang Tai faintly. I don't dare anymore. Yang Tai was even more embarrassed. In Liaodong and Liaonan, he was able to calm down some troubled deep mountain tribes or go hunting in the mountains and forests. If you go to a gentle town like Jiangnan, you like to make trouble. Isn't Mrs. Yang depressed to die? Luo Sheng led the people in Jinzi for only 2 or 3 days, and then went to Dalian port. At this time, the port of Dalian seemed to be the most lively port in the Northern Ocean. It mainly traded with Korea and Dongying, and became the center of triangular trade. There are also several shipyards in Dalian port, producing a large number of warships for the 3 fleets of the Kyushu army, as well as merchant ships for Dongkan. The captain of the Royal Shipyard of Dalian port enthusiastically introduced Luo Sheng to the recent new projects of the shipyard. He brought everyone to the round of steel giants and pointed to the steel giants and said, "Our first steam ironclad ship Yongcheng. After the production, it has been in service for quite some time. During this period, we collected a lot of valuable information and discovered that there are still many problems with the Yongcheng. So our shipyard used the collected information to improve the design blueprint of the steamed ship, so that the steam iron-armored ship can be very stable and fast. This iron-armored ship Yongjai is the second-generation iron-armored ship produced on the basis of the Yongcheng, and it is also the second iron-armored ship." Luo Sheng and everyone got on the ironclad boat. This steam ironclad ship, called the second generation by the shipyard, is indeed much more complicated than the simple Yongcheng, and it is estimated that its performance will be stronger than that of the Yongcheng after it is built. Yongjai is still a commercial ship. When will the armored battleship be built? Luo Sheng asked. The director of the shipyard secretly wiped a cold sweat. Master, the requirements of battleships are much higher than those of merchant ships, and they also need matching firearms. Only the research and development of firearms can't keep up. I just asked randomly. Don't worry, just our current sailing battleship is enough to cross the world, and there is no need to invest a lot of silver to smash the iron-armored battleship. Luo Sheng said. If Luo Sheng really wants to get an ironclad battleship, he can summon the corresponding talents through the Industrial Revolution system, and he can really smash the ironclad battleship in a short time. But he is anxious to build the ironclad battleship and wait for the technology to mature. It is estimated that the amount of silver spent on the armored battleship is more than 10 times more. However, we will soon enter the Nanyang Islands and exit the Strait of Malacca. The number of warships needed in the Nanyang region is increasing. Your shipyards should produce enough sailing warships to build a fleet within 3 years. Is there a problem? Luo Sheng asked again. In reply to the adults, we received the order from the military a few months ago. There is no problem. The directors of several shipyards patted their chests and said, some of them are the senior executives of the British shipyard summoned by Luo Sheng, and there are also some artisans promoted locally in southern Lining. After confirming that the shipbuilding industry is also developing, and that the newly planned ships of the fleet are also under construction, Luo Sheng is relieved, thinking about taking the Nanyang Islands. In his heart, the Kyushu army expanded wildly in the south, and successively captured Annan, Champa, and a part of Zenla, which was equivalent to occupying a smaller half of the Indochina Peninsula. Luo Sheng is not so eager for the Indochina Peninsula. Instead, Luo Sheng, which has a strategic location in the Malay Islands, is more interested, where it can also be used to set up rubber plantations on a large scale to hoard materials for the mature tire technology in the future. Then Luo Sheng bid farewell to Li Ming, the Prince of Korea, at Dalian port. Before he left, Li Ming was grateful again and again. Seeing Li King brought a group of craftsmen who supported Goryeo on board, Luo Sheng planned to return to the capital. In any case, the next chess piece has already been set. and there are excuses to engage in Goryeo in the future. Sir, the special envoy Buma Butai in Moxie sent a quick message. A Dalian port official hurried over with a telegram sent from the capital. Chapter 647 Regaining Qinghai Lake. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Snowflakes falling from the grey sky, being blown in the air by the harsh north wind, fell on the felt hats of the Mongolian cavalry. On the Qinghai Lake pasture, a flock of shaggy Tibetan sheep, driven by herders, walked slowly in the direction of the pasture. Occasionally, Tibetan antelopes can be seen jumping on the slopes and eagles hovering in the air. The dense horseshoes splashed the snow and icy ballast on the ground, and this Mongolian cavalry galloped towards the camp of the Heshuo tribe in the wind and snow. The king's account of the Heshuo tribe was set up near Qinghai Lake, but this year was another cold year, and their life was not easy. There was a cavalry of more than 100 men from the Heshuo tribe patrolling around the king's account, looking a little lonely in the white ice field. After seeing the foreign Mongolian cavalry appearing in the ice and snow, they approached the cavalry that came. Who came? Heshuo cavalry asked. We are the people from the Leon and cavalry regiment of the Heshuo and Junga tribes, and take us to see your Khan, said the Mongolian cavalry who appeared outside the king's account of the Heshuo tribe. It turned out to be a friend of Monan. Please wait a moment, we will go to inform us Khan immediately. The Heshuo cavalry team was in awe, and hurriedly sent a few people back to report to Gushi Khan, because as early as some time ago, Gushi Khan had announced to all the people of the Heshuo tribe to join the Zunjia tribe to join the Kyushu army. If it hadn't caught up with the heavy snow, many arrangements would have been extremely difficult. The Kyushu army had already sent officials to take over, and formal consultations would not have started now. My envoy, it seems that this winter will make Heshuo and his tribe uncomfortable. Sun Quanting of the 7th Corps, wearing a traditional Mongolian coat, patted the felt hat and the remaining snowflakes on his shoulders. Years are extremely cold, and after the extreme cold, there is a severe drought. The entire north is not easy. In such a year, war should be avoided as little as possible. Even if there is a war, it must be quickly resolved. It cannot be delayed for too long, or it will be destroyed. Order on the grassland. The person called the special envoy showed a delicate face, and it was Dau who was still in the western regions to help establish the chief secretary of the western regions. After the Kyushu army signed a 50-year armistice treaty with the Tsarist Russian allied forces, the western region chief division was established with the Ob River and Ili regions as borders. There are plateaus and mountains in the western regions, and the land is vast and sparsely populated. It is not an easy task to prepare for the chief secretary of the western regions. The Heshuo tribe, which was curled up near Qinghai Lake, was instigated by the Zunjia tribe's Bata, and joined the Zunjia tribe to join the newly established chief secretary of the western regions. The reason is also very simple. Last time Bata saw the firepower of the Kyushu army with his own eyes, especially the impact of Gatling's hand-cranked machine gun, which made him unforgettable. In addition, after the establishment of the chief secretary of the western regions, the location of the Qinghai Lake ranch was embarrassing. The Kyushu army could encircle Qinghai Lake from 3 directions: Yekiang, Dunhuang, and western Sichuan. They will be annexed sooner or later. It is better to take the initiative to fight for more rights for the tribe. Sun Quanting and Dau waited in the snow for less than a quarter of an hour. Gushi Khan, who knew they were coming, and Batul, a guest and Shuo tribe, hurriedly walked out of the king's account and turned on their feet. Come to meet you outside the camp. Your ambassador is here, and if you miss it, please forgive me. Gushi Khan and Bati saw the arrival of Sun Quanting, Dau, and more than 100 Monan cavalry behind them, and said, Chi-Chi, in the future, we will all be a family, so you don't have to be so polite. Dau said boldly. She is a Mongolian and has the hearty nature of children on the grassland. She has only studied at the Academy of Sciences for a long time, so she is more restrained. We were a family before, Gushi Khan said. Yes, I didn't expect that one day the three tribes of Mobai, Monon, and Moxie would unite again in this form. Gushihan, you and the Shuo tribe also have branches in Monon. Dau naturally. I know that what Gussie Khan said was the Great Golden Family period. Why are you chatting in the heavy snow? It's better to have a bowl of hot wine in the camp and talk about it in detail, Bata said. Okay. Please. Gussie Khan politely greeted Sun Quanting and Dau to his camp. As the head of the Heshuo tribe, Gussie Khan is the most spacious and warm camp in the Heshuo tribe. The heavy fur drapery was lowered to cut off the wind and snow roaring outside. The flames jumped in the camp, warm as spring inside. Gussie Khan is very enjoyable, the ice and snow outside, but it is so warm inside. Dau felt that the camp was warm, except for the fur coat, wearing only ordinary Han costumes, but adding a touch of bright color to the camp. Bata couldn't help sighing. I have long heard that the envoy sent by the capital is the jewel in the palm of the Hawkin tribe. As expected, the ice and snow will melt for your beauty. For any matter, the women of the Zunjia tribe and the Heshuo tribe may not do too much. Dau, who served as the envoy, was not shy because of this, but said generously, we are not modest. We and the Shuo tribe also have many beautiful women. But I am afraid that you don't have the temperament of Buma Butai. Gussie Khan also said like this. The key is that they and the Shuo tribe women archery is proud of riding horses. Naturally, there is a gap between Dau, who has been to the Leonan Academy of Sciences for further studies and has been exposed to the most advanced knowledge. Because there are many women who are good at riding and shooting in Mongolian tribes. There is no feeling that things are rare. No matter how you flatter me like this, you won't let me make concessions on the treaty. Dau smiled. You should also be mentally prepared this time. Taking refuge in us will mean that your family loses control of the tribe. Our officials from the Chief Secretary of the Western Regions will take over your tribe in an all-round way. Gussie Khan and Bata looked at each other. As long as the Kyushu army can honor the consideration given to us, we are willing to surrender control of the tribe, and even let the family go to Dunhuang as hostages. You have three main requirements. 1 island to allocate a ranch for your family to take care of. This is no problem. The other is that we prepare for the establishment of the Moxie Cavalry Regiment, which mainly employs the tribesmen of your two tribes. This is no problem. Third, Dau said. The third is to ask our army stationed in the Chief Secretary of the Western Regions to attack Tibet with you and rescue the Gelug sect of your faith, said Sun Quanting, who accompanied Dau. Yes. The Gelug sect was suppressed by the Tibetans, and the Dalai V and Punchin 4 have repeatedly asked me for help. Gussie Khan said. 648 chapters really fragrant. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. The envoys of the Kyushu army, represented by Dau and Sun Quanting, spent a winter in the Moxie Mongolian tribe in Qinghai Lake, and they were discussing some details of the handover after the beginning of the spring. During the period, officials from the Chief Secretary of the Western Regions also traveled to Qinghai Lake to count the population of various nomadic tribes and investigate the disasters caused by heavy snow. Because the Kyushu army has the support of the more powerful Mongolian tribes in Monon and Mobai, Moxie Mongolia, which is also a Mongolian tribe, is still very optimistic about the future, because they can see them from the current Monon and Mobai Mongolian tribes. Future. However, when everything was proceeding in an orderly manner, until the ice and snow melted and the Chief Secretary of the Western Regions formally dispatched officials to establish a new order in Qinghai Lake, some conservative generals did not quite understand the decisions of their leaders due to drastic changes. Our Zunjia tribe is the Golden Family. After Genghis Khan's brother Hazar, he defeated many surrounding tribes. Even the Kazakh Khanate is not our opponent alone. Why should we mainly rely on the Kyushu army? Wouldn't it be a shame to us? Is their reputation of the prairie warriors? And they have too many rules. Brothers will have to puck their tails up to be humans in the future. A General Zunjia rode on the horse, ready to welcome the army of the Kyushu army to come, and accept the army of the Kyushu army. Adaptation. More than 1,000 Zunjir cavalry under his leadership will be incorporated into the Moxie cavalry regiment. In his own tribe, generals like him have a lot of power. As long as they are loyal to Bata, other things are not a matter. However, after being incorporated into the Moxie cavalry regiment, it will be under the management of the Kyushu army headquarters, and of course it will not have that much power. Chaitai, our Daeyuan is dead long ago, let alone Daeyuan. Where is Daeming who wiped out Daeyuan at that time? The world is rolling forward. Can you two little men be able to resist? The leader conforms to the sky. This is for us. Moxilua is already an excellent destination. The blood has flowed since the war, and we generals may not be able to survive, let alone the Kyushu army. Now give us 1.5 positions, although they set up a military rank system. I haven't figured out how to get promoted, but I heard that they gave us the rank of school and the rank second only to the rank of general. In the entire Kyushu army, there are only the top generals and general ranks. Those people are big people who can sit on an equal footing with our leader. Are you still not satisfied? Another general Zunjir said, no matter what rank he is, I only know that I have to abide by a lot of rules, and many things are not going as I want now. The general known as Chaitai still expressed dissatisfaction. While they were talking, a Kyushu army led the transportation team along the Dunhuang line and entered Qinghai Lake. Large and small carriages and ox carts lined up in a long line, with no end in sight. The heavy carriages left deep rut marks on the ground. This unit is the Monon Cavalry Corps temporarily stationed at Chiayaguan, and the leader of the group is Wu Keshan, the commander of the regiment. The reason why the 7th Corps stationed in Yarkand was not stationed this time was because the military department considered that the Dalmanan Cavalry Corps had a closer blood relationship with Moxie Mongol. Riding on his mount, he saw the Zunjir cavalry who was blocking the road ahead to greet them. The opposite should be the people who came to reorganize our Monon Cavalry Corps. After Chaitai, you must be cautious in your words and deeds. Otherwise, if you destroy the peace that our leader has finally won, neither you nor I can bear this responsibility. The other general Zunjir was a little worried about his colleague Chaitai. I don't know what they are doing with so many people and carts. Could it be to show off their Kyushu army's financial resources? Chaitai still mumbled dissatisfiedly, but as they stepped forward to greet Wu Keshan, they knew what the Kyushu army was doing with the huge convoy. This is our military department's extra compensation to you in the Western Desert. The commander heard that the Western deserts in the desert were hit by the cold current in winter, and many livestock were frozen to death. The people's lives are a bit difficult, so they specially adjusted from the central plains. The batch of materials came over, although it was a drop in the bucket. But at any rate it was a bit of our heart. Wu Keshan followed Chaitai and the others, and continued to move towards Qinghai Lake. Chaitai silently glanced back at the invisible team, and was surprised that such a huge team was just a drop in the bucket in Wu Keshan's mouth. In addition to the supplies for the ordinary people, we also brought a batch of firearms for the upcoming Moxie Cavalry Corps. When you arrive at your tribe's residence, you can try the power of the firearms. Wu Keshan said again. Give us the firearm? Chaitai asked. Well, the first batch of 2,000 advanced muskets and 5 bronze smoothbore guns are enough for soldiers to train. As for future firearms, it depends on your performance. Wu Keshan said. Guru Chaitai swallowed and couldn't help but said, can we look at the guns and artillery now? Wu Keshan smiled slightly. But any generals probably couldn't refuse the powerful guns and artillery. Let's take a look first. General Zunjir couldn't wait. The huge convoy temporarily stopped, and the gunners of the Kyushu army showed them the power of the bronze artillery on the spot. Boom, boom. The 5 Napoleon bronze smoothbore guns provided to the Moxie Cavalry Corps roared together, and the roar of the guns made Chaitai and other generals Zunjir a little surprised. Then, soldiers from the Kyushu army lined up to show them firearms. Their Zunjir tribe only had backward matchlocks. Seeing the Draeisa rifles loaded from behind, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. It turns out that there are such guns, and they are more powerful and have a longer range. Chai Tai looked at these guns and artillery with enthusiasm. General Wu, I propose that this batch of artillery be equipped with the cavalry battalion where I am first. Another cavalry general of Zunjie said first. No, this artillery will equip our cavalry battalion first. Chai Tai stood up and opposed. Chai Tai, you weren't just. What happened to me just now? I thought I was a member of the Kyushu army. Of course, I had to use this batch of firearms first, Chai Tai said confidently. After the Kyushu army entered the Qinghai Lake, Tibetans in the southwest plateau saw the Kyushu army sweeping the entire western regions, and sent people to contact the Kyushu army. They also wanted to be peaceful with the Zunjie and Heshuot tribes. Way to solve the problem. At this point, the chief secretary of the western regions established by the Kyushu army has recovered almost all the areas controlled by the western regions in the Han Dynasty. If the Kyushu army in the west wants to continue its expansion, it must advance to Central Asia. Chapter 649 Dongjiang Town Prison Part 1. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. In the summer of 1633 AD, a large ship sailed northward along the sea breeze through Shenglong City and Guangzhou Mansion and into the Bohai Sea. There are soldiers equipped with muskets on the big ship, and it is also equipped with a few artillery. It is not a warship, but it has been able to scare the pirates or malicious people along the way. This big ship arrived at Phi Island in Dongjiang Town, the site of Mao Wenlong, the commander-in-chief of Dongjiang Town in Daming. In the past, this was Mao Wenlong's stronghold against Hujin, but since Liu Sheng eliminated Hujin, the importance of Phi Island has dropped greatly. Now Phi Island has become an important transit point between South Lining and Korea, and its development has turned out to be somewhat prosperous. The big ship drew ashore. First a group of soldiers came down, and then a group of gorgeously dressed people was escorted by the soldiers behind. Some Korean businessmen who came to the Phi Island pier for trade saw this situation and thought they were officials or big figures of the Kyushu army who came to Phi Island to inspect. Hey, who are you who are disembarking here? Are you senior officials from Dalian port? How come their costumes are completely different from yours? A Korean businessman asked the customs officer who maintained order at the port. They don't look like officials of our Kyushu army. They should be that kind of person, the customs officer said. The kind of people? You mean the prisoners in the Yantai Peak Fortress on the island? The Korean businessman asked in surprise. Businessmen who do business in Dongjiang Town have more or less heard of the legend of Yantai Peak Fortress in Dongjiang Town. A few years ago, a large fortress was built on Yantai Peak and was guarded by heavy soldiers. 5 years ago, there were only a few dozen soldiers of the Kyushu army guarding Yantai Peak. But 5 years later, the number of soldiers here suddenly increased to more than 200. They guarded the various passes of Yantai Peak, and ordinary people were not allowed to enter the fortress of Yantai Peak. Phi Island was forbidden to enter, and other places were open to merchants and civilians. As time passed, the Yantai Peak Fortress became more and more mysterious. Until 1 or 2 years ago, there were more and more people in Yantai Peak Fortress, and finally someone knew what Yantai Peak Fortress was doing. It turned out that the Kyushu army divided the prisoners into 2 types. One type of prisoners was assigned to the Anshan mine to mine. This type of prisoners were the most bitter, because they had to do the most tiring work to atone for their crimes. Another type of captives was sent to the Yantai Peak Fortress on Phi Island to restrict their movements to reduce their influence on the outside world. When the outside world is transformed by the Kyushu army, or their influence cannot affect the outside world, they will be released. Everyone has heard about the rumors of Yantai Peak Fortress, but only those inside know what it looks like and what war prisoners there are. Where is this place? Unnano's captive Genji saw the strange and prosperous island, and turned his back to the vast sea, probably thousands of miles away from his home. The island of Phi Island in Dongjiang Town, Liaodong Province, is located next to the Goryeo Kingdom. It was originally the land of the Goryeo Kingdom. Later, it was given to the garrison of Mao Wenlong, the general army of the Ming Dynasty, and later became the territory of our Kyushu army. Although it is close to land, don't even think I want to escape, because Phi Island is the land of our Kyushu army to the west, and the Goryeo Kingdom, which is close to us, is to the east. Our Nanyang fleet will hunt and kill you when it escapes to the end of the world. The Nanyang fleet soldier who was responsible for escorting them over was right. They introduce escape, we just fled back. So what, will we spend the next 10 years in such a place? Zheng Ji looked at the prosperity of Phi Island, still a little unbelievable. This place would be like where to imprison them. I thought it would be some kind of fierce mountains and rivers, but I didn't expect it to be a beautiful place. Ruan Fuxi, the representative of the Ruan family, heaved a sigh of relief. Many people in the Ruan family, especially the young master Ruan Fuok, was only 11 years old. They were escorted to the Kyushu army's site on the way across the ocean. They couldn't relax every day, thinking that the Kyushu army would throw them at some kind of bird. The place where the eggs were laid. But the result was beyond their expectations. It is not far from Liadong and southern Lining, where the Kyushu army is prosperous, but on the fringe. Are you not very satisfied with this arrangement? I can report it to them and ask them to transfer you to some indigenous places on the Ryukyu Islands. The escorted soldier said, Master Xiaobing, let us go. The Zheng family and the Ruan family hurriedly begged for mercy. From the current point of view, the Kyushu army is not bad to them, at least to provide them, not to harm them. This alone is good. The place where you are imprisoned is on that peak. In fact, it is not a peak, but the entire peak is the official land of our Kyushu army. The soldiers who escorted them pointed to the highest mountain on the island. The members of the Ruan family and the Zheng family looked towards Yantai Peak, and saw that it was a mountain about 100 meters high. If compared with many mountain peaks on the land, a mountain with a height of 100 feet is not necessarily even a small hill, but it is quite impressive on the island. You may be able to see the vast sea from above. The scenery is definitely good. Let us go quickly. Zheng Bing, who came to the Huixia cultural circle, didn't know why he was inexplicably excited, but he felt that it was not bad. I just don't know what the environment is inside. If you set up some bamboo pavilions, put some artificial hills and flowers, and get some Confucian classics, it will be a high home, and I am willing to stay here. Ruan Fuxi said. The soldiers in charge of escorting them to Yantai Peak couldn't help but roll their eyes. Are you all here on vacation or as prisoners? A group of people from the Ruan and Zheng family were then escorted to the Yantai Peak, passing through the prosperous area of Phi Island on the way, attracting a lot of people's attention. Annan Kingdom is also influenced by Chinese culture, and is also proud of Confucianism. It is completely different from other kingdoms on the Indochina Peninsula. This is more or less one of the reasons why they can bully other countries in the Indochina Peninsula. So their costumes are similar to those of Han Fu, and of course there are some differences, which are still very obvious. The Han and Goryos along the way can clearly see that these Annan captives are different. We are the Nanyang fleet soldiers returning from Annan. This group is our prisoners in Annan. They were escorted to Yantifeng prison by the order of the military headquarters and handed over to you to guard. The soldiers of the Nanyang fleet took over with the defenders of Yantai Peak. Captives, the words are full of pride, because this group of captives are the ones who surrendered. That's too much. The prisons in Yantai Peak prison are all big people. Some small fish and shrimps can't be put in. The Yantai Peak defender took a cursory glance at the person who sent him. Good fellow, there were dozens of them. People. Chapter 650 Dongjiang Town Prison Part 2. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. These people are all with great backgrounds. They are all local princes and nobles and generals. We have let go of the small fish and shrimps. We are too lazy to spend rations to send them over thousands of miles, said the soldier. Zheng Ji, Nguyen Fuxi and others looked at each other, and didn't know whether to cry or laugh. They were on a small island controlled by the Kyushu army, and they turned out to be small fish and shrimps in the eyes of ordinary soldiers. That's fine, there are dozens of free meals, and I have to apply for more budget. Alas, these prisoners are all uncles, and it is really unpleasant to watch them live. The soldier in Yantai Peak prison scratched his head. I always feel a little unhappy. The soldiers of the Nanyang fleet handed over the captives of Anano to the defenders of Yantai Peak, and then retired and were about to return to Anano. The captives of the Anan kingdom looked curiously and anxiously at the wall of the Yantai Peak fortress. It was made of piles of stones and was about 2 feet high. It was like a city wall, blocking the sight of people outside, making it impossible for people outside to see Yantai. What's inside the peak? But compared with the city wall, perhaps to save costs, the stone wall here is not as thick as an ordinary city wall, which is enough to prevent the prisoners from escaping. The Yantai Peak fortress has 2 entrances and exits, guarded by soldiers, with iron gates and fences. Come with us. We will arrange your accommodation. The defenders of Yantai Peak Fortress did not pay attention to these princes and nobles of Anan Kingdom, because the prisoners and defenders who were more valuable than them had seen them. Zhengji, Nguyen Fuxi and others passed through the stone wall and found that there was a second fence made of barbed wire more than 10 meters from the stone wall when they entered the fortress. Passing through the barbed wire is the place where the prisoners are actually held, or where the prisoners live. The houses here are very low and clustered together, like a small village living on the mountain, with its own farmland and wells, not like the prison they imagined. Except for the stone walls that block the outside world, the barbed wire fence, and the guard soldiers are similar to the prison. The place where the prisoners live is not at all related to the prison. This looks like a quiet mountain village. Is it a prison? Zhengji couldn't believe it. We don't call this a prison, but a fortress, and we don't have any idea of harming you. We just want you former nobles to stay in peace, and don't let your former subordinates outside have any extra ideas. The garrison soldiers of Yantai Peak Fortress said to them. Although there were already hundreds of aborigines who were originally captured in the Yantai Peak Fortress, dozens of people from Anano came here at once, causing a lot of commotion in the village. Some children, women, and old people opened the doors and windows to watch. Come with me. That area is the house that is set aside for you. They are all wooden houses. Naturally, the conditions are not as good as before you used to do the majestic blessings. But it's not too bitter. You will get some more every month under the mountain. The living materials come here. Although there are no delicacies of the mountains and seas, you will not die from starvation. If you have any leisure, you can also plow the fields and plant flowers and plants. In the middle of the village, there is a private school and a library. We have collected a number of Confucian classics and new learning books there. From time to time, there will be gentlemen from the Leonan Academy of Sciences coming here to help you pass on your business. Knowing how powerful our Kyushu army is, this new learning has to be learned. In addition to private schools and library, there are also tea houses, piano rooms, and chess rooms, which are not boring. Every month, everyone has the opportunity to go out for a walk down the mountain. We will send someone to follow. It is an extra favor for you. The defenders of the Yantai Peak Fortress introduced the situation and rules here to Anano and others. The people of the Ruan family and the Zheng family were shocked again. There are entertainment facilities here, and they can be released for 1 day a month. It is not as miserable as expected. But there is one thing you must pay attention to. Among the prisoners here, there is a mixture of fish and dragons. There are many who have higher status than you before. There are countless princes and generals. Each has its own temper. You must not play the young master here to cause trouble. Otherwise we will deal with you in accordance with the law. Yan Taifing's soldier reminded. After that, the defenders of Yantai Peak arranged their respective residences. Everything was listed early by the military. It was fixed for which house to live in, and people could be caught directly if something went wrong. Like Zhengping and Ruan Fuxi, they share a wooden house with their concubines and children. The people of the Ruan and Zheng families are a little bit novel, and some are relieved, and some are still at a loss for the future of 10 years of imprisonment. Even if the Kyushu army provided them with a stable life here, they were imprisoned for 10 years after all. 10 years will have to stay in the relatively closed Yantai Peak, which is far from the luxurious life before. And how will they integrate into this drastically changing world when they come out 10 years later? Let's get along, and the Kyushu army provides books and private schools for us, and provides new learning. We have one day every month to go down the mountain to contact the outside world. Even if we leave here in 10 years, we should still be civilians. Zheng Zhen, such an older generation of rulers, is still very open to many things, but they don't have the sense of a big gap as the people under them. I would like to trouble you soldiers to take us to the library. Ruan Fuxi was very interested in the library in the middle of the village, because the soldiers of Yantai Peak clearly stated that there was a secret to the strength of the Kyushu army. He didn't understand it, of new knowledge. Those who are interested, come with me. The soldiers at Yantai Peak were quite polite to them. In the middle of the village, there is a wooden house that is more spacious than ordinary houses. That is, the library. There were 2 soldiers guarding them. They nodded slightly when they saw the man who came. At this time, a man in a blue shirt in his early 20s came out of the library and ran into the Yantai Peak soldier who led the captives of Anano. He walked over. Xubingtu, you are here just right. I want to go to Jinan in 2 days. I will visit the State Academy of Sciences, and I hope you will arrange soldiers to monitor me. Mr. Zhu, I'll make arrangements later, said the Yantefeng soldier known as Xubingtu. It's hard work. The man in the green shirt leaned forward slightly, and then left. This man is young but has an extraordinary temperament. Who is he? And listening to his tone, he seems to be a sinner, but how can he leave here at any time? Zhengping and Nguyen Fuxi asked inexplicably. The captive felt that his position was better than them, much higher. His background may scare you. This person is the former Emperor Chongzhen of Ming Dynasty.